Greetings everybody and welcome back once again to the British Mini Bikes Championships 2025. We continue our programme with a trip to the northwest of England on the fabulous Three Sisters circuit near Wigan in the north of England. It is a very difficult day at the office in prospect. Rather than being baking hot and bone dry, it's going to be slippery, treacherous and a little bit damp. It's definitely not the summer solstice that the riders were hoping for coming into this weekend, but we're definitely going to have excitement and intrigue. This is a circuit that very much is all about speed and control, and in wet conditions this place could bite several times over the course of the weekend. It's Jake Sanson once again with you in the commentary box here at Three Sisters, a circuit that has given us so much incredibly exciting racing over the course of the last few years. The thrills and spills never seem to cease on this magnificent course, and it has given so many great racers, both on two wheels and four, a fantastic kickstart to their motorsport journey. 2,000 metres on this Three Sisters circuit. It is the fast configuration of the course here, and so the competitors are gearing up ready for an exciting showcase. It's the Junior SM90s that will start the ball rolling for us here in Wigan. So the contenders have left the paddock. They do a half lap essentially to get themselves out to the starting grid, and then they will form up in their starting positions. It's going to be a really interesting rotation for the contenders in this race. After what has already proved to be a very exciting championship leading up to this point, we've got so many magnificent contenders over the categories to give us a bit of a showcase. As it stands at the moment in 2025, the Junior SM90 Championship is led by Cody Brennan, who is getting himself ready for another exciting duel around the course. The green flags are flying. This looks like one of the warm-up sessions to me out on the course, although it apparently is race one, the Junior SM90s, but surely they're needing to get themselves off to the starting grid. So it looks as though there needs to be a little bit of a correction on the timing screens here. The Minimotos have already had their first race of the weekend. We'll report on that in a moment. But certainly in the Junior SM90s, after 3 weekends, it is Cody Brennan that leads the championship by 31 points to Jake Todd. Louis Craig and Oscar Rowland are next in tag, and then a very long gap back in the championship fight to Oliver Med and Tommy Dickinson. Goodness me, look at the rain on that camera lens. That is going to be very treacherous conditions indeed. Now the competitors are making their way to the starting grid, so they are forming up on the old pit lane, and that is where the races will obviously get started from. And then obviously they will make a sharp 90-degree right-handed turn into the long flowing left hairpin, and then make their way back into the boot section of the course, as it were. Then on that long fast straight they'll get their hairpin right into the quick left-hander, and then back onto the home straight again. It's not a very long lap, this one, 6 laps of the course. It's not a very long configuration based on the karting configuration of this course, but it's still 2,000 metres around the Three Sisters circuit. It's a bit of a Monza, this particular circuit, although in the wet conditions it's going to be very tricky indeed. So the contenders are gearing up ready in the Junior SM90 category, as all of the contenders are ready. And of course the championship leader Cody Brennan will take up his position on the starting grid for this one. It's not going to be an easy one to predict how it's going to play out, but certainly at the moment things are all ready for an exciting duel out on the course, and we are ready after what has already been a very intriguing weekend. Now we get to see some close proximity battles. The starting grid will see Cody Brennan on the front row of the grid from Jake Todd, then Louis Craig and Joey Billam from Oscar Rowland, Tommy Dickinson, Oliver Med, and it's a poor start for the pole sitter. Cody Brennan barely gets away in at all. So really tricky start then off the line as the competitors run their way through. At the hairpin, they will run in on the far side of the course, loop their way around the hairpin, and then it's going to be pretty tricky from that point on. They will go up to the hairpin and then loop their way around again, but this is not an easy circuit to get right in the best of conditions as the riders work their way through on the far side, but it's a very tricky start for the 79 Cody Brennan off that front row of the starting grid. Or was that the man alongside him there getting a poor start? I think that might even have been Jake Todd having an issue. So as they work their way through on the far side of the course, it is the first lap completed by Cody Brennan, so it was Jake Todd getting a poor start, but he has now recovered into third position behind Louis Craig as the wet conditions really start to take hold here. Not an easy situation for the riders at all here. as they tiptoe their way down the stretch on the far side of the hill and then come back onto this very fast section. But it is not easy to get right on this Three Sisters circuit, that is for sure, as the riders loop their way around this very intense course. Cody Brennan leading the way, Louis Craig in second from Jake Todd, Joey Billum, Carter Spinks, Oscar Rowland and Tommy Dickinson, the 7 riders competing in this particular race. There were originally 11 entered into the event, so for some reason a handful of the contenders not able to participate in this one. But certainly the way that the standings look in Junior SM90, this is exactly what Cody Brennan needs. After his first 3 weekends in the championship, he's having a very decent time of it. He's already got a 31-point advantage over Jake Todd in the championship fight. And with Jake Todd currently behind Louis Craig, it's the opportunity for the number 15 rider to make up some points in the championship fight. Certainly going all guns blazing for them at the moment. As onto the far side of the course, riding up the crest, is the race leader, Cody Brennan. Having a very tricky time of it from the start, but certainly with Louis Craig in second and Jake Todd running in third position, no major concerns as they continue to run through. Although for some reason, my timing screen appears to have frozen in position, which doesn't really help us, unfortunately. But it is certainly Cody Brennan that leads the way. It's been a very difficult scenario for the competitors as they work their way through. Hopefully the timing screen is going to update itself very soon indeed, but it's gone from my monitor, it's gone from yours as well. So eventually it will correct itself, but we are able to point out that it is still Cody Brennan who has the lead. And so it's definitely looking very strong indeed for the championship leader as he continues tiptoeing his way around this far section of the course. You've got to be so careful on this section because it really can chew you up and spit you out if you're not prepared for it. As the riders continue up at the sharp end of the dais, hopefully our timing screen is going to update. It was working fine for the warm-up session, so I'm not entirely sure why it's ended up causing an issue for us in the first of our races today. It could be weather-related, of course. But certainly on this particular circuit, the Three Sisters racetrack, it can be very tricky. But the clerk of the course, Brett Moore, and all of his team, including the official timekeeper, Chris Hall, will be obviously working hard to ensure that we're able to keep on top of things. Very different in terms of the balance of the circuit, this compared to what it would have been like in the dry. But the race still playing out rather smartly here in the Junior SM90. So it's going to be a very difficult proposition for the riders to stay upright. And don't forget, of course, that in the junior categories, if they fall, that's it. They do not get back up again like they do in the senior categories. They have got to stay down and stay out of the race, and that's on safety grounds more than anything else. You can see how the bike twitches and starts to want to get away. It is not the easiest thing to balance these bikes out when you try to squirt a little bit of throttle out of them. But certainly for the time being, Cody Brennan just keeping it nice and tidy out in the lead of the race. And this is exactly what the championship leader needs to just finish off the job, essentially. He's only got this weekend and the last round of the championship to really seal the deal here. So over the 5 rounds of the season, it's been looking very calm and very positive indeed for Cody Brennan. That's the rider currently running in second position and third position. So still having a very smooth time of it. Or is that a rider about to be lapped there, I think, maybe in the wet conditions? That could well be, actually, looking at the pace difference. So I would actually hazard a guess that that is going to be a race lap. Now the timing screen is updated. I said before that it was Cody Brennan in the lead, and it certainly still is, but Jake Todd is the rider in second place, 5 seconds back. Then Louis Craig in third position, ahead of Tommy Dickinson. Then Joey Billum in P5, ahead of Carter Spinks, Oscar Duckworth. Bobby Baker is there in 8th position, ahead of Hugh McDowell. And then Oliver Med, Dylan Mosgrove, and Oscar Rowland has not taken the first lap completed. I think he retired on that first lap. He did cross a timing beacon to at least set a partial lap, but the man who started P6 on the grid, nowhere to be seen. Here comes Cody Brennan, looking very smooth indeed as he crosses the line this time by. So a nice effort here from Cody Brennan as he continues just keeping it nicely in his own comfort zone. He doesn't need to over push things. He just needs to keep it nice and tidy in this latter stage of the day. Because obviously they've got a second race in Junior SM90 coming up a little bit later. but it is quite important that you've got the balancing act. So we're going to get to see a really exciting situation then for all of the contenders. So still the running and competitors, the battles are working very hard in position. So now we're going to get to see how he continues to follow in procedure. Just checking over his shoulder, Cody Brennan, just to give himself that little bit of extra confidence there, making sure that Jake Todd is visible on the other side of the hairpin. It just gives you that little bit of extra boost. So a very interesting and intriguing duel for all of the contenders. But it will be a very tricky situation then. But out comes Cody Brennan to continue the job, and he will of course come through with only one lap remaining. So Cody Brennan out in force ahead of Jake Todd and Louis Craig. Tommy Dickinson still P4 in front of Joey Billum and Carter Spinks. And this is all about precision now. Cody Brennan able to lap in the 1:13s, but his fastest lap, that is a 1:13.4. But it's actually a 1:17.0 that Cody Brennan has set on the last lap time around. So the lap time is actually an unusual situation for the competitors because they start opposite the paddock, and then the start-finish line is actually round the far side of the course. It kind of harkens back to the old vintage Formula One days when they used to have the Grand Prix at Long Beach, when they would actually have a race that was ever so many laps and a half. Because they wouldn't complete the full race distance from the starting grid. They would only complete half a lap to the timing line. And that's kind of what we've got here at Three Sisters, as Cody Brennan just checks his bearings, doesn't want to overstress himself, just keeps it nice and tidy. Still the only rider currently on the race circuit in the 1:17s. Everybody else is closer to a 1:18 or even in the 1:20s. So the competition has started on the Sunday for a jubilant Cody Brennan. That's the kind of smart ride that gets you to a championship trophy, and he knew that that was going to be a fairly sublime run. So Cody Brennan ahead of Jake Todd and Louis Craig. That's your top three. Tommy Dickinson, P4 ahead of Joey Billum and Carter Spinks, and then Oscar Duckworth, Bobby Baker, Hugh McDowell, Oliver Mead, Dylan Mosgrove, and the one retirement from the race, Oscar Rowland. The number 12 is technically P12. So a perfect ride then in very tricky circumstances for Cody Brennan, who really had balance and poise all the way through. Didn't really look like he was going to be vanquished, and certainly had a very cool, calm and collected stance over the course of the weekend there. So you can be very happy with that. It's a good start in the first race of the day then for Cody Brennan. Next up will be the second race of the weekend in the Minimoto Pro.
Can I check with that? Can I check the gender?
Just to add to the list of things on this camera, it's really unbalanced. Who's that? The camera's really unbalanced, and I think it's the bolts is moving on the bottom, so it should be all the way back, and then you can't do up the base gets in the way of the screw, doesn't it? So,
At least the thing is YouTube.
I mean, I'm going to hold it, so that's not a problem, but I just thought I'd mention it just for when you get back.
So coming into this race then, the Minimoto Pros, this is their second race of the weekend building up to this point. The first race, of course, took place yesterday in the late stages of the afternoon here at Three Sisters. Just to bring you up to speed with how the Minimotos ended up shaping up. It's been a really competitive season in Minimoto over the course of the last few rounds, but it's not been particularly straightforward, that is for sure. A lot of people have found that it's been pretty difficult to remain consistent. Austin Dilks was the rider who came through for the victory in what is only a 4-bike field. 25 championship points though still for Austin Dilks, 20 for Daisy Grayson, who was in second place. Then Joey Billum and Harry Everts were the riders who were next in pursuit. So it's Austin Dilks that gets himself ready for the next point of contact out on the course. Austin Dilks will obviously be starting from pole position ahead of Daisy Grayson, Joey Billum and Harry Everts, and that is the way it's going to go. Qualification between them was fairly straightforward and standard. So essentially the race becomes about discipline and concentration as the riders will make their way out to the starting grid. So in terms of the championship fight in Minimoto, it has been an interesting one in this campaign. A lot of the column inches this season and a lot of the social media posts have been made about young Nelly Newth, who is not here this weekend, I should point out. So Nelly Newth fans are going to have to wait until she returns, hopefully for the last round of the championship. But this is a good chance for Austin Dilks to stretch his legs out front and essentially move into what is potentially a championship winning position. Benny Grayson is not here either, so we've got plenty of good chances for Joey Billum and Harry Everts to pick up some pieces, as of course we do for Daisy Grayson. There's only 4 of them in the field, as I mentioned, but they have still got their race to run. And obviously with the Minimotos being as young as they are, they cannot race on the course with another class, which would obviously make the logistical challenges a little bit easier. But all of these riders know that they've obviously got a bit of an interesting battle ahead of them. There's only going to be 4 of them. There's quite a disparity between the lap times, as there often is in the British mini bikes categories. But race they still will. So the contenders venture out of the pits and they will basically do their reconnaissance lap. And then they will bring the bikes back into position once again. It's a shorter configuration of the circuit for the Minimotos, of course, as is normally the way. The Minimotos obviously being smaller and slower in their capabilities, so it'll be a chance for them to stretch their legs on this particular circuit, but they won't be using quite the same configuration of circuit. So we'll get to see the riders form up on the starting grid. Expect Austin Dilks to go from pole position into the lead and spread things out. It should be fairly statutory, this race, based on the lap times that we saw in qualifying. And then, of course, the first race that took place yesterday. Austin Dilks, Daisy Grayson, Joey Billum and Harry Everts, the riders in the field. But still, it's an opportunity for them to test their concentration and their ability, and it will be much harder today than it was yesterday, so you can't really count anything out at this moment in time. As into position the riders go, there are Joey Billum and Daisy Grayson stopping in position. There is Austin Dilks taking his residency in pole position. Racing is still racing, no matter how many competitors you've got on the starting grid, you've still got to make a good race of it. And so that is exactly what our riders will do. The grid is cleared. And so it is Dilks, Grayson, Billum and Everts. The flag drops and we will go racing as soon as the lights go out. And the riders are ready. Hopefully they're going to have a clean start. They do indeed. And Daisy Grayson tries her best to move forward, but it's actually going to be Joey Billum that takes the early lead in the wet conditions here. Joey Billum from 3rd position jumps ahead of Dilks and Grayson, with Harry Everts following in pursuit in 4th position. So a terrific start from Joey Billum on the 59, but watch for the confidence of Austin Dilks to really grow into its own here. In these very tricky conditions, it should be reasonably straightforward for Austin Dilks to make the move here on Joey Billum. But mind you, if you get it wrong, then it's very easy for it all to slip away from you. So as the contenders run in close proximity, I think actually there's already been the change for the lead. I might be mistaken in thinking that Joey Billam was still leading the race. He did get the initial jump, but Austin Dilks appears to be in front again. Yes, that is Austin Dilks. So he did manage to drop back and then get back into his lead position fairly quickly. Based on lap time alone, Daisy Grayson will have plenty of opportunities to close up on Joey Billam and hopefully make the move. But let's not forget that those wet patches around the circuit do give riders a little bit more of a headache in terms of their confidence. Ten laps of this Three Sisters course to come. Austin Dilks leading the way here in front of Joey Billam, with Daisy Grayson, after her initially good start yesterday, it's just lacking a little bit of confidence, I guess, in the greasy and damp conditions here at Three Sisters. It was raining quite hard at the start of the morning, so expect some very difficult challenges ahead for the riders. Across the timing beacon has gone Austin Dilks, and he's lapping in the 101s at the moment compared to Joey Billam and Daisy Grayson, who are on 104s. So that tells you quite a lot about the difference in pace between the riders out there on the course at the moment. Certainly not what they were hoping for, that is for sure. But it is a very difficult race battle that the contenders trying to keep up with Austin Dilks are going to be having. Daisy Grayson right in there behind Joey Billam, second in yesterday's heat, but hoping for a little bit more than third position in this one. And it could be tricky to see whether or not she makes it there, because this is going to be a very tricky circuit to navigate and negotiate. Out in front, though, no big concerns for Austin Dilks. Once he got himself back into the lead, he's been very comfortable since that point. Joey Billam and Daisy Grayson are losing about 3 seconds a lap or so to Austin Dilks at the moment. Dilks has a lot more confidence in the wet conditions. But of course, you've still got to stay upright. Despite having confidence, if you push too hard and you drop the bike, you are not allowed to pick it up again in BMB. So for safety reasons, the British mini bikes regulations state that if a junior competitor goes down on the bike and falls off, they are not allowed to restart. It's in the senior categories it's different, but in the junior categories it's just too big a risk when you don't know what damage there is to the bike, you don't know what damage there is to the rider. So they've just decided this rule needs to be in place and needs to be an enforced rule as well, which I can only say I agree with, to be fair. Austin Dilks ahead of Joey Billam by 3 seconds a lap, who was ahead of Daisy Grayson by 3 seconds a lap or so now, with Harry Everts just ticking over in the 1 minute 10s, doing his thing and making sure he stays well out of trouble. That's all you can sometimes do in a field like this, when you've just got to focus on your objectives, tick off boxes, try and make sure that you nail every apex. The second you hit one at a difficult angle in junior, you're going to pirouette around. So you have to make some fairly decent judgment calls after how hard you're going to push and how hard you're going to rein it back in. It's almost if you're driving these bikes, you're riding these bikes about 75% of their capability in these conditions, because you don't want to push them too hard. That's when you start to twitch, you lose balance, you lose confidence in the bike, and then you're suddenly washed out. So it does take a little bit of coaxing. It does take a little bit of soothing for these riders. They've got to give themselves a little bit of breathing space out there on the course. But it's not particularly easy to see how it's going to continue to progress, because certainly in Minimoto it's looking pretty much straightforward. But it's anything but that in the other competitors, in the other categories. So they're all obviously trying to bring themselves further forward and trying to make a bit of hay while the sun shines. But it's certainly not easy to give them that opportunity. Nobody's really making it too difficult to keep up to date at the moment. The racers still all just keeping themselves in good check here. Certainly no major concerns at the moment as the riders are continuing off on that far side of the course. And bring it back onto the pit straight. Austin Dilks just checking away. Joey Billam has a little bit more confidence in the wet than Daisy Grayson. That's effectively the order of proceedings in this one. 6 laps to go. And Austin Dilks, having had 4 laps of this race already in front of Joey Billam, with 4 competitors, you do wonder just how much hard work is going to be needed to be done by anybody in this race, because they're all pretty much taking it in their stride now. So all going to plan for Austin Dilks. He took the win yesterday. Looks like he's going to take the win again today. Joey Billam still running a relatively good race, ahead of Daisy Grayson, pacing her by about 2 seconds or so per lap at the moment. So there is potential for a little bit more time to come. But I've got a sneaky suspicion that it isn't quite going to be so difficult for Austin Dilks to finish the job. He's already completed half the race distance here at Three Sisters. But he's now settling into a very comfortable rhythm and flow. It's not going to be that long until he laps Harry Everts in the 4th position bike, 61. Because he's currently lapping him at the rate of almost 9 to 12 seconds per lap quicker. That's the difference, only in confidence in these conditions. It's got nothing to do with power. It's got nothing to do with having the better bike. It's to have the better mentality to come into these races. How big is the confidence that you're going to carry into these races? Well, that is absolutely bubbling over here for Austin Dilks. Doesn't hurt that he's got 3 opponents rather than about a dozen or so. But it's still a very tricky task for any youngster to be pushing for. Out of the final turn and down the pit straight once again. The timing line is not here, by the way, even though the start of the race is. It's actually on the other side of the circuit. That is where the timing line is, and that's where the checkered flag goes out at the end of each race. So there is Austin Dilks about to lap Harry Everts, who is the 4th of the 4 riders. Just do it gently. Don't trip over him. These are the wet conditions. I know you're being a little bit tentative, but don't be too panicked or alarmed. As round the outside he goes to finish off the move there. Perfectly straightforward. Certainly no need to panic at the moment. And it looks very good indeed for Austin Dilks and Joey Billam in 1st and 2nd place, although the gap between them is now 17.5 seconds, and it could go up to 20 seconds within a very short space of time indeed. Dilks is certainly looking pretty confident in the lead of this one, and even though there are far sketchier patches around this circuit than the cameras make out, he is coping with the difficulty and the pressure very well indeed, very calmly and very maturely. Daisy Grayson, 3rd position at the moment for the young lady. Still trying to make some magic as she puts herself into the top 3 for the moment, but Joey Billam definitely has that slightly higher confidence threshold. So tricky stuff, but Austin Dilks is not too far away now from securing the victory in a very pleasant fashion. He's not just winning these races, he's absolutely marching to the victory every time. So Austin Dilks looking fairly comfortable. The riders in the Mini GP UK 190 and Mini GP 190 over 70 categories that share the race circuit because they're in a similar class. They're doing a great job at the moment, those competitors, to deal with these conditions, but this is certainly the toughest of our classes in these conditions because you have very little experience of looking after the tyres, the tyre pressures, the management and everything on these bikes. And you do have to make adjustments in these wet conditions, that's for sure. 2 laps to go then for Austin Dilks. He's been very calm to turn this bike through each of the apexes without breaking so much as a sweat. I've barely even seen him wobble out there in the lead of this race. He's just got that confidence and got that ability to just sit back and go, look at who else is around here trying to take the wins off me. We know how quick we are compared with them, so let's just change nothing. If we stay as we are, it's all going to be okay. So into the final lap then goes Austin Dilks, looking fairly chilled out now, ahead of Joey Billam and Daisy Grayson, exactly what they were hoping for as well. 2nd and 3rd place finishes for them in front of Harry Everts, who is not going to remain on the lead lap. He may well later on, when we get to the last race of the day, they may well investigate if there's any shenanigans, but certainly there are none to speak of at the moment. For rider number 85, Austin Dilks goes down the pit straight for the final time, because obviously they only do a half completion victory lap here at Three Sisters. They bring it straight back into the pits again when they're finished. But Austin Dilks has been absolutely sublime. No panic at all from this very likeable young Englishman. And Austin Dilks is going to take it nice and steady as he comes off the final turn. He will charge for the finish line, and he'll be very happy to have got through a very difficult race indeed there. Austin Dilks takes the checkered flag for the first race of the weekend. The second race of the weekend in the Minimoto category. Joey Billum in second place. Daisy Grayson is Avali in third. And then, of course, Harry Everts, who finished a lap down, will be classified as fourth place. So, excellent ride from Austin Dilks. Certainly nothing he needed to be panicking about. Won the final there by almost 36 seconds. So, very impressive stuff there. Austin Dilks, 31 seconds ahead of Joey Billum. And only a little bit behind that was Daisy Grayson in third position. Harry Everts able to come home in fourth place. We'll continue our program with the Mini GP UK 190, the official Road to MotoGP class, and also the Mini GP 190/70. We'll head out onto the circuit shortly. And so out onto the course then for the FIM Mini GP UK 190 series, the Road to MotoGP. And of course they share the starting grid with the Mini GP 190 over 70 2025 British mini bikes class as well. So there's a lot at stake and a lot of pride in this particular competition, as there always is. And the riders wanting to compete and win in Mini GP 190, well, it's perfectly straightforward. They want to be competing for their future careers in the sport. It's going to be fascinating to see how it all plays out once the riders line up in their positions. We're going to get to see some truly exciting battles and banter out on the course here. Certainly for the previous race in the weekend, it's been a very interesting challenge for all of the contenders, but the weather conditions have certainly played against most of the competitors at this stage. So Wilson Dilks and Tyler Humphreys are going to be on the front row of the grid for this one. Hudson Cooper and Charlie Cunningham, Lucas King and Joshua Herring from Harry Rafferty, and then it is Ollie Everts in 8th place and David Wilton in P9. So with the riders in position, Tyler Humphreys and Wilson Dilks are going to be two men to watch out for in this one, of course, as is Hudson Cooper. Still a lot of racers with a chance to prove something, getting to the closing stages of 2025, and they're going to be starting to think about what kind of equipment they'll be competing with in 2026. It's always an interesting time of the season for that, as the mechanics leave the riders on the circuit, ready to have their battle. This is obviously the close to MiniGP UK 190 class. They're going to have their race, and then after that will be the FIM MiniGP 190. Off we go, and a hard charge from the tail end of the field, an absolute rocket ship of a start. As Joshua Herring throws himself into the mix there. I think that might have been Lucas King making some progress off the grid as well. So already there's been some very exciting battles in the first couple of corners, but it's now about settling into a rhythm and not getting confused by where the wet patches are around the circuit. So still they run together as they exit the first part of the course and then get themselves onto the long flowing right-hander that then goes on and on and on. And it's the 34, the fast starting Charlie Cunningham, that works himself into the lead of this race from Wilson Dilks, Tyler Humphries, Hudson Cooper and Lucas King. So now it's all about Charlie Cunningham just settling into that rhythm, having blasted himself into the lead. He's got it all to do as he tries to stay well clear of Wilson Dilks as they come across the line. They've certainly had their fair share of moments. But for the moment, it is Charlie Cunningham ahead of Wilson Dilks, Tyler Humphries, and then Hudson Cooper and Hudson Cooper and Lucas King, and then Harry Rafferty, Joshua Herring, Ollie Everts, and David Wilton. That's the order as I see it on my time screen, although again, the timing monitor is starting to throw some little temper tantrums at me, which makes it very difficult to follow what's actually happening in the race live as it happens. But there's no doubt who's leading this one. That is the 34, Charlie Cunningham, riding beautifully here at Three Sisters to stretch his advantage out in front of the course. So we can see the battles raging over the top of the crest. Good to see a few riders pushing the limits of what they can and can't expect. So now there's an interesting and intriguing battle down to the first corner. Riders getting a little bit too close to each other for comfort. Charlie Cunningham has the advantage of being very smooth on this circuit in all conditions. And certainly here, he's showing Wilson Dilks and Tyler Humphries a clean set of heels. So here those two are again. So now those slippery, greasy conditions are really going to play into its own here. And so they still ramp up the attack here. Charlie Cunningham ahead of Dilks. Humphries and Cooper, we're actually watching Lucas Carr, I think. Now riding around the far side on the back straight, hoping that there's a mistake coming. But so far, everybody's remaining upway. We had a couple of trip-ups and falls when people were really pushing it in the warm-up. But after his mega start, Charlie Cunningham is finding that just following the leader is not really a perfect stance of getting yourself prepared for the worst in the higher echelons of the sport, in the World Superbikes and Moto GP of this world. We are trying to get yourself a decent run together. But of course you have to think about multiple factors in these conditions. You don't want to push the bike too hard. You don't want to push yourself too hard either. There is a bit of a psychological edge to the drivers who stay relatively close quarters. But Charlie Cunningham is your leader. This is Wilson Dilks and Tyler Humphries. Running on the far side, trying to see if there's an overtaking move or two here. Down the inside line. That's fairly brave from the red bike of Hudson Cooper. Still getting himself very much in the zone here. Hoping that there's going to be some more to do and some more to discuss, but there's still 5 laps on the board in the MiniGP UK 190. Only those 4 competitors in the class: Charlie Cunningham, Wilson Dilks, Tyler Humphries and Hudson Cooper, with the retirement and absence, rather sadly, of Lucas King. And then we've got So out in first position, Charlie Cunningham just keeping it nice and tidy, 6.3 seconds. That start clearly did wonders for his confidence in this race. It's been very tough stuff all the way. Charlie Cunningham, Wilson Dilks, Tyler Humphries, Hudson Cooper and Harry Rafferty. Rafferty, of course, leading the way in the Mini GP 190/70 category. Is there going to be a charge forward now? Because Tyler Humphries is starting to step up the attack, but so is Hudson Cooper. Cooper trying to put on the pressure here to Tyler Humphries. Cunningham having an easy race of it. There's Wilson Dilks. And now Hudson Cooper trying to pressure Tyler Humphries into making the error. But both riders having a very solid race of it. It's not quite torrential downpours territory yet, but certainly the rain is there and evident enough in the air, as now we've got round the outside a really good duel going on here. I think this is in the category for the Mini GP 190/70 rather than the race leading battle in FIM Mini GP 190. Now, is there going to be a chance again here for Hudson Cooper? Really hustling Tyler Humphries all the way. Might get a better run off the turn. Is he going to be brave enough to stick it up the inside line in these damp conditions? It would be asking a lot of a rider. But Hudson Cooper is definitely the kind of rider who will want to take some great chance. Still no change in the order up front. So once again, Hudson Cooper hustling Tyler Humphries to try and move his way into what would be third position in the FIM Road to MotoGP category. Is there going to be a little bit of a maneuver, coming in from Hudson Cooper? It looks good off the turn. Still, neither man is dropping that much time significantly to Wilson Dilks in second. And up the inside line, there's the move from Hudson Cooper. Side by side with Tyler Humphries for the majority of that run. Set him up to the inside line and made it count. We lost them there briefly as they went over the crest, but that's all the hard work that Tyler Humphries has had to endure there from Hudson Cooper, and Cooper is the one who's been able to make the advantage count to him. So good work to Hudson Cooper. Third position. So now the riders are lapping the traffic. This is quite a crucial and important phase of the race battle, because you don't know how much time you're going to cost yourself. You don't know how much time you're going to lose over the course of proceedings. So you have to be very careful how much time you then inform the other paramount. Up on the inside line, nicely done there from Hudson Cooper. Moves into third position and checks out a little bit now from Tyler Humphries. So that's exactly the way it should be done. Not an easy overtaking move to pull off that from Hudson Cooper. But he certainly decided that, look, I don't want to get so close to that top five without actually stepping on it. So now comes a little bit, oh no, still very close in. Down to the hairpin, looks pretty comfortable at the moment between these three riders. Although Wilson Dilks has lost a lot of time going through the traffic, Hudson Cooper looking so much more confident, knowing that there isn't much for him to do here that's going to be of any cause or concern. He can just tick off laps now, basically, and still have a very easy time of things. But Charlie Cunningham has come through for an absolutely dominant race battle after what has been a truly sensational start for Charlie Cunningham. That's a win that he's going to remember for a long, long time. Wilson Dilks, Tyler Humphries and Hudson Cooper in that order. What happened to Tyler Humphries? What happened? Yeah, Hudson Cooper was in third position. Did he go down on the very last lap, I wonder? Because Hudson Cooper was battling away to keep his third position there with Tyler Humphries. Several riders have obviously crossed the line to finish things off. There is that Hudson Cooper now battling away and gets the last couple of riders to finish off the race battle. Hudson Cooper's not come through to finish at all. So I do wonder if that was the quick release of the battle from number 34. So that's it for the MiniGP UK 190 and MiniGP 190 70 opening race. Now we'll take a pause again as we prepare ourselves for the Minibike 160s and Minibike veterans. They'll head out onto the course very shortly indeed.
I'm fine for now. Thanks. Yeah, I've got my food with me as well. Is there another race now?
As you can see, it's a rather blustery day here at Three Sisters in Wigan for the British Minibikes. Fourth round of 2025, I should say. 5-round championship. There's not 25 rounds over the course of this season. That would be a very impressive race schedule. But as you can see, since the start of the day, when it was fairly heavy, the rain showers over the circuit, it has eased a little bit now. So that's going to make things a little bit more variable for the contenders as the track dries out. It's not going to be perfect in places. It is going to be pretty tricky. So a few people are going to have to balance themselves in the opening phase of the race here, because it's not altogether clear who's going to get done a decent race battle over the course of a race like this. Certainly it's been an interesting one so far this weekend. Tommy Fielding qualified ahead of Jake Whittaker, with Cameron Caulfield ahead of Tim Pattison and Lee West. Sam Morrison, Dave Cook, Mike Carr, Aaron Parker and Chris Grieve rounding out the top 10. So it's definitely going to be a very interesting challenge. And of course, the veterans race in with the Minibike 160s. So there is a little bit of pride at stake here from the riders as well. They don't want to get beaten by one of their veteran counterparts. But if they're still fit enough and capable enough to put on a good show, who are we to argue? They've got a great opportunity on a circuit like this to take full advantage of a couple of errors in judgment that will almost certainly be part of the race day today. I would be very surprised indeed if at least one rider doesn't have a very scary moment to try and put things back the way they should be. They round the course to go onto the timing screen. And all 20 riders have come through, all 20 run riders, my apologies. There are a few more still to come out of the pits, I'm told. Tommy Fielding ahead of Jake Whittaker on the start itself at the moment. However, it's a very different story. There are the front row men on the starting grid. Tommy Fielding and Jake Whittaker. Then Cameron Caulfield from Tim Pattison, Lee West and Sam Morrison, Dave Cook and Mike Carr, Aaron Parker and Chris Grieve to round out the top 10. Then it's Ben Johnson, Chris Heimers, Matthew Lindley and Jamie Smith from Barry Clark and Aidan Walker, Connor Smith, Nicky Margetson and then Jordan Grant ahead of Michael Jadkins, Adam Hilton, Pete Johnson, Jim Pallister, Cameron Hawes and then Barry Lindley. There was no time set in qualifying for the number 15, Ben Nixon, although I'm not entirely sure what the reason for doing so would be. But certainly now it's time to see what Tommy Fielding can do to keep up his morale in this first race of the weekend for them. 8 laps of the course here. It's the longer configuration, and we're going to wait to see those lights go out. Ready to see if Tommy Fielding can take full advantage of the lead that he's got into turn one. He'll obviously have the inside line, and we charge forward. Good start from Jake Whittaker. Not quite able to get ahead of Tommy Fielding, though. So as they work their way through the hairpin at the beginning of the first lap, it's no change at all up at the sharp end, because we've got Tommy Fielding still having a very good race of it here ahead of Jake Whittaker. Homers, Grieve, Caulfield, West, Johnson and Jamie Smith all squabbling away for the positions further back, as it really does look as though the sun is starting to come out here at Three Sisters, and that's a little bit more like it for a jolly solly holiday. But certainly for the riders here, it's still business as usual. These are the athletes and the competitors who sacrifice things like holidays in order to get better at the thing that they desire, which is, of course, pushing flat on the throttle with a decent lean angle to coax your way very nicely through the field. So now Tommy Fielding just settling into a fairly smooth run at the front end of this field. Just trying to keep himself very neat and tidy for the moment. 8 laps of the course here for Tommy Fielding, still running a very smooth and very content race here ahead of Jake Whittaker, Lee West, Chris Grieve, Mike Carr and Tim Patterson. So the riders are still giving us plenty of entertainment in the opening phase of this race, as the Minibike 160s and the Minibike veterans are sharing the course here. There is Tommy Fielding, having started from the front, and he's continuing to run in close proximity. He carries the number 1 on his front fairing, I do believe. Certainly looks like a 1 from that particular angle. But Fielding has put the ball rolling in with his first competitive lap of the season. This is a terrific battle sizing up on the far side of the course here. So we've got 4 riders squabbling away in that mix, essentially. I think, if my guess is not terribly off the mark, it's going to be Jordan Grant, Barry Lindley, Dave Cook and Jim McAllister that are engaged in that battle in the midfield. And it does seem as though everywhere you look, there is a really intriguing set of animals that can pop in around the circuit, as long as they don't stray onto the track itself. They'll have plenty of opportunities. So now with Tommy Fielding trying to get well clear of Jake Whittaker, it's now up to 3rd place for Chris Grieve. He's got ahead of Lee West, and also similarly Chris Heimers has made the move on Tim Patterson. So Fielding, Whittaker, Grieve, then Lee West. So now we've got an immense battle cooking up between these 3 riders, still on the outskirts of the top 10. It is getting very close indeed between them all. I wonder if that's not Tim Patterson actually trying to get past in the F1 venue. So Fielding leads the way. Still a lot of discrepancy in the officialdom. Now we're waiting to see if there's going to be a big dive on the inside line from one of these bikers to try and improve the position. Tommy Fielding still leads the way from Jake Whittaker, Chris Grieve, Lee West and Tim Patterson, but there might be a move or two coming as down the inside, trying the luck for an overtake. Not going to happen around the outside, as already our contenders are well aware of what she's going to be able to do across the board here. That is Saki Amchan. Tommy Fielding ahead of Jake Whittaker, but it's very tough. At the moment is ahead of Mike Carr, and then it is Michael Judkins and Ben Johnson, with Dave Cook running behind Barry Lindley, and then Jim Pallister and Cameron Hawes are in the mix. So that's a grand total of 8, I believe, of those competitors up in the mark. Minibike veterans still trying to make a play for the overall victory, especially when you are a competitor as fired up as Lee West. Now we're going to go side by side. At least the track is getting to the point where we can start to do that. And it's the patchwork machine that's actually come out on top here. So out of the turn, still doing a grand job here. Out in the lead of the race is Tommy Fielding. Jake Whittaker in second to Chris Grieve, and here is the Tim Patterson effect, as it's called, diving up on the inside line. And not a lot of retaliation was really on offer there, to be honest. So of course there's going to be some more shovels of the death. Lee West now sadly down into P6 as a result of those last couple of laps battling away with people. So 4 laps to go, and Tommy Fielding has the advantage here on Jake Whittaker, Chris Grieve, then Tim Patterson, Chris Heimers ahead of Lee West even, my apologies, Mike Carr, Jamie Smith and Sam Morrison running in the top 10. So now this battle wraps up a little bit, and it's going to be interesting to see if either rider has what it takes to pull off the killer instinct move, either to defend the position or to grab the position away. I suppose the problem is the onus on these particular bikes, which is obviously part of the British Mini Bikes Championship, Road to Moto GP. You start to look at the sort of battles here at Three Sisters, and you do get the sense that there are a couple of impatient characters trying to find a little bit more out of the car. The sun glare is pretty strong on the pit straight here. But again, what if this turns out to be one of those circuits that you report one colour, which is amazing in the flesh, where that has been portrayed, but also a very tricky situation because you've got a lot more ambition coming from the riders up front. Tommy Fielding has never had it so good here, and is still looking strong with 2 laps to go here at Wigan. You've just got to have faith that when you turn, the bike is going to bite you, and that's when we tend to get a lot of the mistakes in those last 2 to 3 laps. So now Tommy Fielding can just check out and finish his run. 1:07.0 at the moment is the fastest time he has set. That is a full second quicker than anybody else. It's been very tricky to figure out who's going to get the best of the balance. The leading veteran, by the way, is Lee West, ahead of Mike Carr, Ben Johnson and Michael Ludkins, with the fellow competitors in the veterans class, Barry Lindley, Tim Pallister and Dave Cook, all still having a very decent race of it where they are. Last lap for Tommy Fielding. This is going to be one of those lights to flag victories that lets you know you're alive and feels great for the motivation as well. It must be so difficult to keep the composure with these tricky conditions, especially for Tim Patterson and Chris Heimers. They're still having an incredible duel, the 2 riders, while Jake Whittaker is currently about 11.4 seconds back from Tommy Fielding. That's not enough really to mount a challenge, but certainly for the very talented competitors out there, it's going to be an interesting one for Tommy Fielding as he comes through. If the checkered flag this time, and there's probably no reason at all why he shouldn't be absolutely delirious the way this race, as he showing his Grand Prix result, that isn't it? And even though the conditions do look a bit Shanghai, sisters, and it'll be a perfectly easy run to the victory in the end then for the fast starting Tommy Fielding. Never really had any issue at all to look back. Whittaker in second place in front of Tim Patterson and Chris Heimers, with Lee West P6 ahead of Chris Grieve, Jamie Smith, Samuel Morrison, Mike Carr, and Aidan Walker in the top 10 ahead of Ben Johnson, Michael Ludwigs, then Nicky Margaret's son, and Matthew Lindley, Jordan Grant, Connor Smith, Barry Lindley, and then the two last words are very impressive. Jill Pallister and Cameron Cornfield running in 113. So an excellent run then for the Minibike 160s and the Minibike veterans. It's a win in the veteran for Lee West ahead of Mike Carr. And in third place, so there was Ben Johnson ahead of Michael Jidkins.
Warming up. On the start line, yeah, it's just been like the biggest pull I've ever seen.
Well, apologies there for the breakup in sound. I don't quite know what happened there, but there were some slight difficulties, but we've managed to get it back together again. We're in the FIM MiniGP UK 160 first race. Max Robinson leading the way from Leo Soliu, then Riley Robinson and Josh Herring. Riley Robinson has only just made that move to get into third position ahead of Josh Herring. Austin Wilton at P5 at the moment. And then Charlie Dickinson and William Dickinson. There is quite a variation at the moment in lap times as the circuit dries out. There were some yellow flags at this particular section of the course a short while ago. I'm not entirely sure whether that has resulted in a retirement or not, but certainly only one lap completed by William Dickinson. So I would estimate then that it's the 24 bike that is currently having some difficulties. Max Robinson certainly out in front, but you can see for yourself that the race that started under wet conditions, there is still cloud cover, it is still overcast, but at least there are some flashes of sunshine coming through now in the MiniGP UK 160 class. So Max Robinson leading the way here. His best lap time so far is a 1:05.5, but now the competitors are lapping about 3 seconds a lap or so slower than their previous best, or at least certainly in Max Robinson's case. I wonder if he was just struggling for that particular moment, because he's done a 1:08.2 compared to a 1:05.5 as his best lap of the race. However, having said that, Max Robinson is still the fastest rider out there on the course, even though he's almost 3 seconds a lap slower than his previous best lap there. Stationary yellow flag becomes a waved yellow flag. Are we going to have a second retirement here? Certainly there is some work going on at this part of the course. I don't know whether that's a breakdown for another competitor. But Riley Robinson has moved his way into third position ahead of Joshua Herring. But Max Robinson skating his way through on the far side of the course here to really get himself into the mix. Roll off the power. And so it is all about Max Robinson just disappearing into the lead here. 9.6 seconds clear of the rest of the field, having set incredible initial pace. He's not really having to break too much of a sweat here in terms of his prowess on the course. We're having some more difficulties, unfortunately, with the timing screen. It hasn't updated in a while for me. So we know, obviously, that Max Robinson has got himself into the lead and is currently going through the traffic. I imagine it's going to be either Austin Wilton or Charlie Dickinson, largely because those two competitors, Wilton and Dickinson, find themselves about 10 seconds a lap, roughly off the pace. And to prove that, well, it's a 1:05.5 best lap for Max Robinson. Best lap so far for Charlie Dickinson is a 1:15.573. So there really isn't much to choose between those two rivals in terms of raw speed, as Leo Soliu is trying to push himself into position. So far, so good for Max Robinson, keeping that consistency and keeping that gap to himself. He's taking it nicely down the main straight. But certainly for Max Robinson in the lead of the race here, this is perfectly calm and calculated. So down the pit straight once again, as Leo Soliu finds that he's really having to go very progressive and very steadily in pursuit of the lead here, but his second place is looking untenable from the ever impressive Riley Robinson. So let's see how the contenders will continue to flare. Still these two rage and battle. I think this is the Riley Robinson versus Joshua Herring affair. And so now the competitors are trying to find that little bit of extra pace before they get to the checkered flag. Not a lot to do, because they're obviously pushing the limits of what is possible already as competitors in the MiniGP UK 160 series. The most points on offer, of course, being a win in the final race of the day a little bit later on. That's the one that a lot of the thrill seekers want, as now we're going to go wheel to wheel into turn one with an audacious move around the outside. That is ludicrously difficult to pull off. And yeah, but so out in front, there is the number 99, Max Robertson, having a perfectly plain sailing day at the office here. No major causes for concern as Leo Soliu runs this. And so now we're waiting for those last couple of laps to tick down. There is Max Robertson. Sublime effort from him so far this weekend, and certainly putting to sleep any suggestion that this weekend was going to be a tough one for him to score well in. Now he's up there fighting with the best of them. So Max Robertson, plenty still to do, and we look back and we find that is going to be Leo Soliu's car, I do believe. So on the far side of the course then, Max Robinson is going to punch his fist in the air. He's absolutely ecstatic as he takes the checkered flag in the MiniGP UK 160 2025 race opener at Three Sisters for him. Apologies, my timing screen went completely out of action in that one, and also the audio issues. I do apologise. We'll try and keep on top of everything over the course of the day as we can. Max Robinson has checked out in front of Leo Soliu to the tune of about 12 seconds. As there goes Austin Wilton. It will come across the line. Now does not really improve position, not enough to perhaps get a little bit calmer through the course of the race. But certainly Max Robertson dominating proceedings. It's very easy to see that once you get into the lead in these races, when the conditions are a little bit more damp, a little bit more changeable, a little bit more variable, being in that first position off the start is so crucial. So well done to Max Robertson, getting ahead and then controlling and dictating the pace from there. Leo Sculpture the second, Porsche Galgagiano, we're hoping will be the fourth. And then it will be a fantastic charge forward from the competitors in the MGP 17 Championship with the Super Minis coupled with them. But it's Max Robertson that takes the win in MiniGP UK 160 ahead of Leo Soliu. Joshua Herring in third place ahead of Riley Robertson. Then Austin Wilton was a lap away. William Dickinson ended up having to retire from the race, and it looked to me as though Charlie Dickinson never got the chance to race in the first place. So bitter disappointment, but there is always the next round of the championship. Next up, it is the MGP 17 Championship and Super Minis. As you can see, they're heading out onto the course now. So we'll get to see some truly exciting battles from them. And it's already been a very competitive race duel between them all. But this is where Lawrence Wardle, Louis Smith, Michael Med, Leo Caulfield, Andrea Tudilla, Jake Smith, Charlie Cunningham, Phil Dickens, Joe Milnes, Alex Clark, Paul Jennings, Andrew Jones, Tyler Hartley, Lee Thompson, and Liam Whiteley and Dan Baker. That is how the competitors will line up. And for Lawrence Wardle, this is a great chance to pull back some points in the championship fight. So as the competitors work their way forward to the starting grid, it's going to be tricky to predict if anyone is going to really bite the bullet and go for some fast moves now, because we're obviously getting very close to that. So now the bikes lining up in position. Tyler Hartley and Paul Jennings from Lawrence Wardle and Alex Clark. And that's only at the sharp end of the dais. Everybody getting themselves ready for another exciting bout on the course. The MGP 17s versus the Super Minis, and it's Lawrence Wardle on pole position alongside Louis Smith. Then you can see there's a few absences from the starting grid. That looks like Louis Smith, and also a couple of others are missing from the fray there. But the red flag is stationary, so the riders know that they are about to prepare for the restart. He clears it. He waves the flag stationary before the lights go out, and then when the lights go out, I'll read it for stupidity. Under starters orders then, apologies, Lawrence Wardle getting a decent start from the front end of the grid then. Couple of absentees at the front end of the field, wasn't entirely sure what the reason for that is, but Lawrence Wardle with an initial good start. Tyler Hartley though is the one that's able to put on a good show from the outset, as now on the inside line Lawrence Wardle is having to chop across and defend to try and stop his opponents coming through. But so far for Lawrence Wardle, it's all looking good ahead of the 19 bike in second position. But as there is no 19 in the field, I'm going to guess that that's an opportunity for another rider, Charlie Cunningham, diving up the inside line to take the place there of Lawrence Wardle. Michael Med, 13th position, has got traffic of his own to contend with. Phil Dickens in P5 with Joe Milnes, Paul Jennings, Tyler Hartley, Louis Smith and Andrew Jones, all battling together with it. But now we've got a new leader. His name is Charlie Cunningham, having already taken a dominant victory earlier on in the drizzling wet conditions. Now he's got a chance to really put something special together. But he leads the way here at Three Sisters as the sun is set to come back in North Wigan. And so for Charlie Cunningham, it's time to try and stretch away from Lawrence Wardle. Michael Med in third position, and then Phil Dickens, Alex Clark, Joe Milnes ahead of Paul Jennings, and then it is Tyler Hartley ahead of Louis Smith, Andrew Jones, Lee Thompson, Dan Baker and Liam Whiteley. That's the order at the moment. On off the right, off the bike. Is that Cunningham? Is that Cunningham that's fallen off there? Now, let's not forget that's the Mini GP 17 Championship and the Super Minis. So that is Charlie Cunningham, our race leader, that has dropped it on the far side. Now, I don't know what the regulation is there for Charlie Cunningham. I think he is able to get back on the bike and go again, because it's not one of the junior categories, of course, the Mini GP 17 Championship, as well as the Super Minis. They can restart it in this class. So Charlie Cunningham is very lucky indeed, having taken the early advantage. He then sadly drops the bike, and that drops him to the back of the field on only the second lap of racing. No, sorry, it wasn't even the end of the first lap of racing, was it? So big disasters then for Charlie Cunningham. But he'll want to try and make up for that a little bit later on in the weekend if he can. It's certainly pretty tricky stuff at the front end of the field as a result of that, because now we've got the 43 of Alex Clark trying to dive up the inside line and take the place away from Lawrence Wardle, which he has done. So we've got three leaders in the space of 2 laps there, because Lawrence Wardle led, then Charlie Cunningham led, and now Alex Clark has taken over the lead here. It is going to look an interesting one as Lawrence Wardle is doing a fair job there in second position as well. Michael Med, Paul Jennings, Phil Dickens and Joe Milnes, your top 6 at this moment. But Alex Clark is doing the best of everything he possibly can. And so the competitors are still trying to find a little bit more pace in the bike and a little bit of pace in themselves as well. Try and find too much and you're going to find that you'll have exactly the same kind of incident as Charlie Cunningham did. But still, the Mini GP 17s and the Super Minis are definitely giving us a little bit of a nice spectacle here. 4 versus 40. Well, that's, the 7 is Dan Baker. If anyone wants to say hello. So now the battle really raging again between Michael Med, Paul Jennings and Lawrence Wardle. Wardle struggling to hold his nerve here as he sees the opportunity to become a race winner on the Nordschleifer again. Is not that easy. Alex Clark leading the way, Michael Med, Paul Jennings, Lawrence Wardle. Phil Dickens, P5, Joe Milnes, P6, Tyler Hartley, Lee Thompson, Andrew Jones and Louis Smith. Then Baker, Whiteley and Charlie Cunningham, after his fall earlier on, is still trying to make some progress at the moment. There is the 19. So that looks to me like there's been a swap around of bikes before the start of this race. I do wonder if that's the reason why we suddenly got a 777. Michael having a very difficult day of it at the moment. So Clark leads, Med in second, Wardle is in third. So you can still see some spots of rain on the camera lens to a certain extent. But Alex Clark leads the way here from Michael Med, Lawrence Wardle and Phil Dickens. Then Joe Milnes, Tyler Hartley, Lee Thompson, Paul Jennings and Andrew Jones, with Charlie Cunningham having now worked his way back into, I think that is 10th position, ahead of Louis Smith and Liam Whiteley with Dan Baker. Right on the far side of the course now, it's Alex Clark on the 43 bike. He's the one that seems to want this the most. So there's going to be a really intense closing few laps of racing here, as the Mini GP17s and Super Minis still having a very decent race of this. But still out in front, Alex Clark, making it very nice and straightforward. So out on the far side of the course, Lawrence Wardle has worked his way ahead of Michael Med, who are battling for P2. But it's all going to be about making that crucial error in judgment. If it never comes and it stays as a stalemate, that's one thing. But occasionally you can find yourself pushing just that little bit too hard to get that little bit more momentum out of the machinery. So now we're going to get to see if Alex Clark can dominate this particular race at a canter. Still enjoying the nice balance and flow of the competitors here. Seasoned racers, those who know these bikes all together, and those that have speed but don't have experience. And so the contenders work their way through the far side of the course. It's a relatively even battle for Alex Clark, leader ahead of Lawrence Wardle. Then Michael Med and Joe Milnes. And so the contenders still giving us a lot to talk about here on the far side. Alex Clark trying to just keep it nice and tidy, but Lawrence Wardle still trying to mix it with Michael Med and Joe Milnes. And so we are waiting now to see if there's any form of retaliation realistically from Lawrence Wardle, as that is Joe Milnes in P4. He's currently battling away with the likes of through the hairpin. That's Joe Milnes, I believe, on the 15. So now Clark out to the hairpin. And so we can see the riders just trying to find a little bit more pace in the machinery as the track starts slowly to dry out. But this is Three Sisters in Wigan. The drainage is not perfect here. It will still take a fair bit of time to give the riders that little bit of extra impetus on the course. It's all about trying to stay consistent on the lap times at the moment. There is your race leader, Alex Clark, ahead of Lawrence Wardle, then Michael Maid in third from Joe Milnes, and then it is Phil Dickens from Tyler Hartley, Lee Thompson in 7th place, ahead of Lee Thompson, Paul Jennings and Charlie Cunningham, who has worked his way back into 9th position ahead of Dan Baker. Then it is Liam Whiteley, Andrew Jones and Louis Smith. So it's all going according to plan then for our race leader. It's relatively going according to plan for Lawrence Waddle as well. So Lawrence Waddle still looking good for 2nd place, but the gap between himself and Alex Clark was at 4.6 seconds at the last count, but I wonder if there's been a slight issue there. And so there's still a little bit of time to make up, but everybody is still looking to try and find that little bit of reality to set in here. Alex Clark and Lawrence Wardle, the two not exactly inseparable. There is 4.8 seconds between them, but whoever has a big mistake, an error, drops it, whatever it might be, that would be enough for the race to change hands. And so, with just a handful of laps to go, Alex Clark has taken this opportunity. Sometimes we do get a bit of an unusual but a very pleasant and happy one for certain competitors in the field, particularly those that are waiting to make the progress in their careers and work to where these guys currently are, fighting in the Mini Bikes Championship. And there is Alex Clark. Now, he doesn't want to rush this opportunity. And so with just a couple of laps remaining, Alex Clark is desperately trying to convince the battles around them to intensify again. We've got 2 laps to go, and ultimately we've got a nice little battle brewing here at the bottom end of the field. And so this trio is going to try and finish off in spectacular fashion around this Three Sisters circuit. Dive up the inside line, and that's a nice double overtake there. And so the competitors are still giving us a little bit more badinage as the circuit starts to dry out a little bit. Some good battles still coming as right round the outside Alex Clark puts the lap on Louis Smith. That isn't even necessary, but Alex Clark is still showcasing his confidence and his prowess aboard his Super Mini. So excellent work from Alex Clark, who actually dramatically laps Louis Smith in the process. It certainly gives Louis Smith and his hellmate Andrew Jones, the previous star in Another Life. And so into the last lap has gone Alex Clark. Lawrence Wardle is 1.2 seconds away, so clearly in these conditions Wardle relishes the challenge of this circuit a lot more than when it rains, which also bodes well for the final. It might not necessarily be a red letter day for Alex Clark. There in the background is Lawrence Wardle. He's kept him as earnest and open as he possibly can. And so the checkered flag will come out for Lawrence Wardle. Alex Clark has lost his position on the last lap by the look of it. While looking at the timing screens, Lawrence Wardle has come through, but Alex Clark has not. It's actually showing that on the last lap there, Alex Clark and Lawrence Wardle were a dead heat as they came through. Well, Clark is now not transponding. So Med is up to second, Mills is to third, Phil Dockers is to fourth, Tyler Hartley to fifth position. So I do wonder if there's been a bit of a headache there for Paul Jennings as well. I think it may have disappeared halfway through. So Alex Clark is only classified, is in ninth position. He has not crossed the line, in my opinion, until he has limped home with a broken wheel dragging on the floor off the casters. But so far so good here at Three Sisters. Next up will be the Mini GP 160/50 race for 2025.
Okay, I'm back.
And so out onto the course then comes the Mini GP 160/50 category for their first race of the weekend. After the impressive display of Lawrence Wardle snatching the victory on the very last lap of the race there, it's going to be now Max Robinson and Kai Golder, Leo Soliu and Riley Robertson, Riley Paisley and Leon Simpson from Ella Musgrove, Dan Tanton and Sebastian Gazlowski, who failed to set a representative lap time in the time qualifying session. So there's a bit of a race of unknowns going to this one. We know for a fact that there's several drivers in this field who can win races, and certainly a lot of them with an opportunity to put that idea to bed to a certain degree. But it certainly is never easy to predict who's going to get what done in each of these classes, especially as the track dries and gets a little bit easier to handle. Charlie Cunningham gave us a dramatic interpretation as to what can go wrong in this championship for the driver that is under-prepared. Certainly no need for preparation now for our contenders in the Mini GP 160/50 category. So all of the contenders still giving us good gusto and good determination there. We're obviously only going to have the Mini GP 160/50, the Mini Bike 140s and the Mini GP 110s before we hustle it around the circuit one more time. Fascinating duel for the contenders as they continue to make good work of it, and off we go. Decent start off the pole from Max Robinson, charges forward there on Kai Golder. Leo Soliu in third position or so, just trying to transition nicely as the leaders already gone massive thanks to Max Robertson, who got an initial poor start, interestingly enough, and then he's just nailed the throttle to get back into the lead of the race here again. So incredible luck that our man has been able to do there. But still, we battle on and put on a great display out in the sharp end of the field, as our rider in the lead is full of confidence and full of the joys of spring as he works his way through. You've got to be so careful when the feel of the bike goes. You do have about a split second to make a decision. Well, my timing screen still seems to think that we're on the conclusion of the Mini GP 17 Championship and the Super Mini 2025. So hopefully that is going to change hands very shortly indeed on my timing screen, and I'll be able to tell you about the progress of Max Robinson, who currently leads the field in Mini GP 160/50. This is definitely turning into the race that Max built, as it were. So Alex Clark is for the second time a race leader. So now as the riders continue to So now no worries at all for the man up front, keeping it nice and straightforward. Certainly an easygoing one for Max Robertson. If he can just keep it together, then the win is his, and certainly strengthens his rather slender title hole. Really wants to move his way further forward here. Max Robertson ahead of Soliu, Golder, Robertson, Paisley, Simpson, Mosgrove, Tanton and Gazadowski. So now we're going to see, oh, hang on a minute, that was a big mistake there from our current race, is that the current race leader, making a big error there through the hairpin and almost dropping the bike altogether. It's very easy how these things can snap away from you. That's the 17 charging through. That is the hard charging Riley Paisley, trying to keep himself well up to speed here at Three Sisters. Still a very tough mission for all of the riders as that circuit continues to dry out, to try and figure out where they're going to be able to make the opportunities come knocking to these riders. But we know that they're not flawless, and we certainly know that there's a lot of opportunities for mistakes. And so it's getting interesting for Riley Paisley as he tries to close up on the leader. He's certainly looking very comfortable here, and having already seen a mistake come the way of Albert, it's going to be an interesting and intriguing run down to the first few corners. Look at that stance of the hard charging and so it looks to me as though that points paying position could well be taken off the man from Hong Kong as well. I think it was his and so now the duel is getting pretty intense here in the Mini GP 160/50 as once again it ramps up a little bit between these two riders. They're starting to find a little bit more speed in the circuit. They're trying to find a little bit more speed and confidence in themselves as well. But in order to do that, you need to start putting on a wow for the crowd and start to take those big risks if you want to get the victory, rather than having to settle for second. Look at Riley Paisley all over the back trying to get the move on the inside line. He doesn't quite have the kick at the founding man who's moved out yet. So now we're going to get to see if there is going to be even more of an opportunity as Riley Paisley comes off the pit straight turn onto the so now the opportunity knocks on the inside line from Riley Paisley, and he sees the gap on the inside line and finally picks up the pieces. So Riley Paisley, after his astonishingly good run in the lime green, has been able to work forward and grab another absolute bonus. Excellent stuff so far in this one. And so the contenders are really nip and tuck. But it's a genuinely good start to this first heat of the weekend in the 190/50 UK category. But it's certainly a very exciting duel at the moment, with Riley Paisley having got into the lead, and if we look for it, it's actually dropping the rest of the field here. So Riley Paisley certainly not doing things by harm here. But what a start, and certainly very effective, very affected going through the tunnel. And so Riley Paisley holding the advantage in this stage of the race as we try to make the progress to move forward. So now the riders are starting to find some real speed in these bikes at Three Sisters, and this is a fast circuit, this. I suppose it's the mini bike and karting equivalent of Monza in the UK. Still does an amazing job of setting cars up, and again, it's just maximising the opportunities of those groups. So we're just waiting to see who is going to come through and get the victory, because even Riley Paisley's position does not actually appear to be that safe in the grand scheme of things. So that is something that obviously needs to be noticed by the other teams. They're going to say, right, the only way we might be able to get this done is by running the magic footsteps to work the magic further forward. Up at the top of the crest. But still, there could be a little bit of a slice and dice to the inside line, but Riley Paisley thinks better of it. So now Paisley having to defend from the inside line as the tide has turned. And just as Paisley had the move earlier on, doesn't have it now. They've swapped positions, but again, this time, of course, it's not for the win yet. It's only down in third position. And so, there are still some big battles going on this course. Still, competitors trying their luck.
Yes.
And so the contenders having an excellent run there. Apologies for the difficulties towards the end of the race there. I had absolutely zero timing screen for the majority of that race. It was actually Kai Golder snatching the victory away on the last lap from Riley Paisley. Leo Soliu, third position ahead of Leon Simpson. And then it is Riley Robinson ahead of Ella Musgrove. Dan Tanton managing to cross the finish line in 7th position, nowish or so, but Kai Golder starting the ball rolling after getting some fast lap times down. One thing we need to take out of this race, though, is that the pace is definitely accelerating. And so we're getting some really impressive performances from the riders coming through. But there's definitely more where that came from. So the riders venture out onto the circuit then for the next challenge out on the course. That is the Minibike 140s. And that's going to see Arnie Carr and Aaron Robertson on the front row of the grid from Tommy Armand and Tommy Fielding. Then Sam Morrison and Tim Pattison from Gary Johnson Clarehu and Chris Heimers. Aidan Walker and Finley Cotman. Then Sean Brunning and Daniel Cliff. Sid Marshall, Liam Booth, Mark Portas, Liam Trinder, Tom Wise, Harry Swan, and then Ryan Hayburn from Simon Portas and Ben Lord. And Arnie Carr was the only rider in the qualifying session to set a lap time in Minibike 140 under the 1 minute mark. So very impressive to see how that has given him, no doubt, a little bit of a boost, a little bit of a push forward. So it's definitely looking a little bit more entertaining on that score. But the battles will still rage here at Three Sisters as the track dries out. It's certainly going to get a little bit faster. So apologies there, some slight difficulties there on the audio. Arnie Carr is the one battling away there with Aaron Robinson initially, but there was a slight hiccup on the start line. We had a jump start initially for Chris Heimers. Philly Cottenham had a technical difficulty on the starting line there, but now we've got this amazing battle between Tommy Armand and Arnie Carr. They've been swapping positions for the last couple of laps. So Tommy Armand having a big moment in the battle with Arnie Carr, but the track conditions improving means that we're going to have another great opportunity on the inside. Arnie Carr diving back to the inside of Tommy Armand and dives through the rotation on the radius, gets through and takes back the lead. So Tommy Armand is going to have to try and attack him once again. But Arnie Carr versus Tommy Armand, this is getting to be very close indeed between these two riders. They've been trading positions all the way. So still they run in close proximity, Arnie Carr and Tommy Armand. Running through to the left side of the course, and now they will run past the paddock. Tommy Armand has led for part of this race already. Arnie Carr has done so again. And still the live timing screen I've got in front of me no longer functional. So Arnie Carr and Tommy Armand still dueling away, and it's Tommy Armand back in front. So Tommy Armand has made this work, but the track is now dry enough for both racers to start to ramp up the tension on their opponent. So Tommy Armand holds it, but Arnie Carr is pushing the limits behind. Then we've got Robinson, Morrison, Fielding, Patterson, Johnson, Clarihu and Chris Heimers up the inside line. And that's Arnie Carr retaliating again on Tommy Armand. Great racing between these two in Minibike 140. Very interesting to see these two sliding around and really putting on the pressure to each other. Excellent racing from Arnie Carr and Tommy Armand. So at the moment it is Arnie Carr that holds the line, having been the only rider in qualifying to set a lap time in under 60 seconds. Tommy Armand still trying to make the move happen here on the inside of Arnie Carr. Trying to work in close proximity. They come back up the straight now, having had that run at the loop. And is there going to be a change of lead once again? Can Tommy Armand get level with Arnie Carr and throw it to the inside line? Carr trying to keep the momentum of the bike in favour, but Tommy Armand has come through to retake the lead here. So excellent work as back on the inside line. They swap positions again. So Arnie Carr is back in front, but he drifts wide. That could be enough for Tommy Armand, who has to get a little bit out of sorts in order to correct his line out of the hairpin. So they could be trading positions here and be very tactical about when they take the lead away from each other. Trying to keep on top of when there is a lead change, but unfortunately, again, my timing screen does not really permit me access to what is currently going on. I think there's an issue. Now it's come back into position, so it took a little bit of time there, and that's a yellow flag for Liam Booth, I think, who's had an issue. I know it might not be Liam Booth, actually. There is a slowing bike. Finley Cotnam's only done one lap less than, well, it's done one lap less than everybody else. Arnie Carr and Tommy Armand still having this duel. Here comes Tommy Armand to the inside line, chucks it to the inside. That'll do nicely. So Tommy Armand back in front of Arnie Carr with Aaron Robinson trying to give chase to these two. The more they battle away with each other, the more likely he has a chance of getting himself back into the mix. There's Robinson in the background, and he's getting much closer than these two riders would dare to hope. So Tommy Armand trying to get back on terms with the race leader Arnie Carr. Robinson is third, then Morrison, Patterson, Fielding, Swan, Heimers, Walker and Wise. So currently it is Arnie Carr having got himself into a bit of a rhythm now. A little bit less from Tommy Armand. So now the riders make their way back into the loop past the paddock. And there's going to be some really strong competitors moving their way further forward. I think we've had an issue with one of our cameras on the far side of the paddock there. It seems to be no longer functioning as Tommy Armand now leads. So Tommy Armand is now your leader, and Aaron Robinson has decided to get in amongst it here to make his bid ahead of Arnie Carr. Certainly at the line he was there or thereabouts, so it's getting pretty tricky now. The top three riders definitely at each other's throats on this part of the course, and great work from Aaron Robinson to feed himself into the duel for the victory. 3 laps to go, so this is definitely the race of the weekend so far, because Armand, Robinson and Carr are definitely keeping it unpredictable here ahead of Tim Patterson and Samuel Morrison. Then Tommy Fielding P6, Harry Swan, Chris Heimers, Tom Wise and Aidan Walker. Gary Johnson Clerihu 11th place in front of Liam Trinder, Dan Cliff and Ryan Hayburn. Then Sean Brunning, Simon Portis, Sid Marshall, Mark Portis, Finley Cotnam, and obviously Liam Booth is still in the mix there somewhere. Here comes the charge now as Aaron Robinson is going to try and take the lead. He wobbles down the main straight, but he should have the opportunity here to dive in as Tommy Armand keeps his hand on the throttle. Through that flowing right-hander, they almost bang handlebars, and Aaron Robinson is able to get into the lead here. 3 different race leaders then. But here comes the battle again from Tommy Armand, who will dive back in on the inside line and leave no stone unturned. Bit of a twitch from Aaron Robinson. And of course, they've only got 1 lap to go as they pass the paddock this time by. So with a lap and a half still to go, it is Tommy Armand who is getting himself into a race-winning position here, with the hard-charging Aaron Robinson and Arnie Carr not far behind at all. So this is going to be very close quarters racing, and they're going through the traffic at the same time, so this will definitely tighten up the opportunities for the riders. So now we're going to get to see if Armand can hold his nerve here in front of Carr and Robinson. Yellow flag, so there's not going to be any overtaking on that section of the course. We're past that, so now we're going to dive to the inside line, and that is a hard charge forward from Tommy Fielding. Tommy Fielding now storms forward and takes the lead. Incredible. We've got about 6 riders in the mix here, all trying to work their way further forward. But where is Aaron Robinson? I wonder if he went down. Looks like someone else has gone from the fray. So Tommy Armand leads the way here from Arnie Carr and Tommy Fielding. But Tommy Fielding getting his move on the inside of Arnie Carr, and I think Tommy Armand has been able to pull clear of the rest of the riders here. So Tommy Armand has been giving himself the opportunity. Tim Patterson, I think, was trying to get involved in that as Sam Morrison and Tim Patterson closed up on the leading, well, I want to say quartet, but I think it's only going to be a trio because we had a big issue there in the race from Aaron Robinson, who has now not come through. So Tommy Armand is going to come through and get the victory out in front. He's pulled clear. Second position goes the way of Tommy Fielding, ahead of Arnie Carr, Sam Morrison and Tim Patterson. Goodness me, tough stuff. As Aaron Robinson, I think just out of sight of the cameras, ended up falling there in the paddock area. So definitely not good news. Armand from Fielding, Carr in third from Morrison, Patterson and Swan in P6. Then Tom Wise, Chris Heimers, Liam Trinder and Daniel Cliff rounding out the top 10 in front of Ryan Hayburn, Gary Johnson Clerihew, and then it is Aidan Walker from Sean Brunning, Sid Marshall, Simon Portis, Mark Portis, Aaron Robinson and Liam Booth, along with Finley Cottenham. It's going to be Cottenham, Booth and Robinson to fail to go the full race distance under their own steam. So excellent racing elsewhere, but it was certainly very difficult for Aaron Robinson, who went down on the penultimate lap of the race. His race was almost won, but champions always seem to rise to the top, and that's where you'll find Lewis Hamilton later on. Where you'll find Tommy Fielding, a little later on, having fought his way into battle there with Tommy Armand. Arnie Carr third from Morrison, Patterson, Swan, Wise, Heimers, Trinder and Dan Cliff in the top 10. That was very dramatic stuff. Mini GP 110 and Avali 110 Cup is next, but that race tells us that the circuit is much drier and therefore much more confidence-inducing than we have seen so far in the weekend. So expect to see some much more intense battles that we are used to seeing. Sisters, the rain makes it a little bit less paced, but now we're going to see the Avalis, Leon Simpson, Caden Herring, Ella Mosgrove battling away for the victory, and of course the mini GPs will be in the mix there. The likes of Thomas Med, Carter Spinks, they'll all be in the mix there, along with Matthew Jennings and Dylan Cook. Lots to talk about as we get ourselves ready for a much drier Three Sisters race circuit. Out onto the circuit they go. And so the starting grid is ready, with the competitors lining up in procedure for what is race 27 on the timing pages out of 43. There's still quite a long way to go. A lot of races still to occur here, and it's definitely going to be an interesting one for all of those concerned. Leon Simpson, Caden Herring and Ella Mosgrove at the front end of the field with Thomas Med. Then Cody Brennan, Carter Spinks, Austin Dilkson, Sam Whitaker, Matthew Jennings, Dylan Cook, CJ Maguire, William Dickinson, JJ Magister, Seth Hayward, Rex Armand, Dan Tanton and Charlie Forrester will give us a 17-bike field. But I tell you what, the weather improving is definitely going to make this circuit a little bit more entertaining. So to the starting grid then go the Mini GP 110s and the Avali 110 Cup riders. And the Avalis are led by Cody Brennan, Ella Mosgrove, Leon Simpson and Caden Herring on the sharp end of the field. They're obviously going to be putting themselves now into their actual grid positions. It is going to be Simpson in pole position, Caden Herring in second place, then Mosgrove and Thomas Med. Cody Brennan is P5 on the starting grid. Watch out for him. He'll be charging his way forward with that very distinctive helmet design of his. jet black with the yellow running around the visor. He's actually just called for assistance on the grid there. 6th place on the grid for Carter Spinks, and then Austin Dilks and Sam Whitaker. Matthew Jennings and Dylan Cook from CJ Maguire and Will Dickinson, JJ Magister, Seth Hayward, Rex Armand, Dan Tanton and Charlie Forrester. The 17 riders ready to charge their way forward then. And off we go! Rocket ship of a start from Thomas Med initially, but he can't quite overhaul Ella Mosgrove as they go round the first turn. So Cody Brennan, trying to work his way further forward, has not been able to get the move he wanted out of that. So at the moment it looks like it's going to be the 85, Leon Simpson, controlling the pace nice and early doors with Caden Herring in tow, trying to make progress. But certainly for the 85, Leon Simpson, this is exactly what he was hoping for coming into this event. Certainly trying to give himself a little bit less work to do out there as he gets himself into a very fast run. But Simpson in front of Caden Herring, Ella Mosgrove, Thomas Med, Cody Brennan, Whitaker, Spinks, Jennings and Seth Hayward. This circuit looks so much faster now, but there's drops of rain coming back onto the camera lens once again, and there's big clouds overhead. So after all of that, the circuit getting faster and the riders getting more confident, I don't think this rain is done yet at Three Sisters, and that could definitely throw a spanner into the works for a couple of riders. This could end up being a race of survival. So Simpson ahead of Caden Herring, Mosgrove, Med, Brennan, Whitaker, Carter Spinks and Matthew Jennings. The Avalis are 1, 2 and 3 at the moment, with Thomas Med the leading competitor in the mini GP category. And then we've got 2 more from that class further back in the pack. That is Carter Spinks and Matthew Jennings. So Leon Simpson controlling it, but there is Caden Herring, definitely giving him a little bit more pressure in this part of the race. You've got to be so careful where you open up the throttle. It's all about timing, but it's also all a bit about patience as well. Flat out through that fast flowing right-hander at the top of the hill, and there's definitely more spots of rain on the cameras, so it's going to be trickier for the riders now that the rain is starting to come back over the... It's going to be tricky to predict who's going to get the most of this now. Through to the hairpin, looking calm and confident. Not too bad for Caden Herring chasing down Leon Simpson. Mosgrove is third, as Cody Brennan has now made the move on the inside of Thomas Med, who is the leading mini GP rider. But Cody Brennan, of course, now moving into 4th position. It could be interesting if he wants to see himself in a podium, that is for sure. Great duel between these two, Leon Simpson and Caden Herring. Trading sector times, Thomas Med has the fastest lap of the competitors in mini GP. His is a 105.632 compared to Leon Simpson, who's done a best time of a 103.364 as they come across the line. Make that Caden Herring. A 102.9 from Caden Herring, who's going to go right round the outside to try and pull this move off on Leon Simpson. No way! He then cuts back into the inside line. Oh my goodness, Caden Herring almost pulled off the overtaking move of the century, and it's rattled Leon Simpson. So now Caden Herring can go for a little bit more convention. My word, Caden Herring almost pulled off the overtaking move of the season on Leon Simpson there. So Simpson now knows that Caden Herring is going to throw everything he can at this. It's going to be backs to the ropes all the way. But what an opportunity here, as Leon Simpson very nearly loses the lead to Caden Herring. Ella Mosgrove P3, Cody Brennan P4, and then Thomas Med, Sam Whitaker, Carter Spinks, Matthew Jennings, Seth Hayward and Dylan Cook. Then it's Rex Armand and JJ Manchester, CJ Maguire, Austin Dilks, William Dickinson, Dan Tanton and Charlie Forrester. So a really exciting battle as they continue. This is where Caden Herring almost pulled off the impossible on Leon Simpson. Ella Mosgrove is riding fantastically, by the way, in 3rd position ahead of Cody Brennan, as CJ Maguire has now made the move to get ahead of JJ Magister. Little bit of a twitch there from Leon Simpson. He can't afford to make mistakes like that too often when Caden Herring is right in behind him there. He'll try and make mincemeat of him if he gets more opportunities like that. So there's definitely still opportunities in the output here for Caden Herring. He can still make this work, and he can make a move on the outside of Leon Simpson if he's brave enough. But with 4 laps to go at the end of this one, Leon Simpson is doing everything he can to hold on from Caden Herring, who absolutely has designs on this race victory here at Three Sisters. They go past the paddock, past the clubhouse, and now it's time to see if Caden Herring can get this run on Leon Simpson. You're on a bike, so you've got a heck of a lot more room to play with than you ever would in a kart. And yet, still, doggedly, determinedly, there is no overtake yet from Caden Herring. As Cody Brennan, by the way, has moved up into 3rd position ahead of Ella Mosgrove, and Sam Whitaker has made the move for P5 to get in ahead of Thomas Med. So now, can Caden Herring do similar and make his bid here on Leon Simpson to put himself back into an incredible title duel? Unrealistic chances of really taking it, but still, you have to give yourself a hard time on only a handful of occasions. But there is a rather slowing Charlie Forrester, I believe, just up in front of the 2 leaders. So Leon Simpson still holding it. There's the back marker. Leon Simpson has to hesitate, and Caden Herring will carry the throttle round the far side. But he's also going to get impeded. That was very nearly a lead change there. Caden Herring not able to overhaul Leon Simpson, but now he's got a little bit of patience and power as he goes round the far side on the right. So Caden Herring trying to take on Leon Simpson. He's got Leon really worried here. As he comes off the turn, another little twitch there from Leon Simpson, but Caden Herring is putting everything he's got into this. 3 laps to go. And so now Caden Herring looking likely to give Leon Simpson a hard time. This circuit is so much better once it's tried out. There's a lot more energy to the races now. There's the serious-natured McLaren versus Ferrari battle that is Leon Simpson versus Caden Herring out here on the course. Looking like Lorenzo versus Marquez at the moment in miniature form. Leon Simpson and Caden Herring having an absolutely terrific duel here. Excellent racecraft so far. There's nothing to choose between these two. Simpson and Herring still having a good run of it. Cody Brennan, 3rd place in front of Ella Mosgrove. Sam Whitaker, and then Thomas Med. Still these two duel for supremacy. Leon Simpson ahead of Caden Herring. They run round the far side of the past the paddock. And is Caden Herring to get his chance here on the man in the lead of the race. Caden Herring is throwing everything he knows at Leon Simpson. But he's so chilled, really reserved. Caden Herring just waiting for the opportunity again, but he's running out of time. If he's going to make this overtaking move, he's going to need to do something about it. And on this lap, because it's all down to Leon Simpson and Caden Herring, who go into the last lap of the Avali 110 Cup, and this could be it for Caden Herring. He's got good speed. He's following in the wake of Leon Simpson, trying to go around the far side. Simpson pulls across his line and goes across the bow of the front end of the bike. Go down to the braking zone for the hairpin and cut back across. This is where Simpson has been vulnerable. Caden Herring with a chance to make it work as he comes into the hairpin on the far side, now trying to tuck back in for the next left-hand hairpin. Caden Herring trying to squeeze through. There's not a lot of road to play with, but there's certainly enough if he sees a gap and fancies his chances. And this sets things up rather nicely for their second race later on today. But Caden Herring is not letting Leon Simpson go here. Through to the S's, and now back through to the right-hander. Rejoin the course. And can Caden Herring overhaul Leon Simpson? They're going to go into the paddock bends for the last time. Caden's got to be patient, but at the same time, he can make full advantage and full use of the hairpin. Here he comes, racing around the far side. Leon Simpson's got him covered though. It's going to be Leon Simpson to the line just ahead of Caden Herring. Wow, that was a great duel between the two of them, and it sets things up nicely for later too. Cody Brennan 3rd, Ella Mosgrove is going to be 4th ahead of Thomas Med and Samuel Whitaker. Carter Spinks will come home for 7th place ahead of Matthew Jennings, who has dropped a long way in the pack, but there's been a little bit less focus here on the race victory, the eyes on the prize, as it were, and more for the enjoyment of being out there and racing wheel to wheel with your mates. Matthew Jennings 8th, ahead of Seth Hayward, Rex Armand, Dylan Cook, CJ Maguire, Austin Dilks, JJ Manchester, William Dickinson and Daniel Tanton, ahead of Charlie Forrester, who finished a lap adrift. Well, that was a bit more like it. Now that the track has dried out a little bit, the ebb and flow in the pace of the race is definitely a little bit more exciting than it was at the start of the day. Junior SM90 is coming up next, and that is for their second race of the event. So we head back out onto the course then for the second race of the day in the Junior SM90 category. Cody Brennan lining up on the front row of the grid alongside Jake Todd, Louis Craig and Tommy Dickinson on the second row, then Joey Billam and Carter Spinks on the third. Oscar Duckworth and Hugh McDowell will be on row 4 of the grid from Oliver Med and Bobby Baker. And then to round out the pack will be Dylan Mosgrove, Oscar Rowland and Henry Carr. Not entirely sure how much of Oscar Rowland and Henry Carr will come to see. I don't think we've actually been able to see them so far. And I count only 10 bikes out there on the course. So it's certainly going to be an interesting one for the contenders. Cody Brennan, of course, having only just gone off his bike in the previous category to now jump onto his next one. That's a very tall order. A rider. I'm not sure whether he's there. There he is, Cody Brennan. Very distinguishable, Cody Brennan, by his jet black helmet with the yellow outer line visor strip. So it makes him very unique amongst the other riders. Nobody has anything quite like that in terms of their helmet design. Certainly works for what he's up to. And so everybody is ready to charge forward. I cannot wait to see how this battle continues between the two front row riders who have been very consistent so far. Cody Brennan versus Jake Todd. 79 versus 71. They wait for the lights. When they go out, we will be racing. So the riders now ready in position. It looks like there's one rider missing. That is Carter Spinks, who is not out there by the look of it. So Carter Spinks with a bit of an issue, as it looks like there's a problem as well for Jake Todd on the front row of the starting grid. The marshal is having to adjust something there for Jake Todd. So it's all okay. I'm happy. I'm fine. Second on the grid is mine. Don't try and take it away from me now. So now they're literally just waiting for the command in Junior SM90. Cody Brennan from Jake Todd, Louis Craig, Tommy Dickinson, Joey Billam, Carter Spinks, Oscar Duckworth, Hugh McDowell, Med, Baker, Mosgrove, Rowland, Carr. Off we go. And it's going to be a hard charge forward from Cody Brennan. He wants to make sure he puts this race to bed nice and early. Doesn't want to have the ignominy of having riders fighting with him for the position. So it's certainly all guns blazing at the moment. And there's no worries for the man out front. He looks very composed, Cody Brennan. So this will do nicely as far as his race aspirations are concerned. Only running a little bit behind the schedule as a result of what we saw in the wet weather conditions earlier on today, is out in front. Cody Brennan looks over his shoulder to make sure that he hasn't got too much of a difficulty trying to pull away from the likes of Jake Todd. And then we've got Louis Craig in the mix there, along with Joey Billum, Oscar Duckworth, Hugh McDowell, Oscar Rowland and Oliver Med. So all the riders just getting themselves up to speed once again. Then Bobby Baker has also now just crossed the line in what is, of course, 10th position. So a lot of big challenges from the riders. We've got a great little battle going on here. Something nice and tasty here for third position. Louis Craig trying to get up the inside line and take the position away, and has done so. So a good ride so far from Louis Craig, definitely racing well. And of course, I think the rider that's in the mix there that hasn't been brought up on the transponder on this particular occasion is the 14 of Tommy Dickinson. So I'm not entirely sure why Dickinson has not been featured on the transponder number, but for whatever reason, it's his bike that is struggling to be registered. 11 riders in all, as off the road, right in front of the leaders. Oh, goodness me, Cody Brennan had to respond pretty quickly there, as Jake Todd was able to gain a little bit of ground from it. So Jake Todd having a bit of a moment, and as a result, that's Cody Brennan leading the way, Louis Craig in second place, and Jake Todd now in third. So a bit of a hiccup there from the back marker. I think that might have been Dylan Mosgrove getting out of the way, and up the inside line, that's going to be Jake Todd getting his run on Louis Craig, and he's through. So into second place now goes Jake Todd. Had a bit of an issue earlier on, but now he's come back into second position. Louis Craig is trying to fight it, but Craig seems to be losing positions. So Louis Craig, who was in second place to Jake Todd, he seems to be having a bit of a slow lap. I wonder if that move from Jake Todd has just knocked his confidence a little bit, because certainly his earlier pace suggests of a young man who's got still plenty of bite in that throttle. But I have to say, with the kind of lean angle that we're getting from Louis Craig, is a little bit less confident than you'd like either. So I do wonder if there's trouble in paradise. Look at the stance here of Louis Craig as he tries desperately to close back up on terms with Jake Todd. They race for second position, and they're going to lap the back marker there. That's going to be Bobby Baker that they get around the outside of. Dylan Mosgrove hitting trouble. Here comes Louis Craig up the top of the crest of the rise here with Jake Todd. So Jake Todd still running a very valiant second position, but I think he's going to have some pressure here from Louis Craig sooner rather than later. It's getting pretty tricky out there, and now we're going to get to see some more great battles up to the hairpin once again. Jake Todd still running well in front of Louis Craig, but Craig is still very well positioned. He's on the far side to try and cut back in and get the move around the curbs. At the end of the day, these two say that they're good friends, but of course, as we say in the world of top racing level, after the gates, no mates. So Brennan and Todd having a great chill, but Todd and Craig will clearly be enjoying this race battle. There's a lot of respect between the competitors in the British Mini Bikes paddock. Is Louis Craig going to get a better run off the turn than Jake Todd? He certainly looks a little bit hungrier as they go past the clubhouse out of Luna Bend. And now charging down that back straight where the start-finish line will be. Charges through big time through that uphill gradient of turn one. Drops down over the crest. And that's going to be well, there is the battle for that second place. Still Cody Brennan in the lead. So now it's all about who's going to make the next big move here. So there's still an interesting scrap up front. Cody Brennan has disappeared into the distance to a certain extent. He's now pulled an incredible 13.5 seconds clear with 2 laps remaining. This race is certainly significantly faster than it was in the damp conditions earlier on. And for Cody Brennan, he's making it look like child's play. The only battle that is worth keeping an eye on here at the sharp end of the dais is Jake Todd versus Louis Craig for second position. It's certainly looking pretty racy out there at the moment for them. But for Cody Brennan and Jake Todd in particular, it's business as usual. But Louis Craig really wants to get on terms with Jake Todd, who stole that second position away from him. There are still opportunities. They've got a slower rider in front of them. That isn't going to impede them too much here. But now Louis Craig is a lot closer to Jake Todd than he was before, who runs out a little bit wide. He'll then, of course, cut back in. So now we're going to get to see if Louis Craig can really overhaul Jake Todd. Cody Brennan has already started the final lap. So Louis Craig has got one full lap of this Three Sisters circuit, and Jake Todd knows he's there. Don't spend too long looking over your shoulder. Louis Craig will know you're vulnerable. He's got to just try and keep this together. He knows that he's going to have to make Jake Todd work for it, but he's also got all the aces up his sleeve. He knows that there's very little risk he has to take before he can push Jake Todd to his limits. Fourth is Tommy Dickinson. Fifth is Joey Billum. Then Oscar Rowland, Hugh McDowell, Oscar Duckworth, Bobby Baker and Oliver Med. But again, this is going to be tight between Jake Todd and Louis Craig. They're going to have to work together. And so it'll be a tight one to the line as again Louis Craig tries to go around the outside and then tuck back in for the inside of Jake Todd. But Cody Brennan has been absolutely euphoric in the lead. He's had no pressure at all. He looks back to see where his opponents are. He can't even see them. Cody Brennan is triumphant here at Three Sisters, and he bunny hops over the line. But where are Jake Todd and Louis Craig? Those two are battling away for position. It'll be fascinating to see which of the two of them does come through first position. Here they come. Jake Todd has got the legs on Louis Craig, and it's going to be Todd. Jake Todd, second place. Louis Craig, third, in front of Tommy Dickinson. Then it will be Joey Billum and Oscar Rowland ahead of Hugh McDowell, Oscar Duckworth, Bobby Baker and Oliver Med, sorry, my apologies. So Oliver Med behind Bobby Baker. Not sure what happened to Oliver Med, but he's certainly showing up now as behind Bobby Baker. Must have had a miserable race. He and Dylan Mosgrove all dropping out of the race on that particular run. So dramatic stuff. Back to the Minimotos for their race 3 of the weekend. They'll be out next onto the circuit, and of course there's only 4 of them to take to the course. And there's plenty of opportunities to bring us back on schedule after the few delays that we had earlier on. So good to see that the officials are trying their best to bring us back onto the normal timetable once again. We are running a bit late and delayed based on some earlier incidents. We're only about 8 minutes behind schedule though. So it seems clear that they're trying to put them into a better position, I think.
No, it's clear.
Welcome back to the action here at Three Sisters in Wigan. It's a continuation of the fourth weekend of the British Mini Bikes Championships here at Three Sisters, and we will continue with some more great drama out on the course. The circuit is nowhere near as damp and wet as it was at the beginning of the day, so we've got a lot more action and suspense to give you over the course of the next 15 races out on the circuit. And that should mean a little bit more excitement for us as spectators watching on from the sidelines. Jake Sanson in the commentary box as ever. And we are going to continue on with our great battles. This time it is the Minimotos that will take to the circuit. Unfortunately, on this occasion, it looks as though there's only going to be 3 of them on the starting grid for this one. Austin Dilks, Daisy Grayson and Harry Evitts are looking likely to be the only 3 competitors that will take the starting grid here. So this is going to be a little bit more of an exhibition, I suppose, than it is a race. Not entirely sure what has happened to the 4th member of the starting grid for this particular category, because we did have a Minimoto race earlier on in the day, of course. That was Joey Billam, who managed to come home in 2nd position. I guess he is prioritising... Oh no, wait, all 4 bikes are there. My apologies. So Joey Billam is there, but for some reason only 3 of them have actually shown up on the transponder. There is the... that'll be the reason why then. So Joey Billam has, I think, had to swap bikes for this particular event. So that'll be the reason. So Austin Dilks and Daisy Grayson, and then Joey Billam is going to take to the circuit, but on a different bike. Then it'll be Harry Evitts who lines up in position. 10 laps, we're under starters' orders, and Daisy Grayson is going to lose out in the lead battle with Austin Dilks, and almost Austin Dilks losing the lead there to Joey Billam, who manages to get into 2nd position. But in the dry conditions, this circuit is going to be so much different compared to what it was earlier on. And so the riders are working their way forward, but it's Austin Dilks who leads the way, Billam in 2nd, Grayson in 3rd, and you could tell the difference in the confidence stance of Daisy Grayson by comparison to the wet conditions. She's clearly not yet comfortable riding these bikes in the wet. But certainly in the dry, Daisy Grayson is a very fast competitor, and she's gone in a 2nd place to prove it. She's got ahead of Joey Billam, so that will definitely put her into a stronger position for the remainder of this battle. This is, of course, the 3rd and final race in the Minimoto category on this shorter configuration of the circuit. And this, of course, will give us just that little bit more to play with. 10 laps for their 3rd and final race of the weekend. It was Austin Dilks that took the victory on 2 of those occasions. Now Daisy Grayson, with a dry track, has the opportunity to make a bit more steam on Joey Billam. Billam is more confident in the wet than Grayson, but in the dry, Daisy Grayson absolutely flying. Sad that we have the absence of the rider in the championship, namely Nelly Newth, but certainly a very strong race battle in the offing as Austin Dilks crosses the line to complete the lap. Daisy Grayson does likewise and is actually 0.02 of a second quicker on her flying lap than Austin Dilks was. So fascinating stuff then as Daisy Grayson is trying to charge after Austin Dilks for this 10.5 lap race, I should point out, because it's not quite 10 laps because they start the race at the paddock here on this grid hatching, and then they race for the actual finish line, which is on the far side of the course. But they've got to complete 10 laps of that, so it's a 10.5 lap race. Very reminiscent of when Formula One used to race in Long Beach back in the day, and they too would also have 10.5 laps. Well, not quite 10.5 laps, but certainly the amount of laps they had plus a half because of where the finish line was in relation to the starting grid. So Austin Dilks ahead of Daisy Grayson. Joey Billam 3rd, Harry Evitts 4th. Nothing to choose between Dilks and Grayson in terms of 1 lap pace. There is Daisy Grayson. trying to move her way further forward. Rather a shame that the Minimotos haven't got more bikes subscribed on the grid, but it does kind of give the feeling that this year maybe the Minimoto class is slowly starting to ebb away. I can remember when there were about 20 of these bikes a few years ago, but it does seem to be as though the Minimoto class is fading slightly, with only a handful of riders now competing consistently in the Minimoto category. So you do kind of wonder how much longer these particular little toys are going to be used again in race activity. Of course, these are proper race machines. It is the power to weight ratio of Grand Prix level, but these youngsters obviously working very hard to get used to the flow of racing. So Austin Dilks crosses the line, and he's got 7 laps remaining here at Three Sisters. So too is Daisy Grayson in second place. So Grayson just trying to stay with the hard-charging racer up the lead of the race, Austin Dilks. Joey Billum third. Harry Everts in fourth place. Big disparity in the lap times, even in the dry, as Harry Everts is currently lapping about 10 seconds slower than the likes of Austin Dilks and Daisy Grayson per lap. But we've talked about this many times in both the live coverage and in the post-production races that you'll see later, produced by TDI Media, that in this sport, because there are no regional and club races in these mini bike categories, the only way to perfect your craft and learn how to go racing is in the British Championship. So there's a lot of pressure on these riders to get it wrong, and they're under scrutiny the second they don the leathers. So very tricky stuff then for our riders. Dilks now on a 55.06, fastest lap of the race. Daisy Grayson just did a 55.792, so that basically is within a second or so, probably a little bit less than that, of the lap times. But Joey Billum is currently lapping in the 1 minute 0.7 mark. So 1 minute flat 0.7, that's about 5 seconds a lap slower than Dilks and Grayson. And then Harry Everts is on 106s and 105s at the moment. That is 10 seconds a lap slower than the competitors in the lead of the race. And with this being a 10-lap final, there is a genuinely good chance that Harry Everts could well be caught and lapped by both Austin Dilks and Daisy Grayson before the end of the race. Over the line, and with 5 laps completed and 5 laps to go, Austin Dilks has 3.9 seconds over Daisy Grayson. The bikes are certainly looking a lot faster and a lot easier to control now that the rain has drained away over the lunch break. So excellent work and great stuff from the contenders as the sun finally starts to come out a little bit here at Three Sisters. A long day in the offing for our race drivers. So Dilks, Grayson, Billum and Harry Everts up the inside line to put a lap on Harry Everts. That is the race leader, Austin Dilks, lapping the 61 Harry Everts a lot earlier than I thought he was going to be fair. But then when the difference between these two riders is 10 seconds per lap and you're on a shorter configuration of the course, then I suppose it's to be expected that you'll catch the back marker relatively quickly. There is the 19, Daisy Grayson, lapping very consistently in the 55s now. A 54.94 for Austin Dilks is the new fastest lap. A 55.32 is Daisy Grayson's best lap. That's half a second as she now approaches Harry Everts to put a lap on him, which she does around the outside. No fears, no bother. So Dilks leads Grayson, Billum in third, and Harry Everts in a fairly comfortable and solitary fourth position. And the hope that the last round of the championship in the autumn is going to give us a few more Minimoto riders. It'd be great to see them all popping out of the woodwork to come and compete at the British Championship level. So as Daisy Grayson continues on her way in second place, it's fairly clear that she hasn't quite got the staying power on lap times to match Austin Dilks, still losing about 3 to 4 tenths of a second per lap. So Austin Dilks is now 6 seconds clear of Daisy Grayson. There is the race leader, Austin Dilks, just taking things nicely in his stride up at the front end of the field. Certainly doesn't have to worry about breaking a sweat. He's got more chances of breaking a record than he has breaking a sweat in this particular paddock. And Austin Dilks just cruising down that school straight, as it were. up to the S's to continue to work his way forward. So now we're going to get to see if Austin Dilks can really open up the taps in these last couple of laps, or if Daisy Grayson is going to be able to wind in that gap. 6.6 seconds is going to be the gap, roughly, as Grayson bangs in a 55.326 compared to, a 56.3 on the last lap compared to Austin Dilks on a 55.7. Both riders can go quicker than that, but they've obviously started to relax a little. And I think both Daisy Grayson and Austin Dilks have decided in their minds who the winner of the last Minimoto race of the weekend is going to be. And I'm afraid it's not going to be Daisy Grayson. It is potentially going to be Austin Dilks. So with Austin Dilks about to begin the final lap, it is going to be the last lap of the weekend in the Minimotos category. So Austin Dilks ahead of Daisy Grayson, and then Joey Billum ahead of Harry Evans. Evans has been lapped by both Dilks and Grayson over the years. Over the last few laps, I should have said, really. But Joey Billum is there in third position. Currently lapping in the 1 minute flats as well. But there is the hard-charging Austin Dilks. This weekend has been his playground. With the absence of Nelly Newth, he now gets to showcase what he's capable of here at Three Sisters in Wigan. And this is Austin Dilks. Really in a masterclass form. Exactly what he would have wanted to take back home with him at the end of the weekend. But a stunning display, an absolutely fantastic effort. As through comes Austin Dilks. A really magnificent performance in all three races. He is going to dominate and clean up after an exceptional display. Austin Dilks comes through to make it 3 wins out of 3 in Minimoto. Here at Three Sisters, it really has been his weekend on a silver plate. Daisy Grayson comes home in second position behind him. There she is, 7.9 seconds back. But a very solid performance from Daisy Grayson in the dry compared to how she was able to knit it all together in the wet conditions. You're going to be there waiting a while for Joey Billum, who is 45 seconds behind Austin Dilks at the checkered flag. Harry Evans was lapped on his way to fourth position. There is Joey Billum. Had to change bikes very quickly for this last race. It says 61. That's actually Harry Evans. I do apologise. Who is going to finish fourth position in this race. So Evans comes through to take the checkered flag, and it's not going to be long until Joey Billum does the same a few seconds behind him. There he is. So Joey Billum, who had to swap bikes going into this last race of the weekend in Minimoto. It served him well because it got him to third position. Right, next up is going to be the MiniGP UK 190 series and the 190/70s of MiniGP for their championship. Race 2 out of 3 for them.
Sorry, were you talking to me? You went again.
So with the Minimotos all wrapped up for the day, focus, attention and all of the great race action now turns to the FIM Mini GP UK 190 series. The road to MotoGP is back on track. Alongside them, the Mini GP 190/70, showcasing the talents of Harry Rafferty, Ollie Everts, Joshua Herring and David Wilton. But it's that battle once again. Charlie Cunningham, Wilson Dilks, Hudson Cooper, Tyler Humphries, and then the fifth man in that mix is going to be Lucas King. So great to see everybody getting themselves dialed in and ready. Is Charlie Cunningham going to fight his way back into a race winning position? He certainly did a fantastic job in the lead up to this battle. Found himself doing a really solid job over the course of the earlier race and manages to give himself plenty to do going into this one. Charlie Cunningham, the earlier race victor. It's very different conditions this time, of course, but the confidence seems to be there for Charlie Cunningham as he does a little U-turn. It's not Charlie Cunningham that does the U-turn, it's one of his competitors that does the U-turn as they make their way to the starting grid. So the five contenders in FIM 190, Cunningham, Dilks, Humphries, Cooper and King. And then the four competitors in Mini GP 190/70, and that is going to be Herring, Rafferty, Everts and Wilton. And off we go in the FIM Mini GP UK 190 race. And from pole position, no worries at all for Charlie Cunningham, but Wilson Dilks looks like he's the one who's actually in front, following in the footsteps of Austin Dilks, who dominated in Minimoto, now in Mini GP UK 190. It looks as though it's Wilson Dilks all the way as the 190/70 race has got underway behind us. So Wilson Dilks leads, and he's definitely looking very comfortable out in first position. The bike is so much grippier in the dry conditions, and so you can really open up the taps on these machines. So it's Dilks, Tyler Humphries and Hudson Cooper off the start line. Charlie Cunningham finds himself all the way down in fourth place ahead of Lucas King. And then we've got Joshua Herring, Harry Rafferty, Ollie Everts and David Wilton battling away in 190/70. Here's the opportunity for Tyler Humphries. He's going to try and get on terms here with Wilson Dilks. Their prolific battles over the 2025 season continue here at Three Sisters. And they really are putting some excellent positions together here. So now we're going to get to see some truly exciting battles then. So let's see who is going to come forward. Wilson Dilks and Tyler Humphries battling over the race victory here. It's not going to be easy to predict who's going to get the victory between these two. We've got some great racers going wheel to wheel. Tyler Humphries and now gets the opportunity onto the inside line, but Wilson Dilks covers the opportunity, so he's not going to move forward on this occasion. They squirt their way over the crest and then drop down up towards the paddock once again. Very close stuff indeed between these two riders, but it's not done yet. There is so much still to uncover. Who is going to have the propensity to make this work long term? It's a really paced lap at the moment from Wilson Dilks in front of Tyler Humphries. He's got to be so careful as they go along the Rogerson Straight now, on the way up towards Luna. They'll work their way through the left-hander and then long right-hander. Look at how quickly Tyler Humphries is getting back on terms with Wilson Dilks. There's not much in it between these two as they now fly down the Conrod Straight. This could be the chance for Tyler Humphries. He opens up the taps on Wilson Dilks. He can't quite get close enough. And as they storm up Penrith Climb, this is where it's going to be very, very strong indeed. Up Pentith Climb, my apologies. Then up Coward Summit, dropping down towards the paddock once again. Excellent performance, then through Paddock Bend, round the long hairpin as Wilson Dilks hovers on Tyler Humphries, up towards Lucy's Valley. This is where the chance for the left-hander could open up for Tyler Humphries. He comes off the hairpin turn and then up towards the S's. So is there going to be a move forward here from Tyler Humphries? He's certainly throwing all his weight behind Wilson Dilks' lead. Dilks still has it. Tyler Humphries trying to go a little bit quicker in the twisties, with Hudson Cooper third ahead of Charlie Cunningham and Lucas King. Then it's Herring, Rafferty, Everts and Wilton in Mini GP 190/70. Tyler Humphries looks so much stronger this time coming off the turn. He's not quite alongside. Wilson Dilks is able to cover it. Up to Coward Summit again. And this is where you really get the sense of frustration from Tyler Humphries. He knows he's got a decent bike, but it's not going to be easy to make it work here through Paddock Bend. He's got to try and put himself into a vulnerable position to go for the overtaking move. 50-50 chance it makes it, but he's unwilling to do so for one simple reason. In the junior categories in British mini bikes, if you fall, you cannot pick the bike up and start again. So he doesn't want to risk dropping the bike. Even if the bike is undamaged, he would not be allowed to restart again. It would be seen as crashing out of the race, and you are done. So obviously he's going to be a little bit sensitive about the possibility of pulling out in the latter stages. 4 laps to go. Tyler Humphries all over Wilson Dilks as they go once again. A long Pentith climb, up Coward Summit and down the drop on the far side, then through to the pit straight. And that's where he's going to work his way through to Paddock Bend here, the long flowing right-hander. Is there going to be a chance for Tyler Humphries on Wilson Dilks? You do get the sense that these two need to settle their differences somehow. Hudson Cooper, incidentally, is having a very quiet race in 3rd position, 10 seconds back from these two. But Wilson Dilks versus Tyler Humphries, this is really turning into a proper street battle between these two riders. Wilson Dilks in the lead. 2nd place in your screen is Tyler Humphries. He's also the pretender to the crown here. Down the back straight. Turning in for the section there along Conrod and then up towards these fantastic fast-flowing sections. I have to say, I was a little bit stunned at just how quickly he could get around this place. So now it's a big deal, closer than ever before for Tyler Humphries. Can he just snatch it away from Wilson Dilks on the last lap? We've got 3 laps to go of this, so I don't think he's going to be confident unless he can slam a victory pass out of nowhere. So now they work their way through the S's. Wilson Dilks versus Tyler Humphries. Hudson Cooper, Charlie Cunningham, Lucas King. And then we've got the 4 competitors in Mini GP 190/70. That's a BMB Run Championship, of course. Joshua Herring, Harry Rafferty, Ollie Everts, and David Wilton. So now we're going to get to see time. It is going to be tricky. And so, nothing wrong with confessing it. Very difficult when adults try to buy their way into the run. They've got a slow bike in front of them. That's going to be David Wilton, who's going to catch the pinch point first. That's tricky for Wilson Dilks. Tyler Humphries goes with him. That could have been so much worse for Wilson Dilks. He gets away with it, but Tyler Humphries is right there in the mix with a lap and a half to go. Up towards the S's. Tyler Humphries still fancies his chances here to get ahead of Wilson Dilks. They zip their way through the right, through the left, along the Rogerson Straight and up to Luna. And is there one final roll of the dice from Tyler Humphries? Can he overturn this deficit to Wilson Dilks? Hairpin turn. Putting on the steam as they fly out of Luna. Along the Conrad Straight, last lap. This is it, now or never for Tyler Humphries if he wants to beat Wilson Dilks. He's really going to have to dig deep. Dropping down Coward Summit. And is there going to be a chance for Tyler Humphries? He's having to think about it. Wilson Dilks is having to defend the line. Tyler Humphries might get a chance at a Paddock Bend. But again, he can't make it stick. Now he's got a chance into the next left-hander, Lucy's Valley. And the far side, he's going to go long as Wilson Dilks defends and covers to the inside. Tyler Humphries may get the faster acceleration and line it up for the S's better. It's going to be tight. Can Dilks hang on from Tyler Humphries? Cooper and Cunningham are safe in 3rd and 4th, but this duel is going to the last, and Tyler Humphries is going to have to out-accelerate Wilson Dilks out of Luna in the hope that he's going to beat him to the line. This is it for Tyler Humphries. He's going to try. He'll get the inside line. He's going to do it. Tyler Humphries has beaten Wilson Dilks by 0.03 of a second. Tyler Humphries waited all race and snatched it from the jaws of defeat. Absolutely phenomenal from Tyler Humphries. Who'd have thought he'd have taken that victory away? He only led for about 7 meters, if that. Absolutely incredible. And it's going to be a victory in the Mini GP category for Joshua Herring. He takes the victory in class ahead of Harry Rafferty and Ollie Everts, with David Wilton coming home in 4th place. What an incredible race, as Tyler Humphries takes the victory by 0.03 of a second. Basically, he only led for just a few short inches of this race, but they are the most important inches to win in this competition. Absolutely extraordinary, as Tyler Humphries, sitting on the back wheel of Wilson Dilks throughout, was able to snatch the most unlikely of victories, accelerating out of Luna, and he beat him over the line by 0.03 of a second. Incredible. Now we've got just 13 races remaining, and the first of those is going to be for the mini bikes, the 160s and the veterans. So the green flags fly once again here at Three Sisters, and the riders are let out of the pit lane so that they can do their reconnaissance lap of the course. And they'll get themselves ready for the Minibike 160 and Minibike Veterans Race 2. That'll see Tim Patterson and Tommy Fielding on the front row of the starting grid, with Chris Heimers alongside Jake Whittaker on the second, then Chris Grieve and Lee West, Jamie Smith and Matthew Lindley from Sam Morrison and Ben Johnson, then Michael Judkins and Jordan Grant, Mike Carr and Aidan Walker, Connor Smith and Barry Lindley, Nicky Margetson and Cameron Caulfield, Cameron Hawes and Jim Pallister, then Dave Cook, Pete Johnson, Aaron Parker, Barry Clark, Adam Hilton and Ben Nixon. So not necessarily all of the riders that I mentioned there are going to be on the starting grid for this one. I've seen it a few times in the past when the last Raw penultimate race of the day is a race that the competitors will choose to opt out of. Certainly at the moment I'm only counting 24 riders in the mix. So again, that would suggest that not all of them are there in position. They've got 8 laps of the longer outer perimeter course to navigate. There is the pole sitter. Oh no, sorry, that's Tommy Fielding. There is the pole sitter. That is Tim Patterson getting himself into position. Looks like an empty place on the grid for Chris Grieve, but nonetheless we are ready to race here. There is Chris Grieve, so thank goodness he's been able to put himself into position in the nick of time. Last couple of positions being sorted then between the Minibike 160s and veterans, and we're off to starters' orders, and round the outside of Patterson it's a big launch from Tommy Fielding. So Fielding gets into the lead here. Excellent start. So Tommy Fielding has already shot forward to take the lead out of the run to paddock bend. Not that the run to paddock bend is very long at all, but he certainly out accelerates Patterson and gets himself into the lead, and there's going to be a lot of contenders trying to take these victories away from his opposition. So far so good, but out in front there can be no doubt after the electrifying start there of Tommy Fielding. So he leads the way from Patterson, then Whittaker, West, Morrison, Chris Heimers, Chris Grieve on the inside line for second. Is that going to be Whittaker? It's not close enough for Tim Patterson. He has to wait and hope that the opportunity will arise again shortly. But behind Whittaker, it's Lee West in 4th, Sam Morrison is 5th, ahead of Chris Heimers, Chris Grieve, Matthew Lindley and Ben Johnson, with the top 10 currently rounded out by Jamie Smith. So what is Jake Whittaker going to be able to do? When he gets a good cart underneath him, Jake is unstoppable in these conditions. So now trying to get on the inside line of Tim Patterson. Not particularly easy going, but certainly trying his best to make good work of the situation around him. So everybody very close together in this top 3. White back for Lee West and Sam Morrison. They haven't quite found the Same sort of panache at the front end of the field that's needed to run with the pack. Tommy Fielding trying to get away from Patterson and Whitaker. Lee West is up to fourth ahead of Sam Morrison now, and Chris Grieve and Ben Johnson have both got ahead of Chris Hymers. What a comeback from Ben Johnson, who is already in P7. I would love to say I'm surprised, but I've seen Ben Johnson going through this field like a duck to water several times now. Absolutely incredible, charging through the pack like a bull in a china shop. But excellent display of character right from the start of this season. Tommy Fielding, still your leader from Tim Patterson and Jake Whitaker. Lee West finds himself best of the rest in fourth position, ahead of Sam Morrison. And then Chris Grieve, Ben Johnson, Chris Hymers, Cameron Caulfield and Matthew Lindley rounding out the top 10, ahead of Jamie Smith, Michael Judkins and Mike Carr. So now we're going to get to see if there's any more big pushes between the top three. Fielding certainly has a decent handle on things. 6 laps to go for him. Patterson and Whitaker still very close in behind. So now they're going to continue to rise up through the crests then. Down Coward Summit and up to the paddock. So now we're going to get to see if there's going to be any more interesting badinage between these three, because Fielding has not got the decent lead he was hoping for. He's only 0.4 of a second ahead of Tim Patterson, and then Jake Whitaker is right in behind them. So you do the math, it's not going to be easy to separate these guys through what is already turning into a very tricky race. But certainly Tommy Fielding has done what he needed to get into Tim Patterson's headspace, beat him to the corner, and now essentially it's up to him how to dictate the pace. So there's a lot that can still happen here as they run together off the... Oh, they will work their way through the apex on the radius. So now they're going to push their way further forward, and then they'll climb out of Lucy's Valley. Still some really good opportunities here for our contenders. Now they work their way through the S's. Look at Jake Whitaker. This was a two-man scrap earlier on, Fielding and Patterson. Now Jake Whitaker is going to turn this into an out battle royale. Through they come, out of Luna and along the Conrod Straight. Tim Patterson under some pressure here from Jake Whitaker, who's trying to urge him to move a little bit further forward in the rankings. We've got 4 laps to go here, and Jake Whitaker tries to slice on the inside. So aggressive a corner that as they go up into the crest. Fabulous part of the circuit that, known as Pentith Climb, and then dropping down Coward Summit on the way to Paddock Bend, keeping it nice and tidy. Fielding, Patterson, Whitaker. Whitaker has the fastest lap on the circuit at the moment. Amongst the veterans, it's Lee West who has it. A 102.483 compared to Jake Whitaker on a 101.667. So are we going to get to see an interesting and fascinating duel for position, these three? So very tricky. Coming off the corner. Looks like it's going to be a very difficult finishing to this particular heat, as the Minibike 160s and the Minibike veterans have only got 3 laps to go here, and Tommy Fielding leads the way from Tim Patterson and Jake Whitaker. This is almost the previous heat re-scripted to include 3 riders and not 2. Is there a move on the inside for Patterson? The other thing you'll notice as well in minibikes in the 160 and veterans category is that there are no spring chickens here in this particular paddock. If you want to go for a race victory, if you want to claim a prize, then go and do so, because this is very tricky stuff indeed. Patterson tucked up behind Tommy Fielding. Jake Whitaker still there in 3rd position, knows exactly what the score is with that particular restaurant. Samuel Morrison, West, Johnson, Caulfield, Cook, Lindley and Jamie Smith, and we're getting into the closing stages. 2 laps remaining as Fielding, Patterson and then Jake Whitaker Lots of great battles between these three all the way to the finish. Are we going to get to see what happens when somebody puts Tim Patterson up against the ropes, up towards Coward Summit, dropping down? And is there going to be a chance of a manoeuvre from Tim Patterson onto... Oh, very close run indeed there, as the competitors continue to run. They still run in close proximity. And so now Tim Patterson is running out of opportunities. He's just trying to put Tommy Fielding on his back foot. But of course, he's seen how it was done in the previous race. Maybe he can do something similar. Just shadow Tommy Fielding's every move, and then when it's time, unleash the beast. Tim Patterson hoping to get the clean sweep here off the final turn. So now the battle rages to the last lap. And Tommy Fielding has just been able to pull out that little bit of daylight between himself and Tim Patterson that I think is going to be enough that he stays comfortable. This is only race 2 out of 3, don't forget. The big risks will probably come in the third and final encounter. But for now though, Tim Patterson is racing, chasing after Tommy Fielding. So along that back stretch, a fantastic race battle coming to a conclusion after a battle royale between Tommy Fielding and Tim Patterson. So now we're going to get to see if this title fight will continue into the third race battle, because no matter what Tim Patterson threw at Tommy Fielding, he couldn't catch him. Tommy Fielding will get the victory then in front of Tim Patterson and Jake Whittaker. They'll renew their battle a little bit later on. Sam Morrison comes through for 4th place in front of Lee West, Dave Cook, Cameron Caulfield and Ben Johnson. So some good performances all the way. The veteran victory is clinched by Lee West ahead of Dave Cook and Ben Johnson. So a fairly intense victory battle there in the 160 minis and the mini bike veterans too. So it will be a tricky scenario for them if they want to try and make up more progress up the field, these competitors. But never say never. All it takes is for one bright spark to light a candle, and everyone will see its light for as long as it extinguishes. Tommy Fielding ahead of Tim Patterson and Jake Whittaker. Next up, it is the FIM Road to MotoGP FIM Mini GP 160 for the second round of their campaign. A really exciting opportunity here for Tommy Fielding to put this guy So another warm-up lap begins then, and it's the FIM Mini GP UK 160 for their second race of 3 this weekend. They had a very interesting battle earlier on in the damp conditions. Now they're going to bring it back to the fore. With just 12 races remaining in our programme, we'll get the FIM Mini GP UK series out twice more in the 160 category. The 17 and Super Mini Race 3, that'll take place straight after this one. That'll be their last race of the weekend. Then we'll still have Mini GP 160 50s twice more, along with 2 races in the Mini Bike 140s. Then we'll have the Mini GP 110s and the Avali 110 Cup. They'll come out twice more, and then we'll have the closing victory for Junior SM90 and the FIM Mini GP UK 190 and Mini GP 190/70. So all of this will take us down to the wire. 12 races still to go here. So it'll be really interesting to see how it all plays out. We've got ourselves a little bit of a deficit of the time to catch up. The original schedule had us starting this race at 14:20. It is now 14:41. So we're only about 20 minutes behind the schedule, but I think everybody's quite glad of it in this particular race weekend. Leo Soliu is going to be trying to overhaul Max Robertson on the front row of the grid. Then Josh Herring and Riley Robertson, Austin Wilton and Charlie Dickinson from William Dickinson and Matthew Thomas. What's the race going to be like in the duel between Robinson and Soliu? There's only one way to find out. Leo Soliu trying to hold on to second position around the outside as Josh Herring got into the mix there. Austin Wilton is going to find himself a little further back as a big dive up the inside. That's a change for fourth position. I think that might have been even Matthew Thomas, I think, trying to put himself into a decent position on the outset. 8 laps of the course now in FIM Mini GP UK 160 for their second race. It's the length of the circuit that makes it such a daring opportunity for the drivers, because although this is technically a karting and mini bike circuit, it is one of the longest of its kind in the world that is outdoors. Max Robinson leads Leo Soliu, Josh Herring, Matthew Thomas and Riley Robertson, and there are Charlie Dickinson and William Dickinson in the back of my head there. But there's already been plenty of drama coming into this weekend. We weren't expecting too much more, but certainly for Max Robinson, he's got Leo Soliu and Joshua Herring now, all wanting to get the overtake on Max Robinson. Max just wants to drive and enjoy the process of driving. But an excellent stuff for these two. Is this going to be an easy class victory then for... Is this going to be an easy, straightforward battle for the victory in very close proximity between these very evenly matched racers? So Max Robinson still holding on to this lead for the moment, but Leo Soliu, Matthew Thomas and Joshua Herring are all going to be chipping in from the sidelines, giving you encouragement and pushing you forward. Riley Robertson, 5th position. Still not a lot for these guys to make of the situation here. Down the straight. So close between the top 5. Look at it. Robertson, Soliu, Thomas, Herring, Robinson. So absolutely extraordinary how they've been able to make this work. So while Robinson is incurring the wrath of the entire paddock, not just one team's board members, pinpointing the accuracy on the way through. This is so difficult, you know, threading the eye of the needle at effectively over 100 miles an hour in some cases. Certainly the racing has been really exciting all the way around the course here. Robertson still leads, Soliu second, Thomas, Herring and Riley Robinson, all 5 racers, all 5 race fans I should say, enjoying the opportunity to move their way further forward, sorry. So Robinson, it looks like there could be a chance here for Matthew Thomas round the outside to get the overtaking move there on Leo Soliu. My goodness me, Soliu still talking about, you know, this incredible technology. So they will continue on the far side of the course, having a great duel. And still Max Robertson versus Leo Soliu versus Matthew Thomas, the Vilting Welshman. Riley Robinson is P6. Austin Wiltons is P7, and then Charlie and William Dickinson have a very interesting battle awaiting them as they continue to charge up this hill. There is the move on the inside line, and that I think is Matthew Thomas through into second position there on Max Robinson. We'll have to double check it, but Robinson is the new race leader. Looks to me as though he's gone. Where is the race leader, surely it's not going to be quite so dominant for you. So far so good with 4.5 laps to go. Here at Three Sisters, Leo Soliu is trying to get on terms with Max Robinson as we come out of Luna Bend, and throttle will be applied all the way down the Conrod Straight once again. This is turning into a really difficult race battle. Up on the inside, Josh Herring does not fancy spending more than he has to. Here comes the opportunity with Matthew Thomas now through into second position. It's like he has been unleashed, and now he's going to try and make his play for the race lead. Goodness me, he doesn't wait around, does he, Matthew Thomas? He's got a chance to put something nice together, and why on earth not? And on the inside line, that is the dive for position. Well, that is the very first of them. We're going to put some amazing... So now the duel continues. Robinson and Thomas. Leo Soliu and Joshua Herring are not far away either. So Leo Soliu is trying to keep Riley Robinson at bay, while at the same time Max Robinson is trying to scamper away from Matthew Thomas. Very close battle in the far side of Brigade. So now they go along the pit straight. Matthew Thomas just biding his time, picking his moment. He's seen that it can be done on the finish line, but he'll want to do it perhaps in a little bit more of a classy way. He will want to make a clean sweep of victories, and so the battle is raging for Matthew Thomas to try and get on terms here with Max Robinson. This is a really solid effort from essentially a rookie driver. This is really impressive work. And so he's been incredibly instrumental in making sure everything stays A-OK out there. And so now we've got the closing stages of this one. Matthew Thomas having prepared the fastest lap of the race with a lap and a half to go. Now he's going to try and dive in on the inside line of Max Robinson. Robinson again has to resist, with Riley Robinson third, Leo Soliu in P4, then Herring, Wilton, and William and Charlie Dickinson. But Max Robinson is doing everything he needs to do to stop Matthew Thomas from working his way further forward. Riley Robinson P3, and Leo Soliu obviously being taken care of in a fantastic duel between these two. Leo Soliu down to fourth position, but Max Robinson and Matthew Thomas, we were actually very close. Last lap, Max Robinson's got to try and shake off Matthew Thomas for one flying lap of the Three Sisters circuit. They will fly out through the right-hander past the pits, up the crest, dropping down Coward Summit. And are there any cowards on this racetrack? Well, certainly a move up the inside line is forthcoming with a back marker in the way. Matthew Thomas and Max Robinson are dueling wheel to wheel as they work in position. Watch for Riley Robinson. He can get back on terms with them as well. It's stalemate as Robinson manages to get back ahead of Matthew Thomas. Thomas is trying his best to get through on the inside line. You've really got to work hard if you want to topple the race leader, who has been the king of the category for a lot of the season, until a young whippersnapper called Jake Ostecki decided he fancies his chance. Max Robinson, Matthew Thomas, Riley Robinson, Leo Soliu is going to be very close as they come through out of the final turn. It's going to be close to the line, but there will be no overhaul on this occasion. Max Robinson hangs on in front of Matthew Thomas and Riley Robinson. Leo Soliu, fourth position. Josh Herring, P5. And then Austin Wilton ahead of Will Dickinson and Charlie Dickinson. Excellent race all the way. But the gap between the top three drivers was just, three top riders, I should say, sorry, was just 0.3 of a second. Absolutely phenomenal stuff between these three impeccable riders. And guess what? They've got to do this all again in race 3 a little bit later today. So there's still going to be opportunities to get more into the mix. Wow, very good scenes indeed here. And a very good race battle. There's no doubt about that, as the riders have been very strong so far. Now we get to see what happens when we send the 17s and Super Minis out for their third and final race of the weekend. This is the last time you'll see them at Three Sisters in 2025. It's time then for another rolling lap as the riders in the Mini GP 17s and Super Minis make their way to the starting grid for the third and final time this weekend. Alex Clark and Lawrence Wardle on the front row of the grid for this one. Lee Thompson and Charlie Cunningham will be next up. Then Phil Dickens and Joe Milnes, Michael Med and Paul Jennings, Tyler Hartley, Dan Baker, Louis Smith and Andrew Jones. And then Liam Whiteley ahead of Leo Caulfield, with Andre Tadea and Jake Smith getting themselves into the last two positions on this 16 bike grid. Alex Clark hoping that this is going to be a particularly impressive run from him. Lawrence Wardle 414 eager to take the position away. This is when the racing really started to get exciting, after the track started drying out. And looking at it, you wouldn't think for a moment, would you, that it's been very wet at the start of the day. So now the competitors getting themselves into their positions. Clark, Wardle, Thompson, Cunningham, Dickens, Milnes, Med, Jennings, Hartley, Baker, Smith, Jones, Whiteley, Caulfield, Todia and Jake Smith to complete the field. And it's going to be Clark versus Wardle, with Thompson and Cunningham in tow as we get ourselves ready for racing. Off we go, and what a launch forward from the 414 of Lawrence Wardle. Absolutely magnificent start to beat Alex Clark to the punch as they go into Lucy's Valley hairpin for the first time. Everybody just trying to keep themselves into a relatively decent position here. But for Lawrence Wardle, that is the mother of all starts off the grid. He can be so happy with the position he now finds himself in, courtesy of that. So the riders just getting themselves dialed in, out through Luna Bend. I can expect to see a little bit more from the tension and drama provided now. But as they come through, it's going to be a tight one, as Alex Clark is actually going to put one wheel in front and retakes the lead. Alex Clark storms in on Lawrence Wardle, and he leads now by 44 thousandths of a second as they came across the line. But it's quite clear that Alex Clark is now the man in front of Lawrence Wardle. Then it is Dickens, Cunningham, Louis Smith, Tadea, incredibly in P6. As up the inside line, that's the chance for second, that is Phil Dickens. So Phil Dickens gets the overtaking move on Lawrence Wardle. That's for P2. Then behind Michael Med, we have Joe Milnes, Paul Jennings, Andrew Jones, Tyler Hartley, Dan Baker, and then Lee Thompson and Liam Whiteley. They're all going to be relatively close together now, as Alex Clark leads Lawrence Wardle and Phil Dickens. Charlie Cunningham Still running a very competitive race here in 4th position, but it is Wardle back in front. Dickens in 2nd place. Clark is down to 3rd. So Clark had the initial lead, but it's all fallen apart again. Cunningham in 4th position. Smith in P5 from Andre Todea. And then it is Michael Med from Joe Milnes, Paul Jennings, Andrew Jones, Tyler Hartley, Dan Baker, Lee Thompson, and Liam Whiteley. But for the moment, at least, it is time to put these incredible racers in the vanguard of a squabble. This is the last time we'll see the 17s and Super Minis going at it together. And they have got 10 laps to go at the end of this one. A super long 3rd and final race in the 17s and Super Minis. So now the competitors essentially have got to try and find their feet and finish the job off in good style here. Running around the far side of the dais. This is looking very neat and tidy. And Lawrence Wardle is getting himself into a lead now from Phil Dickens. That's a hard charge up the inside from Michael Med to try and take on Louis Smith. I know he tried to battle with him, but I'm not sure if he actually got through, as Alex Clark has dropped out of the race then by the look of it. I wonder if he had a mechanical issue, because Alex Clark, the man who was leading and was on pole position, don't forget, is nowhere to be seen. He is out of this race by the look of it. So Alex Clark, we don't know what the reason was, but it's game over for him regardless. Bitter disappointment. We were looking at the steam coming off the fight for the victory. It's certainly looking very tricky now. Lawrence Wardle, Phil Dickens and Louis Smith, Michael Med, Andre Todea and Charlie Cunningham. Then Jennings, Milnes, Andrew Jones, Tyler Hartley, Dan Baker, Lee Thompson, Liam Whiteley and Alex Clark. So still an amazing ride from Phil Dickens. He looks pretty smart about this and diving up the inside line. Oh, there's not a lot of space for Andre Todea. But he fancies his chances, doesn't he? He feels that, hang on a minute, I saw your overtake, well I can do an even better one than that. Certainly going for the imagination of the crowd. Round through the hairpin. Keeping it nice together. So now there is just 8 laps to go at the end of this one. The competitors will still want to have that little bit of extra battling out on the course. Still trying to find that pace. Still trying to get that overhaul on Lawrence Wardle. Wardle has locked himself off the start into a very strong position. But ever since then, everybody's been wanting things from him, and on behalf of him, and there goes Louis Smith on the inside of Phil Dickens into 2nd position. So 2nd position in the final. And this is the final race of their weekend. There is of course one weekend still to go in September. But for Lawrence Wardle, it really is game over as he leads comfortably here. But for Phil Dickens, Louis Smith and Michael Med, they've got other ideas as to how long this is going to drag on for. But Lawrence Wardle still looking super confident ahead of Phil Dickens and Louis Smith. I think all it really takes in this world to have those things talked about and written about you is that you do them whenever you've got the opportunity, and you chastise all those who don't take advantage of that opportunity. So Lawrence Wardle leads Louis Smith now into 2nd place ahead of Michael Med, as Phil Dickens drops into 4th position. Then it is Charlie Cunningham. Paul Jennings is in P7. And then we have Joe Milnes, Andrew Jones and Tyler Hartley, with Lee Thompson, Liam Whiteley, Alex Clark and Dan Baker. This is getting pretty tight now up front. Couple of riders really choosing to push their way forward. This is Wardle, Smith, Med, Dickens and Todea. So still a very good opportunity for some very tough racing, as again all 5 riders are incredibly close together around the outside of the hard charging Phil Dickens. Comes another very talented young competitor Still a very complicated race battle here as they run up towards Coward Summit once again. But with 6 laps to go, yes, Lawrence Wardle is the leading competitor, with Michael Med still suffering from anxiety. Second position ahead of Louis Smith likewise. Fourth for Phil Dickens. Andre Todeia is next up in position, and then Charlie Cunningham, Paul Jennings, Joe Milnes, Andrew Jones and Tyler Hartley. Some amazing competitors. So they work their way through the S's, keeping a very, very good run. So now this trio still locked together. Michael Med having got out ahead of Louis Smith there in the last rotation. Andre Tadea has also got ahead of Michael Med. This is an absolutely furious race battle as there goes Tadea into third position ahead of Michael Med and Phil Dickens. But this race really is starting to ramp up. 5 riders, Wardle, Smith, Tadea, Med and Dickens. Every single one of them wants the victory. They've all got as good a chance as any to get it done. Tadea's already thinking about his designs on second place, getting past Louis Smith. As far on the outside, he's going to have pressure from Michael Med. Michael Med thought he could just ride right round the outside there. Wow, this is tricky stuff. As Charlie Cunningham is now at the back of that squabble too. So there's definitely going to be some rumblings back in base camp tonight. Lawrence Wardle leading the way from Louis Smith and Andre Tadea. Michael Med is ahead of Phil Dickens as they work their way forward. This is going to be a nail-biter once again in the British Mini Bikes paddock. How do they find it so easy to bring us these incredible showdown finishes? So far we've got Wardle, Louis Smith, Andre Tadea, Michael Med and Phil Dickens, and all of them are in the top 5 of this race as well. So now we have got just 4 laps remaining. It is time to really dial in a cinematic approach to this duel. It really has been incredible. Wardle, Smith, Tadea, Meadow, Dickens. So as they work their way through the S's, there's only going to be 3 laps to go at the end of this one. Consistency and patience are so important. Good things come to those who wait. And so we're going to have a really intriguing battle as look how many bikes are in the hunt for the victory now. 5 of them all on track together. They all think they've got as equal chance as the other of getting a run to the victory. And it is amazing to see just how tight the competition is between these 5 riders. Just astonishing. Lawrence Wardle, Louis Smith, Andre Tadea, Phil Dickens and Michael Med. Those are the illustrious 5 competitors. Lawrence Wardle in front of Louis Smith, and there goes Andre Tadea. Tadea goes up in a second position. Good work from Andre. No worries at all there either. And so second position is Andre Tadea's, but there's still work to be done. There's still a chance to make it work against him. So he's got to try at best to write on his number. He actually has been very clever. He's put the incredible challenge to rights here as they go down the straight. Flat out almost through the right-hander to climb up over the top. So now it's all going to come down to a very calm and focused demeanour in this last lap and a half. Who's going to have the patience of a saint? Will it be Wardle, Tadea, Smith, Dickens or Med? Or will they have to pull their resources and go outside that top 5? Could we even consider Paul Jennings? So now that fight is going to go all the way down to the wire as Andre Tadea has now hit the front with Lawrence Wardle giving chase. This is going to be a hard charge cast saloon for Andre Tadea. Wardle in second, Smith in third, then Dickens and Med. But they've got to keep this going all the way to the checkered flag, and we're on the last lap now. So Andre Tadea knows he's got a mission. He has worked his way up from 15th on the starting grid too, to find himself right where he is now in the lead. So from the back of the grid all the way up to the front, this amazing display has got Andrei Tadea's fingerprints all over it. And so out through Lucy's Valley, up towards the S's, and then they will take that short run down the Rogerstone Straight and up towards Luna Bend. So now, can anybody get close enough to Tadea to challenge him again? I'm not sure he's been able to. They finally found the format that incredibly works for him. And so the final 17 race and Super Minis race will be victory for Andrei Tadea. What a charge back from the back of the grid. Andrei Tadea from Lawrence Wardle, only 0.124 behind him with the flag. Louis Smith, Phil Dickinson, Michael Med. Sixth for Charlie Cunningham, then Paul Jennings. It'll be Joe Miles in 8th position, then Andrew Jones, Tyler Hartley, Lee Thompson, Liam Whitley, Alex Clark and Dan Baker. That is a fantastic end to the 17 and Super Mini action here this weekend. Andrei Tadea snatching a brilliant victory in the end there. Next up, Mini GP 160 and 50 for their championship second race of the weekend. And so in the Mini GP 160-50 category, this is their second race out of 3. Kai Golder versus Riley Paisley. They gave us an amazing show earlier on, and now Leo Soliu, Leon Simpson, Ella Mosgrove, Riley Robertson, Dan Tanton, Max Robinson and Sebastian Gazlowski will take to the circuit once again. Fascinating to see what can transpire now that the conditions have changed favourably for all of those who decided that slick tyres were more likely to be needed than wets. Certainly hopes that the riders in this one are going to give us a really exciting showcase. Riley Paisley fighting for the victory right to the very last time out. And now we're going to get it done again, as Kai Golder lines up on pole position on the inside line. Then it is Riley Paisley, number 17 in the lime green machine. Third place for Leo Soliu, who's getting himself ready for the charge. Then Leon Simpson, Ella Mosgrove, Riley Robertson, Dan Tanton, Max Robertson and Sebastian Gostovsky. Off we go then. A good race start. The top 3 completely unfazed. Kai Golder leads from Kai Golder leading Riley Paisley is what I meant to say. Leo Soliu ahead of Leon Simpson, then Ella Mosgrove, Riley Robertson, Dan Tanton, Max Robinson and Sebastian Goslovsky. So for the moment, it's the Rogerstone Straight that welcomes our race leader in first position. No need to tell me how to do this, guys. I'm absolutely well versed. So still, the battles will be very tight behind them, but Kai Golder doesn't want a close fight. He wants to disappear and hide into the distance. So it would be a good opportunity for Kai Golder. Working their way down the hill up towards the pit straight. This is going to be an overtaking move, and it's going to be a strong one as Riley Robertson don't quite get the move on Riley Paisley. Certainly had a look at it. Golder got ahead, Soliu got ahead, and so Riley Robertson thinks, right, well, if you two can get through, so can I. So it is going to be a tight battle all the way through. Expect the unexpected for our riders as they get through to the closing stages, but they're already starting to think about traffic as Kai Golder has got 9/10 of a second on the chasing pack of bikes. Paisley, Soliu, Riley Robertson, Leon Simpson, Ella Musgrove, and Dan Tanton, two riders that did not take participation in this race. So down to the inside line, oh my goodness! What a storm forward! That was unbelievably tight, as Riley Paisley really feels the heat from Riley Robertson. Now comes down the inside, and it's going to be a run wide from Riley Paisley, but Riley Robertson, what a manoeuvre to absolutely force the issue to get in a second place and now go after Kai Golder. And Riley Paisley on the 17 will not be at all happy. That is ridiculously forceful, even for an intense battle of that ilk. That is absolutely monstrous. So, back to the action again on track still. 6.5 laps to go. Kai Golder leading Riley Paisley, Riley Robertson, Leo Soliu, Leon Simpson, Ella Musgrove. All of these competitors, I'm fairly sure I could well be. But a fascinating run as they go down the straight again. And up another opportunity here towards the summit. So up to Coward Summit, drop down through the trees. There is a shop or two just out the far side of it. So now we're going to get to see another overtaking move on young Riley Robertson. This time it is going to be just Riley Paisley chasing down Leo Soliu, hoping that there is a chance to bounce back. But certainly for the moment it's looking pretty tight. Not looking so easy to make this work. But obviously there's going to be a little bit more to do in the closing stages of this one. Riley Paisley still fancying his chances. So we'll see if Riley Paisley is able to make things work. Competition still looking very neat and tidy. They rise over the top of the crest. Now we're going to get to see if they are going to be very close together as they work through. Kai Golder actually has a really decent lap time in his pocket here. Second for Riley Robertson, third is Leo Soliu, and fourth is Riley Paisley. But for how much longer? Paisley dives up the inside of Leo Soliu. Into third position then goes Riley Paisley. Excellent work, but I think there's going to be a charge up the inside line again before too long. Leo Soliu is not going to be too forgiving here. Third position is okay for the moment, but there's more where that came from. And so Kai Golder leads by 2 seconds to this terrific battle for second. Riley Robertson, Riley Paisley and Leo Soliu. And that's the thing why it's important for Riley Robertson to get that push start in his mind almost. Wasn't really a push start, I suppose, but he certainly managed to roll it back onto the road with his incredible relaxation music that it will be ringing in the ears of the competitors around him. Leo Soliu has to fall to the back of this queue for the moment in fourth position. But this is a very intense run for all of them. So now we're going to get to see just how much hard work can be unraveled here. Kai Golder is the bike, that went just in front of this incredible train. Then Riley Robertson, then Riley Paisley and Leo Soliu, second, third, fourth. Coming off the turn and down the Conrod straight up towards the summit. Pentith climb. And then up to the top of that, you then reach Oscar Simons. So now this triumvirate is still going strong with only 2.5 laps to go. Riley Paisley really wants to get into second place again here. Riley Robinson has other ideas. Paisley tries to commit down the inside of Lucy's Valley hairpin and can't make it work. It's going to be very tight to the finish here. Riley Paisley desperately wants to shake off the attentions of Leo Soliu. But now he's going to dive for the inside of Robinson. Oh, close. So close between the two of them. Their pinions almost locked. Well, this is very tricky. But out in front, it's Kai Golder's fairy tale. He's got 2 laps to go as he crosses the line. But this is a magic chance now for Caden Delsey. He's made it 2 cadet rookie wins in a row. He may be able to go for this title now. So let's see what is going to occur then in the Aston Martin car. Well, the Aston Martin green, I should say, is still present even here in Three Sisters. Up to the inside line, and Paisley's going to have to commit. Oh, he dives across and nearly takes Riley Robinson with him there in what could have been a really tough low snapper. But now he's got to try and bounce back in on Leo Soliu once again. He's so determined. Out of the final turn, Kai Golder is going to go into the last lap with the lead intact. Riley Robinson, Riley Paisley and Leo Soliu are going to quest after this second position. It's going to need proper bravery from Riley Paisley to go after Riley Robinson. Spend the entire lap getting back on terms, and then maybe there's an opportunity in the closing stages if you like bikes. But what a phenomenal journey it has been. This guy Golder leads out front. Robinson, Paisley and Soliu are taking this fight down to the wire. There's not been any major lunges. They're trying to wait for the golden opportunity when the circuit, yes, it's changed names, but it's changed its corporate issues as well. But Three Sisters, a very respectable race circuit here. And it's Kai Golder who's looking likely to be the man to tame it in Mini GP 160/50. Here comes the victor. Kai Golder is win here at Three Sisters. Excellent stuff. Second place for Riley Robinson. Third for Riley Paisley. And then fourth place for Leo Soliu. Simpson will be fifth. Musgrove will be sixth. And Dan from Tanton is going to be in 7th position. Good racing all the way then, as we've now got the Minibike 140s to send out onto the course for their next encounter on track. Mini bike 140 time once again, race 2 out of 3 here this weekend. Tommy Fielding ahead of Sam Morrison, Tim Patterson, Aaron Robinson and Tommy Armand, with Arnie Carr lining up P6 on the grid for this one, with Gary Johnson, Clary Hugh and Harry Swan, and then Ryan Hayburn and Tom Wise from Liam Trinder, Finley Cottenham, Dan Cliff, Chris Heimers, Aidan Walker, Liam Booth, Sean Brunning, Sid Marshall, and then Simon and Mark Porters. Ben Lord is 21st on the grid, having not set a time in qualifying, but he regularly does this. He won't set a time, but he'll put himself into the fray. Looks as though on this occasion, though, he will not be on the starting grid because there's only 20 bikes. So we're certainly going to get the race that we wanted from the front. Tommy Fielding in the 5.56 versus Sam Morrison on the 3.12. Who is going to get the best start? It's going to be Tommy Fielding into turn 1. No worries at all as they get themselves into a decent situation for the contenders then. It's getting very busy up at Lucy's. Lucy's Valley is getting pretty tricky out there. All of the contenders needing to find a little bit of balance to get themselves into a race-winning form. But certainly for Tommy Fielding, no accounts for taste. He is doing an amazing job leading the way here. Excellent performance ahead of the man he's battling with in the title fight. So those two are having a nice squabble amongst themselves. One of them is going to have to concede defeat. And I think there's just a little bit about how these riders are going to continue to keep this level high standard. They come off the turn, and it's very tricky, but out in front it is Tommy Fielding. He has the advantage over Sam Morrison, then Aaron Robinson, Arnie Carr and Tommy Armand. Looking for the bit on the inside line. Trying to set up some dummy moves in the hope that when the big one comes, it's going to be spectacular. So Tommy Fielding may be leading this race, but he's got big pressure on him from Sam Morrison. I actually thought Boschko John was going to disappear and hide after that, but he's certainly incredibly quiet. Great dueling all the way through here in the minibike 140s as Tommy Fielding no longer the great pretender to the crown here. Aaron Robinson has forced his way through to the front after some fantastic dueling. He's now battling away for the victory, but Aaron Robinson's got so much to deal with at the moment. Tommy Armand and Arnie Carr are in the mix here as trying to get through on the inside of Tommy Fielding is Aaron Robinson. 5 riders with a lot to prove here. Tim Patterson is only a second and a half back from them. Goodness knows what it's going to look like when we're all tight in proximity. But now it's going to be tricky. Tommy Fielding ahead of Aaron Robinson. Arnie Carr is right there in 3rd position. He fancies his chances of making a big step up in his racing journey, and it's going to be 3 wide as they go down towards the right-hand apex. They're going to storm their way through. That was absolutely extraordinary to see all 3 bikes separated by just 0.113 of a second at the line there. And it's Tommy Fielding, Aaron Robinson and Arnie Carr. So Kalkin Janiset's having a great duel here with the very talented and very impressive young riders around them. Tommy Fielding, Aaron Robinson, Arnie Carr, Tommy Armand and Sam Morrison. So with 6 laps remaining, a lot can still happen here, and it probably will if we're honest with ourselves. Tommy Fielding still has the advantage and the upper hand here. Aaron Robinson, Arnie Carr, Tommy Armand and Sam Morrison. So Arnie Carr now hits the front, and he's put a tiny bit of light between himself and Aaron Robinson, because it is certainly looking particularly exciting at this stage of the event. Round the far side at Paddock Bend. There's still a lot of pressure ramping up on these riders. Nothing to choose between them. Aaron Robinson fancies his chances to get back into the lead here on Arnie Carr, with Tommy Armand and Tommy Fielding still thinking they can move forward third and fourth. Looking for the way through. It really is high pressure stuff now, as down the inside Aaron Robinson seeks his chance here on Arnie Carr. He's not going to be able to make the overtaking bid there. He's going to have to think of something else. But Arnie Carr has his backs to the ropes here as Aaron Robinson now makes the switcheroo down the main straight, and as he takes the lead along the Conrad Straight, Aaron Robinson hits the front, and it's so close up the top. Coward Summit, Robinson, Carr and Armand, it's almost three wide, and here comes Tommy Armand. Dives up the inside. Oh no, sorry, that is Arnie Carr getting himself back into the mix on the inside line there in his duel with Tommy Armand, Tommy Fielding and Sam Morrison. There's going to be a move on the inside line. Is that going to be Arnie Carr? He has to bail out. Aaron Robinson is not conceding. Very tough indeed now as Arnie Carr closes back up on Aaron Robinson. He's got to be a little bit more forceful if he's going to take the lead of this one, but he's also got to consider what it will compromise him with. Getting a penalty is no joke in these forms of racing anymore. There's a big twitch there from the man in second position now, Aaron Robinson. Diving up the inside line, and he slides right across the path. So Arnie Carr is able to hit the front here in his duel with Tommy Armand, but Tommy Armand absolutely slides in and grabs the lead. Excellently done for Tommy Armand, who leads the way here from Arnie Carr. There is really absolutely nothing between. Let's see the diving move on the inside line. No chance. The door just shuts and slams firmly in his face there. He's got to hope that these ridiculously crazy cars, ridiculously crazy bike riders, putting themselves to the absolute limits here. There's a race to be won, and they all want to win it. Arnie Carr is your leader. Up to second position. Now to the inside line. Side by side with 2 laps to go. Really tight race battle all the way here, and down in the inside, another lead change. It's going to be tight on the curbs, and that's going to make a mistake. Tommy Armand is going to get back on the inside of Arnie Carr, and he holds the position. Arnie Carr is resolute to keep his position in there, but Tommy Armand is going to try and steal this back to the inside line. But watch for Aaron Robinson and Tommy Fielding. They both fancy their chances to move forward. They go through on the far side, through the S's, then they'll go on to the Rogerson Straight. And this is not going to be an easy victory to hold on to. Tommy Armand was leading briefly at the end of the lap, then Arnie Carr was able to take it back again. Robinson and Fielding is still in the vanguard of this fight, and as they go off the final turn, we're going into the last lap, and it's going to be tight. Arnie Carr versus Tommy Armand to the next apex, which is going to be ridiculously fast. Who's going to get there first? It's going to be Tommy Armand! Tommy Armand forces it. Robinson on the inside of Arnie Carr now for second place, and as they drop down Coward Summit up towards Paddock Bend, 4 riders in the mix in Minibike 140. Armand, Carr, Robinson, Fielding and Arnie Carr back to the inside line of Tommy Armand. So on the last lap, Arnie Carr retakes the lead that was taken from him by Tommy Armand. Now it's going to be about who can get to the finish line first, because this is going to be a fast exit. You're absolutely going to be on it to make it work. And so now it's going to be a case of, can Tommy Armand get back on terms with Arnie Carr on the 83 bike? The answer is he will not have to. Comes off the final turn, and it's the 83 all the way despite the pressure from Tommy Armand to the line. Is it going to be Arnie Carr? 500ths of a second, he seals it. Tommy Armand in second, Tommy Fielding is third, and Aaron Robinson P4 in front of Tim Patterson. Excellent stuff. Really exciting battles all the way. And Arnie Carr is able to take the win ahead of Tommy Armand, Tommy Fielding Aaron Robinson and Tim Patterson. From Sam Morrison, Gary Johnson Clericu, Finley Cottenham and Dan Cliff. And this battle is going to take it all the way to the line as well. We're going to see Tom Wise just come home in front of Aidan Walker, Ryan Hayburn and Liam Trinder. Also Harry Swan was in that mix. Finally Sean Brunning, Sid Marshall, Mark and Simon Portis, as well as Chris Hymes. So everybody doing what they needed to do over the course of a very tough race there. They'll come out one more time before the end of the day. Next up, it's Mini GP 110 and the Avali 110 Cup Race. Eight races to go in the fourth race day of the season here at Three Sisters in Wigan, and it looks as though the officials are just in the mood to run these races back to back so that everybody can make a pilgrimage for the long journey home. It is one of the northernmost events that we have in the British Mini Bikes calendar. When you consider that we race at some fantastic venues, racing at Teesside, racing at Wilton Mill, it's going to be fascinating for these guys to tame the Three Sisters circuit after what's already been a very tough weekend. Caden Herring and Leon Simpson on the front row of the grid for the Avali 110 Cup. Then it's Cody Brennan and Sam Whitaker. And then Ella Mosgrove is in P5. Then it is the first of the Mini GP riders. That's Thomas Med along with Carter Spinks and Austin Dilks. Will Dickinson and Seth Hayward are in the top 10 in Avali. And then we've got Matthew Jennings, Dylan Cook, Rex Armand and CJ Magister, followed by the Avalis of JJ Magister, Dan Tanton and Charlie Forrester. And that is the grid all set. Caden Herring, 95 versus Leon Simpson, 85. And the Avali 110 Cup race will continue to bring an amazing draw into the battle. Just waiting to see the instincts and the reactions of the competitors as the mechanics clear the grid. Once the mechanics are cleared, it's all very clear cut. You're on your own there, gentlemen. So it's going to be Caden Herring, Leon Simpson, Cody Brennan and Sam Whitaker, and then Ella Mosgrove lining up in fifth position on the grid. She has got a lot of work to do from there alongside Thomas Med, but she could get the job done as we wait for the charge forward. Who's going to get to the first corner first? Will it be Herring or Simpson? It's going to be Herring. So Caden Herring from pole position. Leon Simpson drives right round the outside of Cody Brennan to maintain second position here at Three Sisters. So the two-wheeled Chargers are having an amazing scrap already. Herring, Simpson, Brennan. Experience the incredible dynamicism of these Mini GP 110 and Avali 110 Cup race battles in the flesh. I know you want to. Very solid effort so far from Caden Herring, just trying to pull clear of his opponents. If he's able to do that to enough of an extent without compromising either safety or his tyres, then it's certainly possible that it could go away from him again. So a good start from Caden Herring, as we know. This is going to be the end of his second lap of racing, and Caden Herring has definitely been very forthcoming in how he has been able to control the pace of these situations. Leon Simpson Cody Brennan and Sam Whittaker ahead of Thomas Med, Carter Spinks, and the only female in the field, Ella Musgrove. Then Dylan Cook, Matthew Jennings, JJ Magister and Austin Dilks from Rex Armand, Dan Tanton, CJ Maguire, Will Dickinson, Charlie Forrester, and Seth Haywood. So a lot of riders are here just to put on a brave face as they leave Three Sisters at the end of today. It's going to be a really tricky battle all the way through. But what a sensational scrap this is turning into as Caden Herring tries to get well clear of Leon Simpson. 1.2 seconds was the gap at the last check-in, but it's going to be very tricky. Further back we've got a great duel brewing as well for what I think is fourth position. This is Sam Whittaker being hunted down by Thomas Med, who really wants to pursue a royal relationship here to battle away. This battle is getting tasty again. Caden Herring holds the advantage. A bit of a pressure from Cody Brennan all over the back of Leon Simpson. Two drivers who have had absolutely nothing to do to prove to anybody about anything. Says the race leader, I've just got to keep pushing. And Caden Herring is doing just that. He's putting a shot at the title beyond any reach of her competitors. Excellent work from Caden Herring. And now we're going to get to see if there's any more in the tank coming off the final turn. This is going to be a very big charge forward to the first turn. And that is going to be a change of position, I do believe. As now we're going to have an interesting squabble with all of the competitors racing further forward. But even though the articles are full of lots of propaganda and all the rest of it, it's down to these young men, Caden Herring versus Leon Simpson, to actually give us a genuine place to home, a genuine place to set up shop. Working hard in behind these two, Caden Herring and Leon Simpson. So now we're going to get to see if Cody Brennan, that jet black helmet with the yellow stripes around the visor, I'm very keen to see how he manages to maintain his form. Leon Simpson, second position. So now the competitors are going to give us an extra sizzle of a show in the final 5 laps. Waiting to see how this battle continues in the closing stages. Caden Herring has pulled away and let this race play out his own way. But as for second place, it's anything but decided. Leon Simpson versus Cody Brennan, then Thomas Med, then Ella Musgrove has got herself back into the top 5 ahead of Sam Whittaker and Carter Spinks. So it's a very successful day so far for all of our contenders. And now to an excellent push display. They run through Leon Simpson and Cody Brennan, having a very tricky race battle of it coming off the turn. Is this going to be Lederer, or is this going to be our very esteemed friend and colleague pushing her way further forward there on the far side of the course? There has to be respect amongst these racers, otherwise you wouldn't get anywhere. You wouldn't have that fantastic attitude that a racer is supposed to have. One of sportsmanship, good humour and good play. Opportunity knocking to the inside line, as there in the distance you can just about make up Caden's Herring. So Caden Herring having a very solid race of it. But second position will be Cody Brennan, and third place will be Leon Simpson. Cody Brennan trying to drop Leon Simpson. They've got 3 laps to go. This is exactly where Cody Brennan was going to be strong. As soon as Leon Simpson and Thomas Med were out, it was always going to be a little bit trickier with So now with the heat bearing down on Three Sisters in Wigan, this is the penultimate race of the weekend for MiniGP 110 and Avali 110 Cup. Certainly hasn't been quite as rip-roaring and as nail-biting in tension as the first race of the day was for them. They get to do it twice more before their weekend finishes off. But a really exciting race battle all the way from Caden Herring. I know I'm saying it like he's already won the race, but he's certainly not going to have the kind of challenger that he would be so irritated by. Managed to catch him earlier in the week when he was battling away. So now we're going to get to see if anyone can come close to Caden Herring in the third and final heat later, but certainly in this one he's going to need a fair miracle to lose this race. Now he's got a lap and a half, and Caden Herring going well ahead of Cody Brennan, Leon Simpson, Thomas Med and Ella Mosgrove. Sam Whitaker ahead of Carter Spinks, and then Austin Dilks, Dylan Cook and JJ Madge. But it is going to be tough all the way. Out in front, it's not tough at all for Caden Herring. He's pulled well clear of the battle for second position, that duel, that never-ending duel between and Leon Simpson. There's nothing to choose between the two of those riders, as here comes Caden Herring to begin the last lap of the penultimate heat. And so MiniGP 110 and Avali 110 Cup perfectly happy and perfectly excited for what the future continues to hold. But this is excellent work from Caden Herring. He has driven so maturely through the difficulty of the adversity earlier on. And so now he is going to come through as we go into Paddock Bend. A very good effort indeed. So now we're going to come off the final turn. We're going to push our way forward, but it's been an absolute masterclass, a dream debut for Caden Herring, and what a brilliant concept. So now it's all going to come down to who is going to have the commitment for the longest and the focus for the even longer. Caden Herring out of the final turn, and he'll charge out of Luna along the Conrod Straight, and it is Caden Herring who puts the kart on top spot ahead of Tam. So a victory for Caden Herring ahead of Cody Brennan and Leon Simpson, Thomas Med and Ella Mosgrove, with Samuel Whitaker, Carter Spinks, Austin Dilks, JJ Manufacturers and Dylan Cook. So an excellent display all the way down the field, but Caden Herring goes into their third and final race later on, knowing that the upper hand is potentially with her. Here is the border for those competitors wanting to take on row 17. So we'll see how that fares once they get a hand on their new cars. Junior SM90 is right around the bend. Rolling lap time once again as the competitors are ready for another excellent showcase in the Junior SM90 category. Cody Brennan alongside Jake Todd on the front row of the starting grid here at Three Sisters. Louis Craig and Tommy Dickinson on the second row. Then Joey Billum and Oscar Rowland. Oliver Med and Hugh McDowell in front of Oscar Duckworth and Bobby Baker. And then it is Dylan Mosgrove, Carter Spinks, and Henry Carr who get to tout to my interest in the battle up front. Cody Brennan, Jake Todd, Louis Craig and Tommy Dickinson from Joey Billum and Oscar Rowland. The competitors come to the grid for these particular races. It is their last time. You'll be delighted for them and empathise with them as well. But it could be very interesting. 79 and 71 are the two main battles out on the course. Jake Todd will take his performance in pole very shortly, I'm sure. Joey Billum lining up on that side of the grid. So with all contenders in position, it is Jake Todd and Joey Billum. Third position on the starting grid. In behind them is Louis Craig and then Tommy Dickinson. So with the riders all neatly in position, it is time to go gung-ho once again for the third and final race of the weekend for the Junior SM90 Brigade that started our live stream off. Now they will conclude it with the final rotation, and it's a great start up front from Cody Brennan. Louis Craig gets a little bit too much of a wheelie. He needed to lean into that, and he probably wouldn't have had a wheel rise off the deck. But it's all learning. It's all trying to figure out what to do next. And I have no qualms about the fact at all that Yukapo incident was probably justified. He doesn't really get involved in those insane pileups nowadays. But it's certainly a good start to proceedings for Jake Todd, getting himself into a nice little position. Joey Billard. So Joey Billum still having a very nice run of it with Cody Brennan leading the way. Louis Craig second, Jake Borrow is third ahead of Carter Spinks. And Joey Billum and Oscar Rowland are in that top 10. So too are Hugh McDowell, Oscar Duckworth and Oliver Med. So onto the back straight. Are we going to get to see some of these impeccable race drivers and racers on the back of the bikes? On the back of the bikes, 6 laps to go. And Cody Brennan, very big ahead of Louis Craig. And then Jake Todd, Carter Spinks. And I'm fairly sure it's going to be a tough one all the way to the finish of the weekend, as Cody Brennan has been hoping for a chance to just knuckle down and get clear road in front of me. And he's made amazing use of that restart. So now Cody Brennan leads this race with a very close run thing, because it's Jake Todd who is now up into second position ahead of Louis Craig. So now those battles raring to go. Cody Brennan trying to move his way further forward here with Jake Todd and Louis Craig in his wake. So as a result, there's obviously going to be a little bit of inconvenience and a little bit of disagreement. But even in this battle between Cody Brennan and Jake Todd, it definitely looks as though they're being hard and ruthless, but of course firm and fair. Very tough race battle at the moment, as Louis Craig is now really hustling Jake Todd for that second position. And Cody Brennan, oh, I haven't been called that. Now the battle rages on the far side of the course, as the number 79, Cody Brennan, has the opportunity here with Jake Todd diving down the inside. Who's going to get there? They both drift wide, and Cody Brennan holds on to the position in front of Jake Todd, but that will surely bring Carter Spinks into the game here, who has done an amazing job to work his way over to third position, by the way. Carter Spinks getting faster all the time, enduring long distance teammates there. This battle just keeps on growing in stature. Cody Brennan has about 6.5 seconds on Jake Todd, but the Carter is sprinting too much. This duel really getting spicy now as Cody Brennan tries to get away. He manages to do so to Carter Spinks by 6.6 seconds, who in turn only has just over a second on Jake Todd. This is a really intense struggle, even for the junior SM90. There's a lot that can be done in these 80, 90 mile an hour gusts of strong winds, which hasn't really been too much of a big problem here at Three Sisters. It can upset the balance of the car, but fortunately it's not something that needs to be concerned with at this point. So still, the British mini bikes junior SM90 category is about to draw to a close in the next 3 laps, and it looks like Cody Brennan is going to have this race all on his own. Carter Spinks second place, and Jake Todd third position. Can you imagine how in the karting world they were such a low back they had almost lost their will to carry on supporting young Mason Kwong? Well, now not only have they supported him, but they brought him out of the factory for a fantastic race battle, and I genuinely do think that it's going to be very, very tight out there. So now just a lap and a half to go for Cody Brennan ahead of Carter Spinks and Jake Todd. Louis Craig and Joey Billum in that top 5 from Roland, Dickinson, McDowell, Buckworth and Henry Carr. And then we've got Bobby Bark and Olivier Med to finish off the field. It's going to be a tight one to the line, and I don't think Cody Brennan is banking on anything just yet. He was denied the victory earlier on by, of all people, the competitors who were in another environment watching the output and seeing how exciting it all is, and it is ridiculously exciting. For this man, it's going to be a perfect end to a pretty much perfect weekend. Cody Brennan taking the victory in front of Carter Springs, and then Jake Todd. So Louis Craig, P4, behind Joey Billen. And then Oscar Rowland ahead of Tommy Dickinson, Hugh McDowell, Oscar Duckworth, Henry Carr, Bobby Baker and Olivier Med. So as the S's approaches, the only man who knows that he's going to have no investigations, no battles, no controversies to rewrite, no dramas. It's just as you see it. And so Cody Brennan comes into the bowl for the very last time. And now it is going to be a victorious run from Cody Brennan. He takes the checkered flag, and so Cody Brennan will become our winner in the third and final junior SM90 race. Carter Spinks can do all of that in second place as well. And we've got Henry Carr and latest Krogh on the steering wheel a little bit later. And so the checkered flag came out for Cody Brennan. Carter Spinks in second place, Jake Todd in third, Louis Craig ahead of Joey Billum, Oscar Rowland, Tommy Dickinson, Hugh McDowell, Oscar Duckworth, Henry Carr, Bobby Baker and Oliver Med. All 12 riders coming home for the finish on this occasion. Good to see them all in a good position. Now for the Mini GP UK 190 and Mini GP 190 70. This is the FIM Road to MotoGP. This matters in the lives of all the young racers. They could have argued, well, I've dropped some scores. I'm taking part in an exhibition tomorrow. It's all good. It's all okay. And it's what I can handle. But there's bound to be a few people there who will look and think at it and think there is definitely a very tough road to climb now. But for the FIM Mini GP UK 190 ahead of Mini GP 190 70, Tyler Humphries and Wilson Dilks on the front row from Hudson Cooper and Charlie Cunningham. Then Lucas King, Joshua Herring, Harry Rafferty, Ollie Everts and David Wilton. Excellent work. Tyler Humphries putting off one of the moves I have ever seen. They're one of the very best moves. And so now he goes into this final race of the year with a very excited, proud to be part of this. So as the riders get ready to head out onto the circuit, it's a very interesting challenge that awaits the riders here at Three Sisters with only 6 races still to go. Six races to go in the schedule, and it is going to be very tight all the way, particularly in this class, the FIA Mini GP UK 190, the road to MotoGP. And then, of course, the Mini GP 190 70, their third and final race of the weekend here at Three Sisters. Going to be an interesting one. Tyler Humphries and Wilson Dilks once again on the front row of the starting grid. Hudson Cooper is third, Charlie Cunningham is fourth. He doesn't have to worry too much about not making it into the winner's circle. And so the riders make their way to the starting grid. Tyler Humphries, Wilson Dilks, Hudson Cooper, Charlie Cunningham, Lucas King, Joshua Harry Rafferty, Ollie Everts and David Wilton. The 9 riders get themselves into position on the pit straight. And now it's time for the last time for these competitors to go to battle. Who will it be in the FAM 190? Will it be Humphries, Dilks, Cooper, Cunningham or Lucas King? We have run out of excuses to go looking for the answer when we know that they are going to find it on their own. And what a charge forward from Charlie Cunningham to try and get round the outside. He doesn't quite make it into 4th position in the end, but it is a fast starting Tyler Humphries. So Tyler Humphries works the lead at the moment and up in 3rd position. That is working through to the left hand side. Excellent battle. So now the battle settles into a rhythm up front. Tyler Humphries had the lead earlier on in the day, but it's Wilson Dilks who leads it now. So Wilson Dilks in front of Tyler Humphries, then Hudson Cooper, then Charlie Cunningham and Lucas King. Then the button that picked out liars last time is that Ollie Everts and David Wilson So now we're going to see a very intriguing train that has been carefully and totally big battles in this one amongst the competitors, but certainly for Wilson Dilks, this is the kind of freedom, the kind of opportunity to just get out there and see the world that he has been longing for. So Wilson Dilks working hard here to stretch away from this man, Tyler Humphries, who clearly fancies his chances of being a little more than that. So Wilson Dilks versus Tyler Humphries. It's a really intriguing story. But Hudson Cooper running in third, ahead of Charlie Cunningham in fourth place. So through into Paddock Bend. And so the riders work their way through onto the far side of the course, helping each other when they get an opportunity to. This is the part of the weekend that I absolutely love. Everybody has to leave everything in doubt on the table and just try to make it happen in and so the mathematical calculations are ramping up. Wilson Bilks looking likely to score. And then in second place it is going to be Tyler in Humphries. Hudson Cooper holding off Charlie Cunningham. We've already seen a couple of competitors. Oh, who's that that's come off in the first corner? And that's a fall. Is that Wilson Dilks? It's either Wilson Dilks or Tyler Humphries, and that's a devastating end to the weekend for either one of those two riders. We'll try and figure out who it is. That is Wilson Dilks that's down. So the race leader, Wilson Dilks, loses concentration for a fraction of a second, and that drops him out because, of course, in the junior categories, you are not allowed to pick your bike up. And Wilson Dilks is now out of this race on safety grounds. He has to miss the rest of this race. He cannot rejoin because once you drop the bikes in the British Mini Bikes paddock, it is deemed to be potentially unsafe because you never know what's going to happen. And when you are as young as between 8 to 12, that is pretty much the last thing that you want to see happen. But a very dramatic state of affairs then for Wilson Dilks, who is now out of this race. And then there were 8. So still a fascinating battle. So now with the absence of Wilson Dilks, it's been a fairly straightforward race for Tyler Humphries actually. Hudson Cooper is there, as you can see for yourself, but Charlie Cunningham is now her nearest. So now Tyler Humphries, with 3.5 laps to go, has the advantage here over Hudson Cooper, Charlie Cunningham and Lucas King. In the Mini GP 190 battle, it is Josh Herring who leads the way from Harry Rafferty, Ollie Evans and David Wilson. So now they're going to work in close proximity formation. So now it is going to be a very easy run in the end to the victory for Tyler Humphries, who's been able to pull 5.5 seconds on Hudson Cooper. But this man should be commended as well, Charlie Cunningham. He's worked very hard since he came into this weekend. Was touting about it a lot on the social media feed, was Charlie Cunningham. Was quite happy for the fans to see him behind the scenes, to get an opportunity to see his decision-making progress. And so the Dakar is actually very important, and it's a good place to go back to every now and then to unwind and figure out where the next race battles are going to come from. But Tyler Humphries has been essentially handed the victory here. It's a Pyrrhic victory if he manages to stay in the lead, and it's certainly looking likely that that could happen. Tyler Humphries, Hudson Cooper, then Charlie Cunningham, Lucas King, Joshua Herring, Harry Rafferty, Ollie Evans, David Wilton and Wilson Dilks even, sorry. 2 laps to go. Tyler Humphries has taken a real stranglehold on this race. The second you have that particular friend that's working alongside him in the office all the time, I think you'd feel pretty much the same way. You'd feel a sense of relief. So there's competition all around. There's going to be some really intense battles to the start of the season. So now we go into the last lap, and it's Tyler Humphries looking for a very solid conclusion here on the Three Sisters circuit. Hudson Cooper is about 4.5 seconds back roughly. Charlie Communicate continues. And it's all going to come down to the poise and discipline and the cool and calm effects here of Tyler Humphries having dominated proceedings. He really did take the crown in every single possible way. As there is your race competitor in fine style, but there is your race winner. Taylor Humphries cheats the motorsport. Universe 2 continue on in the fight, and Tyler Humphries taking big points off on a day when Wilson Dilks didn't score a single championship point. So now it really is game on at the season finale. Tyler Humphries takes the win. Hudson Cooper in second, Charlie Committed in third, and Lucas King in a flamboyant fifth position ahead of Rafferty Olujovets. So excellent performance so far. The absence of Wilson Dilks, very unfortunate indeed, as he falls from the bike right in the heart of his battle to keep the title fight alive. But now it's time to see if he can salvage anything in the season finale. Next up, it is the second of our Road to MotoGP categories, the FIM Mini GP UK 160. Five races to go here today then, here at Three Sisters in Wigan, and it's now time for the FIM Mini GP UK 160 category. The road to MotoGP continues. Riley Robinson and Matthew Thomas on the front row of the grid for this one, from Max Robinson and Joshua Herring. Then Leo Soliu and Austin Wilton, with William and Charlie Dickinson. Sebastian Goslovski not competing this weekend, although originally entered, decided against taking part, so that's 8 riders on the grid only. A real shame we haven't seen Sebastian Goslovski. I think his particular riding style would actually have suited this place. So now we're going to have the 8 contenders that we should have out onto the starting grid to prepare us for the action. I've got a feeling that there is not going to be any more than 6 on the grid. Will and Charlie Dickinson do not appear to be down there. So now this is all just a straight fight about bagging some points. All 6 competitors that are going to be out on the circuit are on the circuit. There is William Dickinson now getting himself into position down the far side. So I wonder now what is going to happen between them. So now all the bikes are ready in position. Humphreys, Dilks, Cooper, Cunningham, King and Joshua Herring. They all get it as they go together. They wait for the lights to change from red to green. And it is going to be right at this moment when your fairly famous racing driver father is able to describe a lot of exciting stuff that happened on these three sisters apexes and radiuses. But it's bikes that take centre stage, and there is Charlie Dickinson, late to the party, but better late than never, eh boys? So Leo Soliu, Max Robinson, Josh Herring, Riley Probinson, and off we go. Great start in the first hairpin. No worries at all at the moment for Leo Soliu. That's exactly where he was hoping to be positioned. Max Robinson is in the mix there as well. So now we'll get to see the prowess of Leo Soliu. Can he settle into the rhythm here, or is there going to be more onslaught from his competitors? Don't forget that Max Robinson is now potentially one of the highest people in the world. So the battle is already starting to build into a crescendo. Riley Robinson ahead of Matthew Thomas, then Leo Soliu, Max Robinson, Joshua Herring, Austin Wilton, and then the Dickinson brothers, William and Charlie. This is really tight for the race victory. This isn't one of the piddly little positions, 11th or 10th or even 8th or 7th. This is really proper stuff between the contenders in the FIM Mini GP UK 160. Leave nothing in doubt, leave no stone unturned in the quest to keep this title fight relatively alive. So the Mini GP UK 160 engines race popped up. We knew that this was going to be an interesting fight for completely different drivers. But what amazing skills were shown. That is very, very classy indeed. Brought out the original safety car, but we can't always screw up the issues that we find along the way. Riley Robinson ahead of Matthew Thomas, but for how much longer? Thomas is pushing hard here on the 47 bike. So it does look like it's going to be nip and tight in the Joy. In the run through, it's going to be very tough stuff indeed as these five riders tighten together. Robinson, Thomas, Max Robinson, Soliu and Josh Herring. All of them very close together indeed now, as Matthew Thomas is starting to ramp up the attack on the race leader, Riley Robinson, who's worked incredibly hard to get back into the front running position. But now that I'm in New Zealand, and now that I'm in the top flight, it's going to be an interesting one. Matthew Thomas now hits the front, ahead of Riley Robinson. Then Max Robinson. There goes the move for Matthew Thomas. Thank you very much. I'll take over the lead then. But he drifts wide, and that's enough for another missed opportunity. Position. Coming off the turn again. Nose to tail, these five epic riders. When you know that there's a MotoGP contract being lined up ready for you to sign. So now the two grudge match nominees going at it hammer and tongs this weekend. But the Bowl was watching on, giving advice to his incredible driver. The only ones you really need to know about are the young lad from Hong Kong, and that of course is the very impressive, I'll try to figure out where on earth that is, because I thought it was in one of the high street pharmacies, but it's certainly not the case. It's a bit too expensive and it's certainly a bit too hot for that. And so the competitors still trying to find a way to get under the skin of their clients. So now it really is time to see if Max Robinson can bounce back here on Matthew Thomas. Dive up to the inside line, tighten the trajectory and the radius, hoping for a little more of a run. But this is just about... The battle really is getting intense at the front end of this field again in FIA MiniGP UK 160 at Three Sisters. As we are going to have a tight fight all the way. Matthew Thomas only just in front of Max Robinson, but I've got a sneaky suspicion that we're going to see more race positions shuffled in the deck this year. 3 wide as here comes Riley Robinson trying to work his way to the inside line. That's not happening, but this move isn't over yet because Matthew Thomas is using all his slipstreaming and his incredible work to the difference from, in terms of driving feel, there isn't really a lot of difference between this and a very, very hardcore Shelby Cobalt. But Robinson trying to hold off the line from Matthew Thomas. Riley Robinson. This fight just keeps getting better. 5 laps completed. 3 laps to go. The showdown of showdowns. Up to the inside line. There goes Riley Robinson to move into second position. Dives in as they climb up Pentith Climb. He's left the door open again for Matthew Thomas to get back in on the inside line. So Matthew Thomas tries to commit to second position, but no, well covered by Riley Robinson. Now another attack from Matthew Thomas into the right-hand hairpin. Still, they are waiting for that elusive first race win in the category. Still, this battle raging all the way through. Robinson, Thomas, Riley Robinson, Leo Soliu and Josh Herring. 5 riders. Very easily matched. There's actually a little bit of daylight that's started to form between Robinson and Soliu. But it is very close quarters stuff indeed, as the riders are still pushing, still trying to find that little bit of extra gain. But it's Robinson who leads the way. Matthew Thomas doing a fairly decent job here, but Riley Robinson through into second position. Who's going to blink first? 2 laps to go. 3 riders all wanting the victory in the final race of the day in the Moto GP, the Mini GP UK 160s and the road to Moto GP. So with just over a lap to go, you want to start inviting yourself into these fantastic team simulators, because they really are addictively consuming. And through those hairpins. This isn't going to be pretty if we're not careful. Diving to the inside. So now the final lap begins, and it's Max Robinson, Matthew Thomas and Riley Robinson fighting all the way. Last couple of corners of the lap, they go onto the pit straight. Having come down Coward Summit, here's the chance for Matthew Thomas. Has a look at Riley Robinson. Robinson not able to get the overtaking move, but Riley Robinson in turn is also making good on the promise that he was putting into a position here. Max Robinson trying to hold on from Riley Robinson. Riley Robinson will throw everything he can at it. Matthew Thomas, third position. Looking for the move on the inside line. He's going to dive on Riley Robinson and snatches second place in the penultimate corner. Now, can Matthew Thomas sprint out of the final hairpin and pull off the overtaking move as he goes in a straight line? It's going to be tight to the line, but it will be Max Robinson. Matthew Thomas second, 0.2 of a second back. Riley Robinson a further 0.1 of a second back, ahead of Josh Herring and Leo Soliu, with Austin Wilton taking the win ahead of William Dickinson and Charlie Dickinson in their little battle further back. But magnificent racing throughout here at Three Sisters. And unfortunately for Matthew Thomas, he came just short, as did Riley Robinson. But for Max Robinson, it's a really impressive situation for us to not feed. Four races still to go then as we conclude things here at Three Sisters with an amazing day of racing. Ultimately, we started the day with ones we weren't entirely sure whether it was going to stick around for the entirety of the day, but thank goodness the water and the rain dissipated and went away, because we're left with some fantastic racing. Exciting battle. Now we get ourselves into the mix for race number 40 over this weekend, which also includes all of the qualifying sessions and everything across the different categories, and that puts the Minibike 160 and Minibike Veterans into the spotlight for this last race of their weekend. 4 races left in the competition. So the starting grid, it's going to be an interesting one for this last race. Tim Patterson and Tommy Fielding, Jake Whittaker and Samuel Morrison, first 2 rows. Then Lee West, who's just pulled into position from Mike Carr, Dave Cook, Ben Johnson, Jamie Smith and Matthew Lindley. Then Barry Clark, Chris Heimers, Aidan Walker, Michael Judkins, Nicky Margetson, Jordan Grant, Cameron Hawes, then Barry Lindley, Jim Pallister, Pete Johnson and Connor Smith. Off we go! And it's a great start from Tommy Fielding, but can he go right round the outside? He can! On round the outside of Tim Patterson. What a start from Tommy Fielding. Absolutely extraordinary discipline from Tommy Fielding as he throws the throttle into these first few corners. Absolutely amazing from Tommy Fielding. Jake Whittaker was always going to be one to fight in the lower stages of this, but Tim Patterson is down to second position, displaced by the hard-charging Tommy Fielding around the outside of Paddock Bend. So now it'll be fascinating to see how this race is going to continue to play out. Tommy Fielding has got the advantage here in front of Tim Patterson as Jake Whittaker is trying to dive in on the inside line. There's battles as well between Lee West and Sam Morrison as they run very close together. But certainly for the race lead, Tommy Fielding has taken an important victory. Now, of course, this kind of motorcycle racing is very much a European-style discipline, so this is going to see a lot of talent start to knock in over the next couple of years. Really is exciting stuff, and the competitors are still giving a good race of it. And there goes Jake Whittaker on the inside of Tim Patterson. That's for second place. So Jake Whittaker manages to overhaul Tim Patterson. Behind them, that is Lee West in fourth position. So easily maintained and easily managed at the moment. Great performance from all of these competitors as the run is still very, very tightly matched here. Running through trying to get the most out of these particular corners, but Tommy Fielding leads Whittaker, Patterson, Sam Morrison and Lee West very tight together. Then it's Mike Carr from Ben Johnson, Barry Clark and Chris Hymers ahead of Matthew Lindley in the top 10. Well, what about this for a battle now? Jake Whittaker in second place, hoping to try and close up on the race leader, Tommy Fielding. 7 laps of racing around this course after the first one has been completed. It's quite a long circuit, this one, here at Three Sisters by comparison to some of the others that we've been to. So it certainly makes for a bit more drama. But we've certainly got some big pressure building behind the top 3 as well. Sam Morrison having a think about his own move here to get into third position. He would have to overtake a couple of riders to make it happen, but here comes Lee West. He's already dealt with a few of the competitors in the field here, but he's right and he's eager to learn. So now the competitors are pushing right the way to the top of Coward Summit. And we're hoping to see if Tommy Fielding is going to be able to just continue to stretch this gap. For the moment, the answer to that question is yes, as Tim Patterson has managed to get himself ahead of Jake Whittaker and Samuel Morrison. So that's the duel for second, third, fourth. Diving up the inside, Yui. Yui tries to make the move on the inside line there. But as for Jake Whittaker, he has got himself into a bit of a pickle here, trying to take victories in his racing debut. Really close battle here. Tim Patterson all over the back. Still this battle raging up at the sharp end of the field, and we've got 3 riders all mixing it. Tommy Fielding has managed to pull 3 seconds on the Patterson, Morrison, Whittaker freight train. And it really is incredibly close between these 3 for second place. Patterson seems to have enough on the table to hold this for the moment. But then there's going to be pressure from Morrison and Whittaker. For the moment, Sam Morrison has been able to get into third position. Fourth position, there might be a little bit of an interesting battle up the road for the contenders here. Patterson, Morrison, Whittaker. Closing stages here at Three Sisters in race number 40 out of 43. Still a lot to do here, but the battles are still very intense to the last. And this is an opportunity now for Tim Patterson to get back on terms. Trying to work his magic a little bit further forward. Skating through that long flowing right-hander up to the top of it. The crest is always really, really popular. So now second, third, fourth, very, very tight indeed. But there's not a lot of room to fool around with. I've got to get myself into a professional cool manner on that one, but this is all about second place in the Minibike 160 and the Minibike Veterans. Obviously 2 classes within classes here. At the moment, the veteran winner is going to be Lee West, who had that little hiccup at the start, if you remember. There is Lee West. You just saw him in the background coming into view. He's currently running in 5th position. So a very impressive and very respectable position. And so with this battle coming to a conclusion, 2.5 laps left of it. Patterson wanting to scamper away and hide, but he knows he's got Sam Morrison and Jake Whittaker breathing down his neck, and we're going to go 3 wide into the turn. Oh, that was so close. As Sam Morrison now gets into second position, and round the far side in the next left-hand apex, Jake Whittaker has got to follow in behind Tim Patterson for the moment. Very tight run thing this. It's going to be very tricky all the way to the checkered flag, but all 3 of these riders want second position. They've allowed Tommy Fielding to just disappear and hide up the road. 5.2 seconds for him. He could incur track limits if he wanted and still come away with enough of a race lead to seal the final here. So very tricky, very difficult situation. As again, they're going to just slide in to the first corner. It is an obsession. So now Tommy Fielding leads the way by 7 seconds nearly. Absolutely exemplary performance from the challenger. Absolutely terrific. Still the battle rages, not done yet. Samuel Morrison's got his back to the wall here because Tim Patterson wants to get back into this game. And Harith bin Zavalo has been struggling a little. So now it's time for someone a little bit unique to go for the top step of that podium. We go into the last lap for these three. And it is going to be tricky. Tim Patterson is now back at his second position. Here comes Sam Morrison. Jake Whittaker's getting his move on the inside line there as well. They're threatening to go 3 wide into the apex. They are almost touching. Excellent stuff through the far side. And so all of a sudden, this became a hub of activity, not just a sport. And the nation is going to be very much in love with the idea of seeing these 4 fantastic racing drivers go wheel to wheel with each other. So now on the last lap, Tommy Fielding has got the win in the bag, but what about second place? Patterson, Morrison and Whittaker are going to have a very tough time of it. Here comes our race winner though, Tommy Fielding. He takes the checkered flag after a dominant Heat 3 race, but what about second? We've got Patterson, Morrison and Whittaker. Who's going to get there first? Oh, it's going to be tight, but it's going to be in that order. Patterson will be second. Morrison third ahead of Jake Whittaker. Lee West is your winner in the veterans category ahead of Mike Carr and Ben Johnson. Derek Clark and Dave Cook in that top 10 as well, with points all the way down to 19th position. Jamie Smith and Matthew Lunley were talked very sternly to those drivers. We still don't really know on that one, but certainly a fascinating battle as all of the contenders are out on the course. And now we've got the idea that we want to just continue chopping through these fantastic battles out on the course. So the mini bike 160s have been so impressive to watch. And now we're going to wait a couple of minutes time for our next battle out on the circuit. There are only 3 races left in this particular meeting. And so it's going to be fabulous, exciting and great enjoyment. I think we should really be getting ourselves excited now for the mini bike 160s and the veterans race 3. We just had that, my apologies, we had that race just a short while ago. Now for the mini GPs, 160 over 50, Kai Golder versus Riley Paisley, Riley Robertson, Leo Soliu and Leon Simpson, with Ella Mosgrove added in for extra kick from Dan Tanton, Max Robinson and Sebastian Gazlowski. Robinson and Gazlowski have not participated in mini GP 160-50, so it's going to be Golder, Paisley, Robinson, Soliu, Simpson, Mosgrove and Tanton. Here we go. So there are just 3 races left on the bill here for the British Mini Bikes Championship, round 4 of the 5 in 2025. And with the Mini GP 160-50 already being a very close encounter in the previous races over the day, now it's time to wrap things up in good style. For Kai Golder, that means going from pole to the flag for anybody else, that means let's disrupt his thinking space. We can go and get the win instead. So Kai Golder and Riley Paisley with that distinctive green and white bike on the front row of the starting grid. Third for Riley Robinson, fourth for Leo Soliu. Then it is Leon Simpson lining up beside Ella Mosgrove, and Dan Tanton is the seventh and final bike in the mix in Mini GP 160/50. Is it going to be Golder? Is it going to be Paisley? Or will it be Robinson, Soliu, Simpson, Mosgrove or Tanton? Let's find out. A good start on the inside line from Robinson. Manages to get the jump there on Riley Paisley and is already going straight after Kai Golder. So Golder holding his nerve on the inside line there through the hairpin. But the race battle is well and truly joined. Riley Robinson fancies his chances here in second position, ahead of the hard-charging Riley Paisley and Leo Soliu. Simpson is P5, Mosgrove is P6, and Dan Tanton P7. It really will be a nail-biting race all the way to the flag for the Mini GP 160/50. So off the hairpin, a very good run. So now the riders having a great race of it as they complete the first part of the first lap. They've done the first half lap out of the way then, essentially. And so now we've got ourselves a really exciting race battle on our hands as Kai Golder is hoping to hold this in front of Riley Robinson. Robinson has got nothing, very little in her world to, in his world, sorry, to be able to figure things out on the far side. But Riley Robinson looking very cool, calm and collected. Can he get on terms with Kai Golder? So Riley Robinson wanting to fight for his position as the top racer in the Mini GP 160/50 category. 3-1. So now with all of the contenders still finding a little bit of pace in the early stages, Kai Golder has got Riley Robinson trying to breathe down his neck. And so it's going to be pretty tight and pretty tricky all the way through. But Kai Golder leads this race with Riley Robinson in second position. Robinson gets a very good run off the pit strike corner and up towards Paddock Bend. But it is really tight. Not easy to know who is going to get the best of this now. Both of these riders are giving as good as they've got, and there's a fantastic squabble behind them as well between Riley Paisley and Leo Soliu, with Leon Simpson, Ella Mosgrove and Dan Tanton all electing to shift the balance away from themselves. All battling away for position then. Very tricky at this point, of course. Kai Golder hoping to run in front of Riley Robinson indefinitely, but Robinson's got a really fast pace. Riley Robinson looking for a move on the inside line, hoping to get a decent charge up the hill as they go up towards Pentith Climb. Down Coward Summit once again. Up towards Pit Bend. Turn into that right-hander. Squeeze the throttle handle, and it's going to be tricky now to see if Kai Golder can fend off from Riley Robinson. Robinson's really on a charge here, and clearly with a point to prove. Excellent stuff so far, but Riley Robinson really wants to make this count. Up through the S's they will go, and Riley Robinson really putting Kai Golder's backs against the ropes here. Out through to Luna. And now through Luna Bend. Let's see what Riley Robinson can do on the attack here, as Kai Golder is definitely going to have a tricky race of it here. Very tricky situation for them all, as the contenders are going to have a tough run. Up the hill again. Pentith Climb. Down Coward Summit and up to Pit Bend. And there's a little bit of daylight now between Kai Golder and Riley Robinson. But it disappears just as quickly because there's still a lot of work to do. Everyone hopes that they've got it right in terms of making sure they engineer it all and that it suits them. So as four is very complex. So now we're going to see if Kai Golder can now stretch away from Riley Robinson. There is a tiny gap building between the two of them, and it's all down to Riley Robinson to keep the statistics favourable here. Riley Paisley is still duelling with Leo Soliu for third position, but Kai Golder has his name firmly etched on the victory. He's only got 4 more laps of this course to try and endure. There's going to need to be a really seriously fast run from Riley Robinson now to go back after Kai Golder and take possession back of his race victory. But Riley Robinson is not conceding defeat just yet. He can find that little bit of extra pace in the remaining 2 laps. He's got 3 to go at the end of this one. So if he can hold on for 2 straight laps, and then he can really start to gate the move in the final reckoning. Don't forget the brilliant fashion how in one of the previous categories Tyler Humphries was able to overhaul one of the Pirelli Racing competitors, and looks like over the course of the weekend they're only a few thousandths of a second down everywhere. So now it's all going to come down to Kai Golder's composure, which he certainly seems to have plenty of. He's actually managed to pull a gap of 9/10 of a second over Riley Robinson. But Paisley versus Soliu, that is a really intense battle in 3rd and 4th position. Hopefully we'll be able to get a chance to see that behind these two, because Kai Golder and Riley Robinson are settling down a little bit now. There's a second in it between those two. But for Paisley versus Soliu, it is looking almost personal. So we wait to see these two competitors come through, Paisley and Leo Soliu. Here they are, 3rd and 4th position. Soliu really fancying his chances here on Riley Paisley. Definitely the fastest and most frenetic of the race battles in this particular final today. But now we've got a real race on our hands. Golder ahead of Robinson. Then Paisley and Soliu going wheel to wheel again. 5th place, Leon Simpson. What's happened with Dylan Musgrove? Daniel Tanton. So now there is an opportunity here for Soliu to overhaul Riley Paisley up through the hairpin, trying to make those big decisions where it's going to put you either right into the hunt for the victory, or it's going to cost you and you're going to have to hang back and wait for the next round of the championship. So it really is going to be tight all the way, but for Kai Golder, he holds the lead on a 58.955. Then it's Riley Robinson second. So if you want to get into that dream team, you're going to have to do counting in less than 1 minute. But now we're on to the final lap, and Kai Golder is just a few seconds away from taking a very famous victory here indeed again against Riley Robinson and the whole of the fraternity. So my advice to you in 3rd place is Riley Paisley, Leo Soliu, Leon Simpson, Ella Musgrove and Dan Tanton. A very tough race victory so far to fight for, but Kai Golder out in front has made it look good. It's been a really tough race weekend for Kai Golder, as he's had so many times over the course of this year, which is what I'm sure will make the victory taste oh so sweet. Kai Golder is victorious in the last race of his day. There are 2 races to come after this one. The Minibike 140s will be the next one. But Kai Golder taking the win from Riley Robinson, Riley Paisley, Leo Soliu, Leon Simpson, Ella Musgrove and Daniel Tanton. Great racing all the way and a fantastic performance from Kai Golder. Here comes Ella Musgrove, I believe, to finish up in P6 ahead of Daniel Tanton, who will cross the line in a very different state of affairs. But Ella Musgrove doing an absolutely amazing job. And so with the Minibike 140s coming out onto the circuit for the last time, there's only going to be one class to run after this race, the final two races of the weekend. And for Minibike 140, it means we're going to renew that incredibly intense battle from earlier on. Tommy Fielding, Tommy Armand, Arnie Carr, Aaron Robinson, Tim Paddison and Samuel Morrison. The 6 riders fighting for the victory in Minibike 140. Then Finley Cotman, along with Gary Johnson-Clerhue, Liam Booth and Daniel Cliff to round out the top 10 ahead of Liam Trinder and Tom Wise, Harry Swan and Chris Heimers. Then Aidan Walker and Ryan Hayburn in front of Sean Brunning and Sid Marshall. Then it is Mark and Simon Portas, along with Ben Lord, who is down in 21st position. And so we've got Fielding, Armand, Carr, Robinson, Paddison and Morrison ready to have their fantastic final duel. It came so close to disaster last time. Let's just hope, for everyone's sakes, that this is going to be a relatively good start. You can see all of the Thai fans here want to enjoy the experience of the next generation of speed. And so we're on the grid. Fielding, Armand, Carr, Robinson, Paddison, Morrison. Who's going to get the jump as we move our way further forward? We wait for the signal and the lights will go out. Let's race out Three Sisters. Good start off the line from Arnie Carr, straight in behind Tommy Fielding. And Tommy Armand will have to place second best for the time being, but he is one of the masters of the fantastic showcases that we have at the far side of the course here. And so now we just wait for the opportunity to arise again. It's not a big money, but it is a reputation of doing an amazing thing well as Tommy Fielding comes through. So now the battle goes up to Pentith Climb. Drops back down Coward Summit as Tommy Fielding leads Arnie Carr, Tommy Armand, Aaron Robinson, Tim Paddison and Sam Morrison. And already the top 6 are threatening to break away from the rest of the pack. But Arnie Carr and Tommy Armand were so near to grabbing the victory. They do not want to let it slip into the hands of a rival. So it's time to see just how much they've learnt over this weekend about where the pace is going to come from, where the tyre grip can be negotiated. Tommy Fielding ahead of Arnie Carr. And then it is Tommy Armand ahead of Aaron Robinson, Tim Paddison, and finally Samuel Morrison. Still good battles all the way here. 1, 2 and 3. Very tight together indeed. Fielding, Carr and Armand. A very tough race battle between these 3 riders. Tommy Fielding fancies his chances of taking this and converting it into an international race win of some kind, as now he's going to have to really find some answers. So they run in close proximity. So this battle continues all the way. Tommy Fielding, Arnie Carr and Tommy Armand. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, there's a bike off in the background there. Saw somebody off in the background. I wonder if that was Simon Portas, who ended up losing ground, and now up the inside line. It's going to be a lead change. There's not a lot in it, but it is going to be Arnie Carr who takes the lead away from Tommy Fielding. And as they drop down Coward Summit, he's now going to be fighting into the clutches of our fantastic mystery competitor. So now the race battle has had to take a red flag by the look of things. I think we've had a stoppage out on the course. 6 laps will remain, of course, in the race, but there has been a red flag incident, so the competitors are brought onto the start-finish line once again. It's the only red flag incident we've actually had all day here at Three Sisters. So for the benefits of safety, the riders are brought back to the start-finish line, and then they await further instructions, which is exactly what we will do. The race has had 6 laps remaining on it, and so Tommy Fielding was leading at the time of the stoppage by Arnie Carr, Tommy Armand, Aaron Robertson, and then Tim Patterson and Sam Morrison. Finley Cottenham in P7 ahead of Gary Johnson, Claire Ihue, and Liam Booth in 9th ahead of Daniel Cliff. Tom Wise and Harry Swan, Sean Brunnigan, Liam Trender, Mark Walters, Sid Marshall, and then Ryan Hayburn and Simon Portis. I should point out to everybody who asks me this kind of question as well, when it comes to minor and light injuries and how devastated they are that they're going to be missing weekend. These championships are everything to them. You know, they really, really want to take an amazing point score from every round and put on a decent show. But we're under red flag conditions here at the fabulous race circuit at Three Sisters in Wigan. And we're going to take a pause, allowing everybody to cool down, calm down, and get themselves ready for the next great battle out on the course. 2 races to go in the day. Mini Bike 140 with 6 laps remaining, and the Mini GP 110 and Avali 110 Cup before everybody will head for the gate. Well, the competitors are basically now moving their bikes back into the pit lane. I'm not entirely sure whether that means that they're not going to restart at all, or whether they're going to restart a little bit later. But as you can also appreciate, we have got medical cars on the circuit at the moment, so obviously that's got to be the first priority, making sure that the marshals and officials can go through their official safety protocols. It's been a perfectly reasonable race weekend up to that point, but obviously the priority now has to be on the safety of our riders. We've only got one race after this one, which is going to be the Mini GP 110 and Avali 110 Cup combined race. That will finish off the day's activities here at Three Sisters. But obviously when you've got an injury that results in a red flag stoppage, it's very important to make sure that you go through all of the correct procedures and protocols. So the grid decided to clear the grid and make it a little bit easier for access for the recovery and emergency vehicles. Well, of course, there are a couple of those on site at all times. And so hopefully we won't need it, but the marshal is there, the official is there to be able to give us a better understanding of things from a paying by card type of prospectus. So at the moment there's discussion down there in pit lane as to whether we're going to restart, as to whether we're going to run in the original order, in the revised order, whatever it might be. We will come back to you when it is appropriate to do so. At the moment in time, let's just spare a thought for the family and friends of the competitors at that particular point, or indeed at any point in human history, because without them we wouldn't be where we are. So at this moment in time, as you can see, the pit lane has been cleared again to, I guess, assist the official clearance of the protocol within the incident. So at the moment, it's currently on hold. At the moment, we're trying to decipher at the present moment whether or not the Minibike 140 race is going to be restarted. There are 6 laps left of it if it is going to do so. The race was red flagged at the end of the second lap of racing. So we should get some information, hopefully, at some stage in the next 5 minutes or so as to whether we are going to go racing again. It certainly allows the kids to have a bit of a run around and burn off some of that excess energy before the drive home. I'm sure the parents will be very pleased about that. But the Minibike 140s, we're not sure if they're going to restart or not. At the moment, only 2 laps were completed. 6 laps were remaining on the race tally. And then, of course, we also have the Mini GP 110 and Avali 110 Cup race to come. As we are now currently bang on 5 p.m. at local time, and there is a curfew to keep an eye of, there is also the genuine possibility that the final 2 races of the day could well get cancelled and then potentially either postponed to be run at a later date or just not run at all under the circumstances. At the moment, all of this is just ideas and speculation. There is no permanent understanding at this moment in time as to what the situation actually remains to be. So we'll just allow the officials the chance to go through the incident. If there is any relevant updates and information as to ascertain what the situation is going to be, I will of course inform you and instruct you as to whether we are going to continue racing or whether that is the end of racing for today. We'll find out in a short while.
Group of kids talking, I can focus on if you want.
Okay, folks, just to give you a temporary update, there is no official word at the moment, but what I am told by the officials is that the British Mini Bikes Championship is electing, if possible, to try and run the last two races before the end of the day. So there obviously needs to be a little bit of a statutory protocol to make sure that the officials and the medical teams are put back into their original positions. There is an ambulance that is being used at the moment because of the red flag incident. Provided that all goes according to plan and that the timings are all above board and that the protocol is adhered to correctly, we should be able to still run the last two races of the day before we conclude our program running. But that is obviously the intention at the moment. There is no official word at the moment. So when we have a little bit more information and a little bit more of an update, we should be able to give you some clearer understandings. But what we are told is that the intention is to conclude with the running of both the Mini Bike 140 and the Mini GP 110 Avali 110 Cup races. So we'll do our best to stay with you for all of that, and we will give you any further updates as we need to. For the moment, it is purely important for us to allow the safety teams and the protocols to be adhered to here at the circuit at Three Sisters in collaboration with the team running the circuit, and of course everybody running the running of the event. It actually in its actual self. I'm rambling here a little bit, but that's because, of course, we have very little information. But I'm sure you appreciate that in a situation like this, when a red flag has been flown and we don't actually know the identity of the rider or can ascertain the condition, it's in the hands of the officials and the safety teams. We have to allow them to take charge of the situation. When we get some further information and we know exactly what the score is, and what the procedure is going to look like, then we can obviously inform you. What I can tell you at this point, there's no official word, but the intention from the organisers is that we will plan to run both the Mini Bike 140 race and the Mini GP 110 and Avali 110 Cup race. So stick around, stay tuned, grab yourself a quick coffee, and hopefully we will be back up to racing speed in the two remaining races as soon as humanly possible.
Attention, paddock, can we have the Mini Bike 140s please back up to assembly? We're going to rerun your race. So that's Mini Bike 140s please to assembly to rerun your race 3. Thank you. Attention paddock, can we have the Mini Bike 140s please to assembly? Mini Bikes 140s to assembly for a rerun of your race 3. Thank you.
Well, folks, those are the pictures that we were hoping to see, as we can clearly observe that the competitors are venturing out onto the course once again. And I can tell you that this is, of course, going to be the restarted race of the Mini Bike 140 Championship Race 3. And it is going to be a fresh restart of all of the competitors from the original race, and it will be run to the full 8 laps. Now, they are doing that because, of course, with the race red flagging on 2 completed laps, they can actually choose in the regulations to run the race in its entirety from a restart with the competitors in the original grid positions, and that is what the officials have elected to do on this occasion. The competitors are making their way around for this restarted race. It looks to me as though we're only going to get 15 of the original 20 starters. So a full total of 15 bikes are going to go around then. And it's obviously going to be a front row of the starting grid for Tommy Fielding and Tommy Armand. Off we go. We go straight into the race action. And so there's no need to wait around for any more cause for concern, as Arnie Carr is immediately trying to put himself a little bit further up the rail as the competitors charge their way further forward. Looks to me as though the competition is going to be a tight one again, as both Tommy Fielding and Tim Patterson are up towards the sharp end of this one. Tommy Fielding is in the mix there, so is Tommy Armand, but obviously we've got Arnie Carr and Aaron Robinson trying to make their mark in this one as well. So as the field charges away out through Luna Bend, we've got 8 laps of competition for these racers. Tommy Fielding leads the way, Arnie Carr in second place, Armand in third position, and out the inside that's going to be Arnie Carr taking the lead down on the inside of Tommy Fielding. Fielding's going to have a run up the hill though, up Pentith Climb and down Coward Summit. Will have the opportunity to take back the lead and has done so. So Tommy Fielding back in front of Arnie Carr. Now we're going to see what Aaron Robinson can do to try and haul back in behind Tommy Armand, who is there in third position. So Tommy Armand now trying to get his move done on the inside of Arnie Carr. Has to wait for his opportunity. It's not going to come just yet. But certainly a very close proximity run for all of the contenders at this sharp end of the dais. And so we're going to get to see a little bit more from the contenders on this far part of the course as they complete the end of the first lap. A couple of riders really starting to have a nice enjoyable battle out there on the course as Arnie Carr gets a run down the Conrod Straight to get past Tommy Fielding and has done so. Leads then on the inside line. Arnie Carr is now going to lose ground again here from Tommy Fielding, who's going to get right up alongside and get parallel, use the power to his extreme, and Tommy Fielding once again takes over the lead of this race from Tommy Armand, Aaron Robinson, Sam Morrison, Tim Patterson, and then Gary Johnson Cleryhugh, all very valued friends and colleagues of mine. The plan to get the continuation of the story, always a very tricky one. You don't know whether you're going to be liked or loathed, but I think it's worth doing. So with the battle raging up front, we've got Tommy Fielding, Arnie Carr diving up the inside to get back on terms with Tommy Armand, and then Aaron Robinson is in the mix there. 6 laps to go. This is about where we were when we had the original red flag incident. But now the contenders are having a rip-roaring race of it, and down on the inside line, Tommy Armand trying to dive in on the inside as Arnie Carr goes wheel to wheel with Tommy Armand behind our race leader Tommy Fielding. Watch for Aaron Robinson as well in 4th position. He'll be wanting to get a move on the inside line. Sam Morrison in P5 in front of Tim Patterson, then Gary Johnson Cleryhugh. Dan Cliff is 8th, and then it is Tom Wise and Harry Swan. Sean Brunning in 11th position in front of Liam Trinder, and then Sid Marshall and Mark and Simon Portas. We've got waved yellow flags into Luna. So somebody appears to have parked their bike at that particular point on the course. Certainly there's some debris on that particular section of the circuit. I can't actually see what it is, but certainly the yellow flags, the waving yellow flags I should say, were out at that particular part of the day. So this has really been a set of races and then a final of pure attrition, as down on the inside line, sweeping through to try and get more buried in the morning. Round to the first corner. Oh, so close for third position between Armand and Robinson. They almost tangled as Tommy Fielding continues to run the cars of Arnie Carr. So now this battle reaching fever pitch once again on lap 4. Tommy Fielding holding on in front of Arnie Carr, Tommy Armand, Aaron Robinson, and there are 4 of them, all in the quest for the victory. All of them are fairly heroic competitors. Side by side again, as Tommy Fielding tries to outwink Arnie Carr. But Arnie Carr is also thinking about days in Hong Kong. So now this duel really is ongoing to the line. As trying to dive in on the inside of Tommy Fielding, Arnie Carr has not quite been able to find that breaking point. Tommy Armand third, Aaron Robinson fourth. Those 4 riders still in with the fight for the victory here. 5th place is currently Samuel Morrison, ahead of Tim Patterson, then Gary Johnson, Claire Hugh. Dan Cliff is in 8th position in front of Sean Brunning, and then in 10th place it is Harry Swan. 11th position, Liam Trinder. 12th place, Sid Marshall. 13th and 14th are Mark and Simon Portis. That is all the battle that we will have left in this one. As the riders come through, Tommy Fielding and Arnie Carr. Carr is tightening up on the grip as they go up the main straight on this course. Up the Pentith climb. Dropping down to follow in the footsteps of young Albert. So now these 3 riders very closely matched. Tommy Fielding, Arnie Carr, Tommy Armand. The second these 3 start squabbling for position, you're going to allow Aaron Robinson and Samuel Morrison, and maybe even Tim Patterson, to close in and try and steal some of these points paying positions back. So you want to fly under the radar with your displeasure. So it could be very interesting and entertaining to see how things play out. 2 laps to go as Tommy Fielding leads Arnie Carr, Tommy Armand and Aaron Robinson. Certainly for Fielding, Carr and Armand, they've always got a place in our particular pad. Oh, what is the move on the inside line there from Tommy Armand, diving in on Arnie Carr. Excellent work. Lost commentary. Dive on the inside line into the hairpin at paddock bend, and that's a move completed. Absolutely astonishing from Tommy Armand on the Arnie Carr. So through they go again, up to So now we go into the final lap of the Minibike 140 weekend here at Three Sisters, and it's going to be these 3 riders, Tommy Fielding, Arnie Carr and Tommy Armand. And full credit to Tommy Fielding. In the last lap and a half or so, he's decided, I need qualifying laps here, that's how I'm going to get this victory won. As Tommy Armand dives in on Arnie Carr, trying to move into 2nd position in the hope that this last little push is going to give him the chance to do so, because it has. Arnie Carr is now having to recover from Tommy Armand. So they work through to the far side of the course. They're looking for that rain and wet weather experience. It's good, but it's also a very tiring battle right to the end here, as Tommy Fielding has managed to get himself enough of a gap over Arnie Carr and Tommy Armand that it really doesn't matter which one finishes ahead of the other. The victory is going to go the way of Tommy Fielding. He comes off the Lunar Bend and charges down the Conrad Straight, and it's victory for Tommy Fielding ahead of Arnie Carr and Tommy Armand. Aaron Robinson will come home in P4 ahead of the recovered Tim Patterson. P5 just ahead of Samuel Morrison. Excellent, really exciting stuff all the way in the Minibike 140 campaign. 7th place across the line should be Gary Johnson, Clerihew, but it might take a bit of time for him to get to that point. Either that or he has decided not to come and join us in Parc Fermé. It's always a difficult situation because you know perfectly well that when you've got Mentis, all you need to do is put your foot down and try, but it is a little bit more complex than that. But obviously the competitors now know just how difficult it is going to be to continue to make the progress. All 15 competitors that started will finish it, and we will finish the day with the Mini GP 110 and Avali 110 Cup race. We'll send them out onto the grid for their rolling start, for their standing start, very soon indeed. And so after a very intense day of competition here on the Three Sisters Racing Circuit in Wigan in the northwest of England, it is time to conclude proceedings with the Mini GP 110 and Avali 110 Cup race. Our 43rd official session, and a fantastic way to end the competition here today with some amazing performances, some great wins since the start of the weekend and the start of the day. Minimotos were conquered all the way by Austin Dilks. Lawrence Wardle became one of a couple of victors in the MGP 17 Championship, along with Andrea Tadea and Alex Clark. And it's been great work all the way through for the other competitors. In Junior SM90, it's been Cody Brennan all the way. FAM Mini GP UK, Charlie Cunningham. Also wins across the field for Tommy Fielding, Max Robinson, Kai Golder, Tommy Armand, Leon Simpson, Cody Brennan, Tyler Humphreys with that magnificent Mini GP UK 190 final battle. All the way through to the likes of Arnie Carr. So excellent performance from everybody so far, but now to the Mini GP 110 and Avali 110 Cup race. Off we go, and it's a big charge. Pole position, it's a real headache from pole position for Caden Herring, who's got a very difficult start indeed there and has dropped into 3rd position as he is swamped by both Cody Brennan and Leon Simpson. So the riders work their way out of Lucy's Valley up towards the S's for the first time in what is obviously going to be a very tricky race to the end of it. But some very couth thinking, I have to say, on behalf of all of the contenders you mentioned. An excellent battle for all of the contenders here to finish off 8 laps of hard, no-nonsense battling around Three Sisters. And here comes Cody Brennan trying to get the inside line of Leon Simpson up into the flat-out right-hander, and he will get there, but he drifts wide on the exit, and that could be enough for Leon Simpson to return the favour on Cody Brennan. Down the incredible drop at Coward's Summit, as it's known. And it is going to be Cody Brennan that leads the way here from Leon Simpson, and then it will be Caden Herring. Yes. Thomas Med ahead of Ella Mosgrove, Sam Whittaker, JJ Manchester P7 ahead of Carter Spinks, and then Austin Dilks and CJ Maguire to round out the top 10. Finally, after that, it was Seth Hayward, and then Dylan Cook, Rex Armand, Matthew Jennings, Daniel Tatum, and William D. So we're into the midst of the battle, coming up to the end of the first lap, and Leon Simpson has obviously got a little bit of pressure now to shake this off, but he's also got to keep the tempo up with Cody Brennan, who's managed to get an 0.8 of a second advantage out of that first lap. If you can just keep building, then it will just keep growing, as Caden Herring now fancies a shot on Leon Simpson. They drop down Coward Summit once again, and then into Paddock Bend. They will go at the end of this short pit lane straight. Flying through the hairpin there, no problems at all, as the young pretenders to these grounds are giving us all a lot of interesting food for thought here. Some great rides all the way through the weekend, but certainly for Cody Brennan, this could be the best of his rides from the front end of the field. Excellent display so far from the talented youngster. But as for the battles out on the circuit themselves, going to be fascinating to see what the officials and the officialdom make of the situation. We've got 6 laps to go regardless, and on the inside line, this could well be a very important day if you can get the overtaking move done and completed and feel absolutely fantastic. So Cody Brennan leads the race. Never go to bed angry. So now the rule is going to be very tightly pushed here. Cody Brennan ahead of Leon Simpson on their 3rd lap out of the 8 laps for this race battle. It all counts towards the championship, don't forget. So this is the important part of the show. Leon Simpson versus Caden Herring. 2nd and 3rd position. 4th place for Thomas Med. 5th position for Ellen Musgrove. And then of course it is JJ Manchester, the ultimate scientist. So now the duel on the far side of the course continues to pick up. Cody Brennan versus Leon Simpson, as they, Leon Simpson versus Caden Herring, I should say, as they've swapped positions a couple of times on this night in the town. A really interesting and intriguing battle. 5 laps to go around this magnificent circuit. And Cody Brennan should know a thing or two about the different circuits that he has tried in various different disciplines as well. I don't know a single person who enjoys the Gran Turismo battle between these 2 great riders over the sharp end of the field. Cody Brennan is long gone in the lead of things. Leon Simpson and Caden Herring are the ones to really focus in on in 2nd and 3rd places. So now we get into the nitty-gritty. 4 laps done and 4 laps completed. Cody Brennan ahead of Caden Herring, Leon Simpson 3rd, then Thomas Med, Ella Musgrove and JJ Manchester. Then it is Sam Whittaker, former colleague Austin Dilks ahead of Carter Spinks, and CJ Maguire ahead of Dylan Cook, Seth Hayward, Rex Armand, Matthew Jennings, Dan Tanton, William Dickinson and Charlie Forrester. 17 competitors. There has been a shuffle of the deck in the Avali 110 category. Leon Simpson has lost out to Caden Herring because Caden was able to run in the second of the heats, I think it was, in the 2nd round. So deploying an old tactic, and Caden Herring has the option of gaining outside assistance, of course. But if that is the case, then obviously every rider and every racer would like to think that they have the genuine article rather than something that was bought on eBay. So now we've got just 3 to go. Brennan has a 2.6 second advantage over these 2, who still can't stop squabbling. Caden Herring and Leon Simpson hoping for a little bit more, but it just hasn't really materialised. Not just this weekend, but over the course of the season. There have been some flashes of brilliance, Caden Herring was looking like a new racer the other week when the victory started to flow. And similarly, for the man in third position, Leon Simpson is allowed to adore an opportunity to move further forward here. Leon Simpson working hard in third position, trying to overhaul Caden Herring, trying to get inside his head. If you can start unlocking those psychological keys, then you might be able to put him under enough pressure to make it work. A bit of a shake of the head there, I think, for Caden Herring, who knows that he is losing time to Cody Brennan. Hand over fist here. The gap has opened up to 3.1 seconds. Now Leon Simpson is going to catch up as they go to the top of the Pentith climb. Down the drop again at the hairpin corner. So now we're going to get to see these last couple of laps play out as they were supposed to. Thomas Med is in P4, dealing well with Ella Mosgrove, and JJ Magister not too far away. And Samuel Whittaker, who was going to be in our top 5 with us, at 7th position ahead of Carter Spinks. Alistair Dinks. Interesting technique for all of the contenders as they work their way through. So now the battle will go down to the wire as Cody Brennan begins the final lap, 3 seconds clear of Caden Herring and Leon Simpson. So now it all comes down to who's got the better mentality, who is the more smart. As they go up the hill at Pentith Climb, Caden Herring still in the lead to Leon Simpson, down to the relaxation element of the weekend when you're sat in your awning wondering if you're going to get this opportunity to charge forward again. But Leon Simpson really is putting everything he has into this battle. Ahead of him is Caden Herring, and he's looking good for this second position, but ahead of both men by quite a considerable margin now is Cody Brennan, 3 seconds further up the road. Doesn't sound like much, but in karting terms, that is the difference between a night and a day. So now we're waiting for these competitors to finish off in good stead and in good position. And so, out of the final corner will come Cody Brennan. The checkered flag is in the air for him, and he will clinch the victory. Cody Brennan has done it. Excellent work from Cody Brennan. Second place is just going to be Caden Herring alongside Leon Simpson. That was so close to the end there. And then Thomas Med ahead of Ella Mosgrove, who did another great job in point scoring positions. JJ Magister in P6 ahead of Sam Whittaker, Austin Dilks, Carter Spinks, CJ Maguire, and then it is Dylan Cook ahead of Seth Hayward, Rex Armand, Matthew Jennings, Daniel Tanton, and then William Dickinson and Charlie Forrester. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's been another pivotal race weekend in the British Mini Bikes Championship calendar. There is just one round to go in the beginning of the autumn. Don't forget to like, subscribe and hit the notification bell, and you will never miss a moment of the 2025 season. And of course, you can go back and watch all of the action from today, as well as all of the action from rounds 1, 2 and 3 to really set you up in motion for our championship showdown. And we will find out which driver gets to do what, which rider I should say gets to do what in the fight for the title. It's been a difficult day at the office, but it's been an exciting and fun one, and we are so grateful to all the team here at Three Sisters Circuit. You really made another fantastic event for us, and we cannot wait to return. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is all she wrote for today. Hope you've enjoyed the race action. It's been amazing motorcycle racing from the car stars of the future across the board, from the youngsters in the Minimotos all the way up to the mini bikes. Great to see everybody putting on such an amazing show. From myself, Jake Sanson, from my producer, Simon Wansworth, and the whole of the Technative team, as well as everybody here at BMB, thank you so much indeed for watching. We hope you enjoyed it. We will be back ready for the 5th round of the championship. As I said before, like and subscribe, hit the notification bell, and follow the British Mini Bikes on social media. You won't miss a moment of the action. That's it for us. We'll be back ready for the season finale in the autumn.